to the La Union International Pro. It is day 3 here of competition. We have had an incredible run so far. The swell continues to be here at Mona Lisa Point. You're welcome. You're joined here.
You're welcome.
You're welcomed here. You're joined here by myself, Rachel Tilley, and Jessie Starling.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's been a pretty nice way to wake up this morning. The waves look so fun.
Yeah, it has been so nice out there. I got a couple waves out there myself, and everyone just seems like to be in really good spirits. We've been talking about how competitive it is out there, and of course these athletes are vying for 2 spots on the World Tour. But I think everyone has just been really enjoying their time here in the Philippines, in La Union. It's been a really warm welcome from the locals, and I think that's just really kept, look at all those smiles, it's really kept those, I think just nerves and nerves down.
Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like the vibes here have been immaculate, honestly. I have really enjoyed getting to know all these international longboarders, and I've also really enjoyed seeing this incredible run of local guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was a huge day for the local Filipinos. We had, I think, 9 of them win their heats, so that was really exciting to see. Well, while we are waiting for our event to start, let's throw it down to the beach to Camille for the morning call.
Good morning, guys. Yes, the swell has peaked overnight. We're seeing 2 to 4 feet clean, glassy swells, and I have with me one of the most outstanding performers from yesterday, June Esquivel. What are we starting with, June?
We start on Women's Open Longboard quarterfinals, followed by Men's Longboard round of 32. Let's go. It's on.
It's on.
It is on. Like he said, we're starting with women quarterfinals this morning. So there we see our competitors coming up, already in position out in the lineup. We have still about 2 or 3 minutes till start, so they're going to stay patient and not get out of position. But while we're waiting in these few minutes, let's throw it to highlights from yesterday. What an incredible run of waves we had yesterday. So yesterday was all just that men's round of 32?
64 yesterday.
64. Now we're into
Time
men's
flies when you're
round
having
of
fun.
32 today. Yeah, it was so incredible that those waves really picked up, and that swell has stayed around for our women's quarterfinals today. In Heat 1, huge heat. Wow, we have Natsumi Taoka of Japan, Ginger Kami from Italy, Ashley Lopez here from La Union in the Philippines, and Summer Romero from USA. So a really stacked heat as we're entering that pointy end of the event.
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to this one. I am a massive Natsumi fan. I obviously have mentioned it in the past in this event. I have had the privilege of commentating her for a little while now, and I just think Natsumi, She's just this pocket rocket. I feel like it's the best way to describe her. She's so graceful. She's so competitive. I think she's got this big smile that can fool people, but she is feisty when it comes to being in the rusty. And we spoke about it in her first heat, really loving the look of that new board that she's got under her feet.
Yeah, she actually got the highest single wave score of the day when we had the women's running 2 days ago, an 8.33. As we see a bit of an exchange here happening, it's going to be Ginger on her backhand, taking off straight up to the nose, wrapping it around this new Skin Dog surfboard double scoop, looking really nice under her feet. That is a new changeup of equipment into this year, and she's having a really nice start. Cuts out of that one, cleanly surfed, well executed, and she'll feel good with that start.
Yeah, Ginger looking super cool on that board. I love the little shades of purple that we get to see. Obviously, similar to Natsumi, she's a smaller framed surfer, so she's going to use just that entirety of the board to her advantage here. And she could see just that really clean footwork. She was so in control from start to finish. I haven't seen Ginger compete yet, so I'm really looking forward to this one. I'm also looking forward to seeing Ashley Lopez, obviously flying the flag for the Philippines. Let's take another look at this first one, though. Just beautiful footwork, straight to the nose, out the back, and giving us rail surfing right away. This is exactly what the judges want. This is the first wave that they're going to take a look at today as well. Back to the nose. So much control, a lot of grace. I really love her arm placements as well. And I just think the judges are going to appreciate that. But looking at the scores, they're going to want the ladies to push a little bit harder.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things with getting the first wave of the day, essentially. You're setting the scale. The judges are setting that scale. I think they always opt to stay a little bit conservative and really appreciating the delicateness of her footwork, but knowing that there are sets out there like this. The local Ashley Lopez taking off also on her backhand. It's a bit of a battle of the goofy footers here in this heat, with Summer Romero also being a goofy footer. Gets back up to the nose, gets a little bit hung up, and unfortunately going to go out the back of that one. That was lining up to be a really nice score, I think, Jessie.
Yeah, and I think she can tell that there was definitely some points left on offer through that inside. She started off so well, really patient before she started to walk up to the nose, and that first five really in control in a critical part of the wave. You can see Ashley, she's really starting to push the limits here too. Just unfortunately couldn't quite figure out that second section, but the Tucker family, we've got one of their surfers coming up next, Kaide. The Inoue family, but
The Tucker family.
I'm like, wait, Tucker. I could see Tucker there.
Yeah.
But I absolutely love this family. So just happy all the time. I really
so happy
I
and so
love
supportive of each other. There's Taka waxing up his sister's longboard as she's getting in the zone. Summer quick in and out. Looks like that one was going to close out in front of her. So opting to get out of that, and maybe now one for our top seed, Natsumi Taoka, straight up to the nose. Beautiful hang five.
Wow.
Quick step back. She's going to recover and unfortunately get swallowed up by the whitewash there. But really nice nose ride. You can see that the conditions looking very different to how they have the past few days. A lot more closeouts, and I'm guessing they're sitting quite far up the point as well. We can't really see with this zoomed in of an angle, but there's a few takeoff spots out there this morning, and sitting really far up the point. There are some of those medium ones running through, but the set's kind of on that West Bowl closing out like we just saw.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky out there this morning. We saw a lot of surfers on the same wave many times out there this morning. You could see some people really trying to challenge themselves, sit deeper, get those ones running through, but it wasn't very often that they did. Natsumi, that first wave coming through as a 3, just to note that was a solid set wave, and she really had to get on the tail of her board there, and so I feel like we're going to see a lot of kind of waves potentially like that, especially on this dead low tide here, where you're going to get to the nose and get a critical nose ride out the back, and then it's going to shut down, and you can see you've got to have a lot of power to be able to skip around it, and there's a lot of board for that white water to hit, making it pretty hard for these guys to hold on. But yeah, I don't think the scores that we have right now are going to be reflective of the end of the heat, but Ginger, she's going to use priority here.
Yeah, standing up and trying to get around this section. Nice nose ride to start out and a nice clean ride lining up in front of her. Love that tail work, that board just looking really loose under her feet as she resets up for another quick step, hang 10 and straightening out there. So Ginger, both of her waves opting for some smaller sized ones, but clearly offering more of that opportunity to get on the nose and the tail.
Yeah, I don't hate that. She's had 2 completed rides.
I think she'll be happy to hear that.
Yeah, I don't hate it, Ginger. No. I just think finding these waves that have that tempo, have a really nice pace all the way through. This board, again, we saw Ben on this model yesterday too. Just that swallowtail looking really easy to maneuver. Back to the nose. There's that 5 into a quick hang 10 there for Ginger. And I just think right now, getting those completed rides is a really solid edge, but this is a good-looking ride here for Summer.
Yeah, the 2004 ASP or WSL World Champion now in the quarterfinals here. Really nice start to her wave, trying to see if there'll be another opportunity there, and there's not. So she'll make her way back out. No one really running away from this heat just yet after seeing a couple of rides. Lots of lines, though. I think it seems to be a little bit more consistent than yesterday, if that's even possible. Yeah. But maybe a bit more shorter period and more peaky in the conditions.
Yeah, it's definitely peakier. I think definitely this swell direction as well. This one, you can see that deeper peak on this low tide. It's going to fool you. It's going to close out on that. But you can always be paddling up, having a look. But right now, you can see if I was Natsumi, I'd be sitting right next to Ashley Lopez as well. The local girl, she knows exactly where she needs to be and using priority here.
A nice sized wave up to the 5 as she navigates the foaminess of the face of this wave really elegantly. Coming down, and it looks like this is going to continue to provide opportunity. Can she stick with it? She resets up for another nose ride. She's looking for it. She walks back, carves it back, trying to just stay in that power source. A lot of energy in that wave, a lot of bump that she had to navigate.
Yeah, that looked tricky, unfortunately, for Ashley. She didn't quite get a solid nose ride. You can see there's her little sister to the left of that screen there, Mara Lopez, Daisy Della Torre, she's sitting there as well, June Esquivel. So she's got a lot of support on the beach here. I love the fact that when she's coming back through her calves, bottom turning up into them, you can see her entire front foot lifting up off the board. She's really pushing off that heel. So Ashley, I actually think as far as this heat goes, she definitely has the power advantage. And I loved that rail surfing. You can tell she's got really high standards for herself. She's getting frustrated at the end of her wave. She wants a little bit more to work with here. Gets to the nose quickly. There's a bit of water coming back around. So she knew she needed to find something pretty special through this inside section here. Starts to make her way up again. But look at all this foam. Like, you're so right, Rach. This was a really tricky wave to surf and navigate. You could see she read it beautifully with these calves here. Bringing it back to the power source again. But just not getting that real critical surfing that she's looking for. And like I mentioned, she's got super high standards for herself, so she'd be frustrated with that ride there.
Yeah, I think especially at the start, at the takeoff, it really looked like a beautiful wave was going to line up. She used priority for that wave. And I think the judges are going to continue to stay quite conservative with that score because although there was a lot of seemingly work done, nothing overly major, overly critical. And today we have 30-minute heats, so 10 minutes have gone by, but there's still over 20 minutes left in this heat. Adding those extra 5 minutes can really make a difference, I think, for the pressure of these athletes feeling that clock wind down and no one really having those major scores on the board yet, but they know, a different mindset at this point yesterday, they would have had 15 minutes left.
Yeah.
Now they still have almost their whole heat left in their mind,
Yeah, it was such a good call to extend the heat. It's just with this extra swell, this extra energy in the lineup today. And I think we could see that from the free surf this morning. There was a lot of people in a lot of different places, so it kind of needed this extra 5 minutes to figure it out. But wow, Natsumi, beautiful start to this wave here.
Yeah, check turns it back, gets back up to the nose, and she's finding a cleaner one that's staying open, the first of its kind today, wrapping it back so beautifully and looking to keep that board speed up to see if she can get into that inside section. She can't quite, but that major work was done on the outside, so that is what we can expect from someone like Natsumi Taioka, the top seed of this whole event coming in here. And I think that's going to skyrocket to the highest single wave score of this heat.
Yeah, easily. And look at all these scores that we have. We've got plenty of threes going down this morning. So just to be able to break out of that, give yourself an edge over your competitors. And she got that work done without even getting through the inside section. So I wouldn't be surprised if that even went mid-range before we see her have a full completed ride through that inside track. But Natsumi, she's just so graceful. And I think as well, I noticed at the start she was the last competitor to catch a wave. You could see everyone kind of flocking for the inside. She sat wide, and they all kind of locked in pretty small scores, and then Natsumi waited, and this perfect bomb came through. But look at that score there.
Yeah, coming through as a 6.67, so that does skyrocket her to the lead in this heat, and now puts a bit of separation between her and the other three surfers. The only regular footer in this heat, with all three blue, white, and green all being goofy footers.
Would you say Natsumi, because I've only ever seen really strong points, and like I've mentioned, she's only ever won any of the competitions that I've commentated.
That's a pretty good record.
Yeah. Do you say she's got any weaknesses? Because I haven't been introduced to any.
No, I wouldn't say she really has many weaknesses, which makes her someone that can be hard to compete against for myself.
Yeah, this was just that beautiful ride, that 667. Those two outside nose rides were just incredible. Really, really lofty sections too. Through the inside track here though, Summer.
Yeah, finding a bit of a moment off the top. Hopefully she got some work done out the back as well. And we'll see if that will be a score going into her score line. But the fact that she wrote that in, let's see what happened here, Jessie.
Yeah, loved that really strong paddle. Gave her a good amount of speed as she came into this wave. Gets to the nose for a quick 5 there. You can see there's a bit of a wobble in this wave. So she really had to manage her speed exactly where she was going to put it. Steps that back foot back to go up and into that section. So working off that tail really beautifully here for Summer. Maybe lacking that solid nose ride she was chasing. Obviously, this is the best one on the wave as she gets up to the nose there. It's a really good-looking 5. I just think with the talent in this heat, we're really going to see our ladies start to push and lift a little bit more. It's definitely going to be her best, but I don't think it's going to go as high as Natsumi's.
No, and you're exactly correct. It comes through as a 4-point ride, so that does at least provide some separation out of that 3 range that everyone has been sitting in. So she's now sitting in second, and Ginger out there with priority. Looks like she might be having a paddle here. She does. Straight up to the nose. Beautiful looking wave. I really love the flow that Ginger has been incorporating into her surfing. I feel like she's just improving so rapidly every time I see her. And unfortunately, that wave just dying out a bit. So that's really indicative, I think, of this tide and how much that's affecting this swell this morning.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on Ginger's surfing. I'm a big fan. She looks so delicate, so graceful. And I feel like she's got a really cool style when it comes to her power carves. Maybe doesn't look as in control as her competitors, but I actually think it gives her this really awesome amount of style. And I think she's showcasing, she's got a lot of power in quite a small framed young girl here. Gets back to the nose, but just couldn't link through that inside section here for Ginger. But that board looks incredible under her feet. And I'm a really big fan. I love the way she generates so much speed using her hips here. So you can see Summer having a look at that one. Yeah, I think Ginger's going to be a bit of a dark horse in this heat.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've said this is the first heat that you've actually been able to see Ginger compete in or commentate. I'll tell you a little bit about Ginger. She's 15 years old now.
Wow.
I think she might be 14 still. She's the youngest surfer to ever qualify for a world tour in surfing, actually across all tours. She has been I think her first year on tour 2 years ago, she was 12 years old.
What?
Yep. And so this style and grace and power that's only been continuing to increase as she's actually just been becoming a woman, becoming an adult, but she's still so young. And she's currently leading the European rankings at the moment. So they still have one more event in their region over there. So she's looking well to qualify through that region, but she's just over here trying to find some to solidify potentially her chances on tour.
Imagine being like, hey guys, can't make it to school today. I've got a World Longboard Tour event, and you're in year 6.
Yeah, I know, exactly. As we look at Natsumi now, just having excellent wave selection out here in this heat, wrapping it back. Really love that she's choosing to stay in the power source here, because we've been seeing the surfers get a little bit wide this morning and then not able to get onto this inside section here. That's just provided her another nose ride opportunity. Now she will cut out right there on the shore. So a great one to back up her 6.67.
She's so adaptive, Natsumi. Every single wave she gets better and better. You could see on that last wave she kind of gave herself a little nod of frustration when she got that 6.67, wanting to make the inside big looking outside wall here for Natsumi. Strong looking rail carve, beautiful nose ride. That was in a really critical part of the wave again. Using this speed, drawing that board all the way back round to the foam here. And then like we mentioned, she navigated, she adapted, and she found this inside section. And like you said, she got an extra bonus nose ride here, especially when it peaks up. And that was a pretty tricky section to try and ride out of. She had to work really quick to get back to her board and come down the face there. So Natsumi, yeah, I'm so impressed by her. She's just such a smart competitor. She never really puts her foot wrong when it comes to making decisions. And when she does, she usually corrects them on the very next wave. There's not many people in the world that can do that.
Yeah, really adapting well and reading the ocean. That's something she's really good at. As we look at this beautiful drone angle, love the way that she read that opening section to just get back into that power source. So that nose ride was really critical. Watch those subtle foot adjustments as well, going into as she was leading up to that turn, and then shuffles just a tiny bit back to really get her feet over her fin as she lays it on rail. Really nice footwork, and all the subtleties to this wave are really beautiful.
I loved that wave for Natsumi. That's definitely going to, increase her lead by a country mile, maybe make it out of reach for some of our competitors right now, if it comes to as a pretty solid score. Now, I know I've asked you plenty of questions about longboards and fins, but I have another curious one, because I saw a fin this morning that was so bent over. I've never seen a fin like that before. I'll get back to this in a second. This is our young gun, Ginger. Just this incredible surfing. I just feel like these waves, they're just letting her down a little bit on the inside. I'm hoping she gets the inside track through here. This is the first time we're getting a look at this wave. Beautifully read and navigated. Like you mentioned, that Skin Dog surfboard looking really nice under her feet. Gets back to the nose. So now Ginger finding herself a ride that goes all the way through here. So she's adapting as well. So both Natsumi and Ginger staying really lively and active in this heat.
Yeah, as we see Ashley now trying to answer back, looking for that nose ride opportunity through the inside. She finds it, wraps it back again, and as this inside section just gets so wobbly and bumpy, she makes her way back up towards the front of her board and then cuts out. So it will really depend on if she got anything major outside, whether that will be a score of consequence.
You can see the Lopez family. There's Warren Lopez on screen. He's looking a little nervous. JR in the background. But yeah, I saw this fin. It was like a hook. It was curved round so much. I was like, I've never seen that before. I don't understand. You see Ashley here. She's going to get to the nose. I love her calves. Great calves here for Ashley. So much power. We said this at the start. She needs to leverage that if she really wants to take on one of the best like Natsumi. Patiently waits through this inside. Again, she's really pushing off that heel. I love to see that technique from her. Gets back to the nose again. And then through this inside track, I love that back arm as well. It really stays active and lively through her surfing. And Now, our third surfer in a row, Ashley, making her way through to the inside, so staying super adaptive. But this nose ride into this power carve combo, are you kidding?
Holy smokes, that was a beautiful turn, and love that bottom turn as well, straight out of it, just going rail to rail. I mean, that is what we were talking about. If she needed to be a score of substance, she needed to have something like that on the outside. And so she'd be feeling really good with that one. We're still waiting for the judges to drop scores now for this wave of Ashley and for a couple rides for Ginger. We'll see if there's a bit of a change up. Ginger's score does come through. It is a 4-point ride, so that actually takes her into the second place advancing position. Ashley now looking for a 5.2 from this wave in order to change up that situation.
Oh, it came so close, that last wave. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's a 5-point ride, so just 0.2 short of the requirement. But now she's in real reach. Needs a 3.43 to get up into second. Natsumi out in the lead with pretty solid scores, 6.9, 6.67. We really can't expect anything less from her, but yeah, I feel like the Filipinos would be loving to know that she's not too far, but you can see Taka just getting the content.
That is something they're also really good at as a family, is not just supporting each other and being there for each other, but also just getting the content and really marketing each other too, and helping all of their fans, especially back in Japan, stay in touch.
See?
So let's talk about that fin.
Yeah, look at that fin.
But we'll come back to the fin conversation after we...
I don't even want to know.
I'm going to keep it secret forever. Wow, what a beautiful nose ride from Natsumi. So technically well executed, constantly shifting that back foot depending on where she was on that wave, but keeping that front foot wrapped around the nose. Brings it back and unfortunately comes unstuck. Really rare when we ever see Natsumi come unstuck, but her previous one coming through as a 6.9, so she's feeling really stable in that leading position. Ginger now in that advancing position now, trying to throw away that 3.83 to make it a little bit more secure. Beautiful nose ride into a really tricky section on the inside. That one getting the best of a lot of surfers, including myself this morning, actually. It knocked me off. And Summer now answering back, looking for a 4.44. So it is on, and I just looked at the time. Now only 7 minutes 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the time about 15 minutes ago, saying how much time there was left. I can't believe how quickly that's gone by.
Wow, beautiful nose ride to start off, and straight into another one. Really holding that for a super long time there for Natsumi, even when that wave was seriously bowling out in front of her. You can see the start of Ginger's behind her here. Wow, Ginger got this one from pretty deep as well, but Natsumi through this inside track, you can see just a little off kilter, but that opening nose ride, it could challenge to go on her top two. It was so powerful. And then Ginger here, steep looking bowl to start it off. Now gets for quick 10 and a really nice turn in. So this is actually a great wave here from Ginger. She would have known that Ashley's hot on her heels, only needing a 3.43. So Ginger needed to drop a 3.83. This is definitely one way to do it. Really solid outside surfing. You can see waited and decided to get back to the nose after this carve here. So we got to see a lot of different variety here from Ginger. There's a 5, and fair enough, getting out of that end section. It's tricky and it's very dry in there. And now out the back, Summer Romeo. Just beautiful style. You can see she's so in control of her equipment. But this wave, it kind of unfortunately let her down a little bit. Can see just had to wait for this midsection. She's right up in the middle of the board, trying to keep that speed. Now gets back to the nose for a really nice 5 here. And then came through the inside and couldn't quite get back to the nose. And then by the time she needed to get on this power source, that wave had a really weird double lump through it. So unfortunately, Summer not getting, she's actually got a pretty good wave, but not the one she was chasing. I'm really intrigued by this last one for Ginger.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, looking to drop that 3.83. A bit of downtime through that midsection, but she got some nice work done out the back and on the inside. As we see Emily Curry there, getting ready for her next heat, getting that leash on. A lot of athletes probably will be opting for a leash today with just how volatile the conditions are. Ashley up and riding. She's looking for a score. She's just looking for a 3.43, but unfortunately won't think we will see that one be what she needs it to be. Still plenty of time. She'll make her way back out. Her sister Mara is coming up in the next heat as well. So we know she has been watching quite closely. Nervous for her sister, also trying to take notes of what's happening in this heat.
Yeah, this is tricky for the Lopez family. They've had back-to-back heats the entire event. There's Mara right on cue. She is going to be out there. She's going to make a little run for it because she's got under 5 minutes to get out the back. She's going to take the key whole way out as well. So Mara, from here, such an incredible surfer, still super young as well. We saw her in the World Juniors just last week, so she's really talented on a shortboard too, but multiple longboard champion here in the Philippines. So we're going to see, hopefully, the Filipino just dream, the Lopez dream, keep rolling through, but Ashley with a little bit of work to do now, and it's more. It needs to be a 4.3. Ginger's last wave coming in at her best, a 4.7.
Yeah, so increasing that requirement for both third and fourth place at the moment. That's a nice feeling as you're going into those final minutes for Ginger. But the door's definitely still open. 4s and 5s for both surfers like Ashley and Summer. Super attainable as long as they find that right wave. And that, I think, has been what's proving tricky. Everyone's surfing really nice. We've seen moments of greatness for all 4 surfers, but it's the ones, both Natsumi and Ginger, were kind of that standouts in terms of finding waves that really ran to that inside.
Yeah, and I think they just stayed really lively. They acknowledged that they had made a few mistakes and then corrected them, and that's what really does separate, you know, QS competitors to Challenger Series competitors, Challenger Series competitors to CT competitors. It's always just kind of that run of being adaptive, being lively, and I think knowing that you're going to make mistakes and that's okay, but you just got to learn from them and learn from them in the spot, which is exactly what Natsumi and Ginger have been doing. Right now you can see Ginger was kind of chasing Ashley down the point here, but sitting wide where she is, she can kind of shut down anyway if Ashley wants to go here. So pretty smart considering how young she is, but that's what happens when you have worldly experience.
Yeah, especially Ginger getting tons of, she's been traveling a lot over these past few years. Maybe going to have a look at this one. Nope, just a reposition for her. So like you said, she has that priority over Ashley, but it's Summer who has that higher priority over Ginger. So Ginger's kind of in this mid place right now of going, okay, I can technically block one of the girls trying to take my spot, but Summer has the ability to look for whatever she wants. And Natsumi, she's had a perfect heat.
Yep.
Sitting out there with the highest priority. That one just before that we saw her on comes through as a 6.37. So she's actually throwing that away. That doesn't go into her top 2. And to be having the strength of those rides and now sitting out there with priority, that's exactly, if you're talking to an athlete before they're going out, that's what they describe that they hope their heat turns into.
Oh, absolutely. She's basically got a 7 in her lineup, that's 6.9, backed it up with a 6.67, and then is throwing away the next high score. Here's the paddle, here's the block from Ginger, exactly what she needed to be doing here.
Wow, and gets straight up to the nose. Unfortunately, getting a little bit too on her heels, standing maybe a little too tall. So there's still a minute and a half, and now that priority has been used. We will see then. That's where it gets, this is where it gets nerve-wracking being in Ginger's position. If there's going to be another opportunity, Natsumi using that top priority now to just find another bomb straight up to the nose. This one staying open, and she's unfortunately going to get knocked. She just disappeared in that point.
That wave, you know what, she looks really comfortable even with this bigger swell. That wave had a lot of power behind it as well. And you know what? The fact of the matter is, if you want to take one of those spots, you don't just have to make this heat, you have to make the next heat, and then you have to get first or second. So these ladies know the crucialness of being just into that next round and getting one step closer. And I think that's why we're seeing a bit of cat and mouse games going on between Ginger and Ashley. She's got 45 seconds to try and find something, Ashley and Summer. And we can't count Summer out. She's got years of experience. And looks like there's some energy on the way here. It's just whether or not it's going to get here in time.
We can hear some whistles on the beach too. I imagine that's exactly the people we see on our screen right now who are whistling, signaling to Ashley to look for another opportunity. And she's going to find it. Let's see how this one lines up. Standing up, looking for that nose right opportunity. She finds it. She's wrapping it back. She's only looking for a 4.3. This is a beautiful way back up to the nose. Finds that quick 10 and straightens it out. You can see she's a little bit nervous on that wave, not having the most delicate of footwork, but she got the job done. So first impressions, what do you think, Jessie?
This is going to sound awful. My first impression is it's not going to get there. I think it's going to keep her in around that 3 mark. Obviously, had that really nice nose right out the back. There was a weird lump in the middle of the wave, and I think not being able to take it all the way through, it was definitely on its way. I just think she needed one more section, one more nose ride, or one of those big power carves that we know that she has. My gut feeling is no.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of that power carve. If she was able to, when she walked back and jumped on the tail there, if she was able to really lay it in a little bit more, like we know she has the ability to, like we saw on that 5-point ride for her, I'd be a little bit more convinced. But I think the judges will probably take their time with this score because they know that so much is on the line. So it looks like Summer did have a quick in and out of 1.13. So unfortunately, that is official. She will not be moving through. And a 4.23 drop for Natsumi there of her last. Not going to go into her top 2. She has that lead. So now it is down to who's going to get that second position. Ginger doesn't have anything more to add to her scoreline. Waiting now just patiently for this score of Ashley, whether it will be a 4.3.
I think if we think about the 4.6, that 4.7 of Ginger, I just feel like they were essentially a point better.
Okay, interesting.
Than Ashley's wave, so I feel like it's going to come in around that high 3 mark potentially. I just think she needed a little bit more here. She's obviously a very talented surfer, and like I mentioned, she has that power, and she has the power over Natsumi and over Ginger, who have that World Longboard Tour experience. I don't know. I'm thinking it's not going to get there. I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to be proved wrong, but that's my feeling on it.
Yeah, to be honest, I actually wouldn't be surprised if it is enough. It was slightly bigger of a wave, but it is just not enough. It was a 4.10, so that is going to mean that Ashley stays in that 3rd position. Unfortunately, it is Natsumi Teoka and Ginger Kami making it through that heat. We're just getting started. Heat 1 is done. Heat 2 now out of the quarterfinals. Stay tuned right after this break.
The WSL La Union International Pro LQS 1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the Province of La Union, the Municipality of San Juan, and the Department of Tourism, Region 1.
Gumagaya na sa aking mga di ko kilala. If you wanna sneak a peek, dapat kay tumingala. You know I put the work in, hindi to himala. I don't wanna cause a scene, so wag kang magpadala. They call me most high, I'm the prophet. Busy on the uprise, don't you try to stop it. See me at the front line, everybody watching. Do it all in one try, you look exhausted. You know I'm pretty, never modest. I don't ever wanna hide. I wanna be the that no one ever has to step aside. I always want attention, I'm always picking fights. If I don't get what I want, better hope that you'll survive. I got on my six, they tryna copy all my tricks now. Sticking to my that's why they think you need to sit down. I got the drip, kaya mag-get now. Don't think you understand, you're in my lane, you better get out.
SDMI Sports, world-class sports management made in the Philippines.
Welcome back here to La Union International Pro. We're on day 3, straight into the women's quarterfinals now. Heat 2, Emily Curry of Great Britain, Mara Lopez here in the Philippines, Kaede Inui from Japan, and Sheila May Convicto of here in the Philippines. So 2 Filipina surfers against some of our internationals. It's been a great day of competition. You're joined here by myself, Rachel Tilley, and in the booth with me, Sam Bleakley.
Yo, Rach.
Yo.
It's the word on the street. That was a tearjerker for Ashley Lopez, but big congratulations to Ginger hanging in there. But watch out, Sheila May. She's from Siargao, the other coast, and she's up and riding.
Yeah, so a lot of our unfortunately getting unstuck there. So many of our locals here from La Union competing in this event, and only a few coming from other parts of the Philippines. And like you said, Sheila May being one of those surfers. So we have some scores to drop. Looks like we have scores to drop for all 4 of our surfers. And in that break, I did get a sneak that I think Mara Lopez got a really beautiful one. Let's take a look at this. So a bit of a quick in and out for Mara behind there, as well as Sheila. Emily finding her foots. And unfortunately coming unstuck.
But what about this for Mara? Of course, Mara, the younger sister of Ashley, so would have been really heartbreaking to see her sister lose. But Mara is an incredible talent. She's got so much good skills on all boards. She's excelling as a shortboard competitor, and she's just got this amazing balance on her nose ride as well. So this is our first ride of white Kaede Inui, who we've become familiar with on the World Longboard Tour across the last few years. Again, she's one of those very balanced, poised athletes who's able to ride a lot of boards. She's a multiple 7-time SUP World Longboard champion. But I really like this wave. It was a good, strong start. It was smooth, and you know that this is going to be a very close encounter. Sheila May, this wave, much more peaky than the wave that we just saw from Kaede and Mara. A lot of foam to deal with, but good footwork in and out of that nose ride. But nothing amazing for any of the surfers so far.
Yeah, I really liked what I saw from Mara in those nose rides. Unfortunately, there wasn't much more on offer to the wave. So while we wait for those scores to drop, let's send it down to Camille to hear from the last heat winner, Natsumi Teoka.
Your second wave of 1.63.
And it's an intense heat, a quarterfinals. So what are your mornings like? Did you wake up at 5:45 and get a dawn surf again?
Yeah, I woke up at 5 this morning and then I didn't surf. I just checked in the waves. But the wave looks, it's good. No wind, glassy, but it's kind of hard to find good waves.
And in that heat, you were up against 3 goofy footers who were on their backhand. So you were also the only one surfing on your forehand. You think that was a little bit of an advantage?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I didn't know that. I just only natural puta.
And we were also talking about the waves earlier. Have you surfed Mona Lisa Point with conditions before, or you're used to surfing it a little bit smaller?
Yeah, I used to surf a little bit smaller, but I like big waves. So yeah, I'm so happy to surf with this condition.
So you're in the semifinals with Ginger, Kami. Who else do you want to see go on the semis? Of course, we want to see everyone, but is there anyone specifically?
Someone from Asia, because if we go to spot from Asia, we don't have to compete the region. So yeah, maybe, yeah.
Perfect. I am with you on that. And is there anything else you want to say before I let you go?
日本でライブで応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。今日の一番最初のヒートで少し緊張したんですが、明日につなげることができました。明日ファイナルで明日、明後日ファイナルで頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Thank you. Heat 2 of the women's quarterfinals on deck.
Thank you so much. Really great to hear from Natsumi. She just had such a flawless heat.
She is a sponsor's dream. You know, she is always so positive, and it was lovely to hear her emphasizing her passion for big waves, and that's a big feature of her longboarding that we've noticed over the last decade, that when it's juicy, she charges, she sends it. I have seen her like hanging 5 on the nose, grabbing the rail, pulling into big closeout barrels, popping up smiling. You know, she is one of, in my opinion, one of the best big wave longboarders on the female side.
Yeah, she has really great board control. As we take a look at Sheila May taking off on this one, a smaller one, but beautiful and delicate footwork as she makes her way to the nose, trying to navigate kind of this fatter section, see if she can get in towards that inside. She gets on her knees and gets that board speed back up to find a little bonus section in here. Nice tail work, just constantly readjusting, staying busy. And will she get an opportunity to get up to the nose? She's searching for it. She's waiting for it to stand back up. And she attempts, but unfortunately that wave just doesn't provide that opportunity, doesn't really stand back up for her.
Yeah, and you just wonder as well that break in the ride with the knee paddle, how much that will really diminish the score, because the judges will deem that as, you know, almost not 2 separate rides. They'll still drop a score, but they won't really emphasize too much of what she did after she went down on her knees and broke up that ride. A comparison as well can be if the surfer grabs the rail through the foam, the judges often see that as a very much a safety stance, you know, and sometimes it's not a lack of control, but it's a lack of commitment through a difficult part of the wave, and breaking up that trim into the knee paddle is going to limit the scoring potential of Sheila May's ride. It was nice to see. It's the kind of thing you want to do when you're free surfing. If it goes into a flat section, of course, get on the knee paddle. She rode that well, but I don't think it's going to be a strong score.
Yeah, I agree with you. And looking at how these scores have lined up to start out, Mara scoring a 6-point ride on that opening one that we watched, really on the strength of that nose ride, because after that she had a little check turn, but that wave kind of dissipated. So the judges were really appreciating how critical and the length of time she spent on the nose, getting that really nice hang 10. Kaede getting a 5.5, so really snapping at her heels. So it's them two that are running away with this a bit. Let's look at this one again.
Well, Mara, for me, she's the golden child of women's longboarding in the Philippines. She is the one who I think could win a world longboard title on the women's side. She's been inspired by JR's success. She's got a lot of skill, but what needs to happen next is polishing the finesse, because the talent is there, the read of the wave, but it's now making that transition into that flow and that link with poise between the critical maneuvers. She's very comfortable locking into long hang 5s, leaning on the back foot, but the next stage is really taking that risk, going into those 10s through the steep sections, and then you're going to start to see excellent range scores. But of all of the talent that's come through over the last 15 years, you know, of course, Daisy, the trendsetter in the competitive side on the women's side, Mara's older sister Ashley, she's been very strong, but I feel like Mara is the one, and Kyla as well. This is Daisy's daughter. Those two young women are the future of international longboarding for the Philippines, and I think Mara across the next decade could be pushing for a women's world longboard title. As we can see Daisy there on the screen, we can see June Esquivel. You know, these are the families. This is like now second generation stuff, and I can see both the Abueza brothers there. They're actually going to be competing on the men's side. So I mean,
they're in a heat together.
It's nuts, isn't it? And what a rarity. I mean, to have. I mean, you're obviously like know the culture and the history of a place like San Clemente, which is an incredible surf town that's produced so many champion surf families. But what we're seeing now in San Juan is a similar thing. It's like multi-generational surf families, and it won't be long before we see a photo or video clip of granddaughter, mum, and grandma on the same wave, and then you're talking like 3 generations of surfers from one town.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been so great to see. And talking of that town, that's La Union. Here on your screen, San Juan is where we are, and there's just so much surf around here. Of course, we're at Mona Lisa at the top of the point there, but even all that beach breaking around the corner is great surf. Taking a look back at the action, Emily Curry finding her way up to the nose, and opts to get out of that, not seeing much opportunity through the inside. But she really has to get her campaign busy. She's looking for a 4.48, but that's just off of those 2 scores that she has, that she'd be wanting to throw both of those away by the end of this heat.
And you can really see as well that the style of swell you get here in the Amahan season, which is the northeast monsoon from November to March, it's quite short period surf. It can often be a little bit peaky. Waves are very close together, a bit like you'll see in Rio Bay and Hainan, but the water's blue, and the bathymetry of the point break here at Mona Lisa sculpts a really fantastic wave. It's a great shortboard wave, but in my eyes, it really lends itself to longboarding and the opportunity to link sections up.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Kaede looking to back up that 5.50 with another beautiful set. Really love the finesse that she has on the tail. She has great board control there, and she's looking to hopefully make it through into this next section. Great trim line to get back in there up to the nose now. It gets pretty frothy and bumpy on the inside, so really nice bonus that she was able to add in the extra nose ride.
Yeah, strong, committed. You know, she's in a good position with that 5.5. Not as strong as Mara's opening 6, but she's going to get a backup score that's going to put her up into first, because she was only chasing a 0.94. But Kaede, again, you know, a little bit like Natsumi, she's compact, she's controlled, you know, she doesn't wobble too much. She's very much a fast longboarder, and, you know, she's someone who's always going to be a threat. But I still think there's big opportunities for Emily and Sheila May in this heat. Nobody's put an excellent range score on the board yet. All 4 of these surfers are still in the mix, Rach.
Yeah, however, as Mara, she's sitting on this in the lead right now with a 6-point ride, and having a lead off the strength of 1 score does make you feel quite confident.
Yeah.
Especially when now she can just be patient. She's sitting out there looking for her second ride, and she knows this lineup so well. And talking about what La Union has, like you were saying, in longboarding, this wave really lending itself to longboarding, and that's been so great to see from the Filipinos here, is that they really embrace longboarding as well. They're huge fans of it. It's the most longboard surf-centric town I think I've ever been to.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is born of the quality of the waves. It's a type of place that lends itself to using a number of different boards. You know, a lot of the surfers also ride a lot of retro boards really nicely, and I think it's like a natural progression. If you are raised in a place that offers longboard conditions sometimes, shortboard conditions other times, you're going to use everything like the locals do. In contrast to somewhere like Hossegor. Okay, Hossegor doesn't naturally create many longboarders because it's a very heavy beach break. Whereas down in Biarritz, where you've got the likes of Côte de Basque, you've got La Fatania, Guitry, they can be really nice longboard waves. Small Days at Guitry is playful. Big, of course, is more kind of gun territory.
Yep.
But it's interesting how what we see from San Juan is a beach town that offers like beginner beach break waves, groomed loggy point break waves, heavier days for a shortboard, and that's why the locals ride everything. And and that's part of the beauty of this place. And the first time I came was so long ago. I mean, Rach, you would have been so small then. It was 2001, and it was already, you had a core scene, and it was like so amazing to see how empowered the local communities have come to lead this surf tourism movement. And one of the big driving forces is the fact that it's accessible from Manila, so people from the city can come on a beach weekend and they can swim, they can bathe, and they can have surf lessons. And that's the building blocks of any long-term sustainable surf town, to have a national local market, and then you can appeal to the international market at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see them making that real push. The government here in that surf tourism push, recognizing that they have great surf, that there is a world of surfers out there that would travel from all corners of the world just for good surf, recognizing that and appealing to that now. They had the World Junior Championships take place here just last week. We saw 2 Australians crowned junior world champions, and now we're here, another international event, bringing everyone from around the world, because these surfers here are competing for 2 spots on the World Tour.
Exactly, and we've had now JR going, 3 years in a row, cracking in well into the top 10 of the World Longboard Tour, getting very close to winning a World Longboard title, and that's helped reinforce for the Philippine Sports Commission why surfing is worth investing in, and they're investing in tennis, volleyball, basketball, a number of other global sports, but they have got big plans for surfing, and the fruits of the labor have shone in JR's success. But let's not forget all of the surfers around him. It takes a village to raise a child, is that wonderful phrase, and JR's international success is off the back of this big culture of top level short and longboarding. And let's not forget Siargao on the east side, and
Absolutely.
all of the hundreds of other world-class reef breaks. There's famous waves. Catanduanes is this nuts, like ballistic fast barreling wave on the island north of Siargao, and then you've got all the waves to explore in Luzon and down in Mindanao, and next week some of us are traveling over to Palawan.
I was just going to say
What
that.
they're calling
What
the
type of wave
last
is that
frontier.
you're going to?
San Vicente is a beach break stretch with, it looks like there's rights and lefts. The left looks like maybe one of the more exciting kind of sandbars, but there's multiple peaks. There's a point break in the north of El Nido, which is a place famous for its big limestone karst topography, where there's some beautiful images. If you Google El Nido, Palawan, you'll see a picturesque landscape that will just whet your appetite for travel. Do you think I should get employed by the Philippines?
I think you're making a really good pitch for it right now. No, I have absolutely fallen in love with it here. I've been talking to my boyfriend in between heats and throughout the day, and just telling him how much I'm excited for us one day to come back here. Like, he's never been to the Philippines, and I can't wait to show him and my friends and family as well. Let's take it back to this heat. It's been a while since we've seen a surfer up and riding, and it's Sheila May now looking for a 4.27 and making a really good run for it. Beautiful nose rides, really nice and clean. Critical there, finds the hang 10. Ooh. Can she hold on to it? She recovers after winding down the windows a little bit, but will cut out of it cleanly, looking like she's riding a Thomas surfboard, and it's looking really nice under her feet.
That was a really important score for Sheila May. She's chasing something, a 4.27, that feels like it's very attainable on that ride. Yes, the first nose rides were maybe a little bit wide of the pocket, but she set up a really good trim line anticipating that second wedge. Here's that first nose ride. Nice, clean, walks out, stays in trim, eyeing up that wedge there. So a little bit wide of the pocket on that second nose ride, but it allowed her to keep the movement going for this third nose ride. And 3 good nose rides, all smooth, 1 bit of rail engagement, a 4th nose ride with a little bit of a lift there, getting close to the 10, riding that through. For me, I think it's going to really put her back in the mix. She may well go up into second with this ride, Reg.
Yeah, and she does. That score coming through is a 4.67. So that now takes her to an advancing position, second place. But this is where we were talking about Mara now. Sitting with that strength of a 6, she's been super, super patient. And she's only looking for a 1.34, as opposed to Emily, who unfortunately only has a 2.73 as her highest single wave score. She's looking for something a bit bigger, only still a 4.62, so nothing out of reach, but I'd really love to see those 2 surfers get busy.
So we've got Malia getting ready, listening to some beats there, I reckon a bit of hip-hop. Who knows? Gavin, her partner from Cocoa Beach there, he's with her. You can just see Crisanto there on the left, just chilling, keeping it cool. He'll be surfing later. He's been a standout. Perry, Crisanto, known as King, and Roger and JR have been surfers. And someone called RJ Lopez, who's the older brother of Mara in this heat. For me, he was insane yesterday. But focus now on Malia. She's from Ventura, California. She's used to right-handers, and I think she's really going to shine out here today, Rachel.
Yeah, I agree. As we see Kaede now, who's sitting in the lead, looking to build upon her scores. Really nice cut back there. Love the placement. So much flow in that, up to the nose. Bringing it back again. Every maneuver has been really nicely linked with flow.
Totally agree. Totally agree. It would be nice just to get that controlled end moment. You know, there's that sense of not only bitterness for the surfer, but also that feeling when the judges don't get that appreciation of completion. You know, like in gymnastics, when a gymnast lands something and just has that moment of poise where they really sell to the judges that I've controlled every moment of what I've been doing. It would have been nice to see her just smooth out that final section, but up to that point there was definitely very dynamic surfing, a lot of use of all of the wave, rail engagement, footwork, and I think it's going to be a strong score.
Oh no, and we see Mara using her priority there, giving a good paddle for that, and not being able to get into it. Sheila May now finding one here, trying to get over that lump. There's been a lot of lumps and bumps to this surf, but she navigates it well to find her way up to the nose and roller coastering down a little bit to try and make it around this section. She brings it back to the power source. She's waiting and just eyeing up down the line if there's going to be provided another opportunity, and a quick opportunity it is to get up to the nose. And not a whole lot happening here. Back up to the nose, but coming unstuck there. Like we were saying, really important, I think, to finish those waves out cleanly. You know, I think what that last nose ride would have given her, Sam, is not as much as would have a strong cut out.
Here we go. Opportunity, Rachel, for Emily.
Emily has been really quiet throughout this heat. Great opening nose ride. Brings it back around. A smaller wave, but this one looking a bit cleaner and lining up in front of her as she is getting some nice work done. Trying to stay up there, keep that board speed up, and unfortunately coming unstuck at the end there. Love the work that she got done. I'm sure she'd be a little bit frustrated about that because she'd be wanting at this point to now have something of more substance on the board. I think we'll see that still throw away that 2.73
Exactly.
though.
It could be a keeper. It may not be the score she needs to go immediately up into second, but it could be a keeper if she's quick to get out back and find an opportunity for another wave. Then I think there's going to be a score that she can really chase. Whether she's going to get a 4.62 on that, I felt like the wave was a bit smaller. She rode it very well, but again, it just needed that clean finish. There was a very critical nose ride before that moment. If she had ridden out of that, I think she would have been close to the score. It could well fall a little bit under, but it's certainly going to better her backup score of a 1.03 and certainly replace that high score she's currently carrying of a 2.73, because a 3.20's come through for Sheila May's last ride. So she stays in second, but we're expecting you know, a lot more pressure now put on the board with those scores from Kaede. That 4.77 comes in for that last ride, adding to that 5.5. But Mara, the local, in priority. And Rachel, one of the discussions I was having with a few of both the traveling and local surfers this morning was just the value of local knowledge, of recognizing from the deeper position the waves in the set that are going to really run shallow across the reef and allow that connection.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at this lineup now, 4.5 minutes remaining, Mara now has that priority back in her mix. And I think the quietness we've seen from her is not because she hasn't been trying. We see a lot of a 0.3, a 0.93, a 0.5. She just hasn't been able to find that wave that really provides that opportunity. She's looking now for a 1.87. Because Sheila May's last 3.2 did go into her scoreline, it increased that requirement. Emily dropping a 3.73, so that does go into her scoreline. There we can see all of the scores on your screen that have been dropped for our surfers. So Emily's requirement drops now down to a 4.15.
Did you see how cool Mara was then? I mean, that was amazing local knowledge. She didn't lose her priority. She turned. She made it very clear she wasn't going for that wave. She was out of position for this second wave, but, you know, there's a lot of wisdom demonstrated from young Mara, the way she was able to keep her composure. A lot of other surfers would look ruffled under pressure then and maybe have you know, paddled and missed and lost their priority, but she's still in priority.
Yeah, well, love that Sheila May is staying busy, because She is knowing that Mara only needs that 1.87, and this one looking really nice and clean from this drone angle, getting a little soul arch in there, adding that flare, and unfortunately not going to link back into the inside. So, you know,
Don't you just love a good soul arch?
I do. So
did
beautiful.
you ever get to watch Josh Baxter as you were growing up?
Yes, yeah.
You know, he was always one of my favorites for the hold of the long soul arch. You know, like the classic kind of locked in, maybe leaning off the back foot, which is not always kind of heavily rewarded in the contest format. But as far as style goes, pure gold.
Yeah.
Just that. And Wingnut does that very nicely as well.
Yes, absolutely.
And that, for me, we saw that little flash of soul arch joy from Sheila May there. They're the stylistic elements that make longboarding so unique, the dance of it. And they're the things that you can practice, you know, even on dry land as you're learning to nose ride, on a longboard skateboard, you know, just cruise down the boulevard and practice your soul arch as your back arm up. I like to bring the back arm up. I just think it's just a stylistic statement. The judges aren't kind of going to give you extra points for that. They like to see more kind of composure and, you know, positioning of arms is it's an interesting debate because some people appreciate the use of the arms, others like to see them low. I don't mind use of the arms, but it's when the arms are used unnecessarily and there's like a kind of like an element of wobbliness because of the arm movements.
Yes, exactly.
I don't mind it when the arms are out or when the arms are up, and if it feels like it looks natural and elegant and part of the dance.
Yeah, I really appreciate arms. I mean, I'm more of an arms up style person myself. I love the ballerina element to it. Let's take a look now. Mara going for a 2.10. This is important for her to ride out of. I'd say safe to say we have the score already locked in now, and she finds her way back up to the nose. She's been super patient for this one. Love how she put it on the line when it counted. Emily looking for a score as well. Seeing from her body language as she cut out of that one, maybe not going to be it. I'm not sure what she did on the outside. So it's all coming down, and Sheila May trying to hold on to that second place position. What a beautiful nose ride, unfortunately coming unstuck. So we might see some change-ups here within that final minute.
A lot happened. I mean, Mara was only chasing a small score. She had to go. I feel like she may well have got the score. We got a clip there of Emily getting locked into a 5. Sheila May did fall later on her ride. It looked like a bigger wave. Mara, I mean, we've got to appreciate, you know, she was only born in 2011. She's a youngster. Here's the replay of Emily. Locks the 5, cross steps cleanly out of that opening nose ride, and then lovely setup off the bottom there, cross stepping forward, touches that 5, walks back, nice clean wall ahead, a good sweeping turn, very composed, and then hoping that this wave's just going to reform for her, looking for a 4.38. So potential for the score on that, but we have to recognize that Mara is only chasing a 2.10. So when Mara's score comes through, that will increase the requirement from Emily potentially up into a mid-6, maybe even a mid-5. And I feel like Mara safely was getting like at least a 3. There it is, Rach. What does she get?
And she comes through as a 3.7, so there is a change in the situation. And Emily's last coming through as a 3.43, so that's not going to be her requirement. Sheila May now, unfortunately, knocking into that third place position. And we still have a score to drop for Kaede, but she is really comfortably sitting in that leading position. So, wow, I mean, Mara getting that first wave of the heat, getting that 6-point ride. She stayed very, very patient, only getting her second ride she got a lot of in and outs, but getting her second ride of substance in the last minute.
I tell you, Dad, Nano, who's Mara's dad, he would have been watching nervously, and he will be so proud that Mara got second there.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to those surfers. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but stay tuned. We're heading straight into quarterfinal number 3 here at the La Union International Pro.
Let's get started. Let's go.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
What a comeback from our rising star from the local community. Mara Lopez got through the last heat in the last seconds. My name is Dai Wako. We are back into the action. This is quarterfinals heat number 3 of the women's. I'm here in the booth with one of the greatest and one of the knowledgeable longboard commentators in the sport, Sam Blakey, in the booth.
Yeah, Di, good
Good
stuff.
morning.
Thanks for having me. Wow, good start already. 2 good heats. You know, nail biters, opportunities for people to get in second. You know, you generally had somebody running away with it. Kaede in that second heat, Natsumi in the first heat, but you felt like second was up for grabs from all 3 surfers in those first heats. A lot of respect for young Mara Lopez getting through. Have you seen Mara shortboard yet?
Yes,
She's
we've
really good
seen.
shortboarder, isn't she, as
Definitely, she's one of the greatest.
Do you think that her career potential is going to be stronger as a longboarder or a shortboarder?
Well, she's still young and she's still, super capable of getting into longboard and shortboard. So I wouldn't say which one is better, but I reckon she's more comfortable on the longboarding. And then we are back in the live action. This is Malia Iligan from United States. This is her first wave. 5.67 already locked in. Start her campaign here. Beautiful surfing here, Sam.
Yeah, really nice from Malia. She's going to be so proud of this wave. It's got size, it's got control. There's a nice, smooth, open approach to everything she's doing, but it's also in the pocket. And I really think this is going to go big. Well bigger than a 5. Could be getting close to that, 7 excellent range. I just think that Malia's got a lot of confidence on these style of waves as well. Of course, she's a Filipina American. She's got a big, deep cultural link to the area, and that was a really strong way to start with that 5.67.
Oh, definitely. It's a great start from Malia. But while waiting for other great actions, we're going to go head over to Camille on the glass with the last hit winner, Kaede.
Thank you, Dai. Another great performance from our 2024 event winner, Kaede Inoue. Now, Kaede, I know you like to surf these waves. Yes, you like Mona Lisa Point, you like coming to La Union. And my question is, how are the waves compared to in 2024 when you won this event? The same, different?
Maybe same size, but in 2024, more good waves. And in this time, a little bit no power, but a little bit bumpy. Yeah, a little bit different.
So you're talking about bumpy rides and a little bit different from the last time, but on your equipment, are you riding the same board or do you have new boards now?
I don't have new board on my board. I borrowed Taka's board. And then in 2024, I used the magic board, but that board broken. And this time, I love Piccolo's board. Yeah, I use Piccolo's board.
And your fin setup, you're one of the few surfers who use 2+1 or like 3 fins on longboard. Is that the same setup you have now?
Blue one, 2+1, but that's board. I very single riding. Yeah, single riding and good floater. Very good.
Absolutely. That's what we love to see from Kaede. She's one of the few female surfers who can really put her rail to work, and the judges love to see that. We all love to see that. So before I let you go, have a drink of water, and maybe it's off for the day for you. We're not sure. We wait for the call. Anyone you want to greet back home?
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。この後兄の、ヒートがある予定なので、そちらの方もぜひチェックして応援の方よろしくお願いいたします。Thank you.
おめでとうございます。Salamat po. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Kaede and her brother will be surfing soon, but this is live action. We have Lala Johnson from Hawaii. This is her second wave, and looks like waves kind of dies out a little bit, but she's gonna hold on to it and hoping to this wave just stand up for her. Actually gets on the nose, but unfortunately it goes down. So we are in 7 minutes in now, and a few scores already locked in. 5, 6, 7 for the fast wave for Malia, 2.80 for Alana, 2.50 for Lucy, and 1.0 for Mare. So not major scores locked in yet, but looks like we're gonna have Malia been riding on this bigger waves. Beautiful hang 5 to start with. She's gonna stick to it. Coming around a section, nice trim down the line, just waiting for the section stand up, waiting for those critical sections to actually she can put a major maneuver in. A couple of trim down, turn, and surfing all the way to the inside. It gets the hang 5 there, and great turn to finish up. Well, actually, there's going to be another bonus section, but she was surfing from the outer back to all the way to the inside. Brilliant. Right on the shallow reef there.
Brilliant. I love that. I can see Malia going to the final. This is fantastic. Look at the confidence. Straight to the 5. It's a fast section. Look at the smile and the joy on her face as well as she's riding through this wave. Difficult first section to deal with, but she did everything perfectly. Great carve, on rail, on edge, back to the pocket, a second carve to back up, a third carve. So already we've seen a critical nose ride, 3 good turns, and now she's just navigating the section that starts to get bumpy. This is the point where it's easy to lose your balance or nosedive, but she gets a really clean, controlled 5, walks back to the tail again on rail, and it's still standing up, and she just finds enough water before the section that's really shallow in there. I actually had a wave yesterday in the free surf in the evening. I landed right on top of that rock, and it's so easy to end up on that shallow section and potentially knock a fin out, like we saw Tony Silvani hit his fin on that rock yesterday in his heat, and it actually creased above the fin box. So Malia's read of that wave was just perfect, and already with that 5, 6, 7, that second ride I think is going to be a very similar score, but I'm seeing somebody who could get to the final right now.
Definitely, and like you said, Sam, it's a 5.00, so it's a great backup score for Malia, and as soon as she took off the wave, you can tell she's super hungry for the wild card, hungry for the world title, hungry to get back on the tour again. You know, she's still 19 years old and young, but have a lot of experiences on the world stage.
And she's a Filipino American, so this is, you know, a second home to her. And talking of hunger, Dai, you could see by the way she used very quick paddling into that wave to maximize that first nose ride section. And the great thing about riding a longboard is you can really adjust your paddle speed depending on the way you want to ride a wave. If you're going to do a fade and you want a slow start, if you want to do a quick start, then you can really pick up a lot of momentum because you get great planing speed on the length of a longboard. And she really clawed deep, got that speed, and it allowed her to run into that first nose ride and run back before the section chandeliered. And I think that was a really great demonstration of her confidence today, her determination, and the way she's reading Mona Lisa Point.
Definitely, especially when we have the slower heat like this heat. You know, we've seen a couple of waves, but nothing major set rolling through the lineup yet. So it's inconsistent. Even though we seeing waves building up overnight, we've seen a lot of slower heats this morning, and especially those heats you kind of want to have the quick start.
Sure.
And that's exactly what Maria's doing. It's really playing well here.
Yeah, and it feels like that swell peaked overnight. It got pretty big yesterday afternoon, but we had a lot of wind yesterday afternoon. We got smooth conditions this morning. The wind is forecast to hit a little bit earlier today than it did yesterday, because yesterday actually stayed clean really late in the day, which can be quite unusual here. So we really scored. We'll probably see that wind still into the latter stage of the men's round today. But right now, yes, there's peaky sections, but it's so velvet clean on the face.
Well, Lucy's having a look at this one with the first priority. Racing down the line, trying to get on those cleaner section, but unfortunately this wave just shut down on her, but still she's gonna stick with it. She found the cleaner face here, and she found this steeper section in inside section, but unfortunately waves didn't really cooperate with her. So it was one of the mistakes that we've seen from Lucy Small, using first priority there.
Yeah, she was unlucky. That had the size of a wave that you didn't want to say no to. You know, she would have been, it would have been an unusual situation for her not to have used her priority and capitalized on that, but it was just very unlucky, because from the moment she stood up, she couldn't get a high line to find the nose ride. She took that speed line, but in order to get round that section, by the time she was past that foam, it was just more soft face that was not going to allow a critical turn or the lift or the lock of a nose ride. Because when you do ride the nose, you want to be in the steep section of the wave. You can't ride the nose on the flats. So that was just a bit of bad luck for Lucy. But, you know, she's got a backup score, that 1.5. You know, she's got a 2.5. She's going to now paddle back into the lineup with a really good kind of awareness of the variety of waves that have come through. She would have learned from that set and maybe know next time, is this the set that I want to take that's going to allow the big scoring potential to get myself in the semi-finals?
That's 100% right. There is a committed paddling here from Alana Johnson from Hawaii. A lot of speed, generating so much speed through the section here. Nice trimming carb down there. Just waiting for the section to stand up and ready to go to the nose. Quick 5 there. And just trim down the line again. Just stick with it. Trying to get another section here through the inside. Hopefully she's going to get another hang 5 there. So quick 5. There's a lot of things going on, but at the back we have Mare up and riding. Nice. Navigating really well. And hoping to get into the inside section, but unfortunately couldn't really get on this inside section. But looks like Maria will be on this one again. Nice hang 5 to hang 10. Quick setbacks, beautiful transitioning. I love the rail carve there from Malia, and step in, step back. Great footwork, beautifully transitioning in between the steps.
Nice work from Malia. This is fantastic. For me, instinct says two standout rides for there were Alana's and Malia's. Absolutely blown away seeing both of these regular footers. We get the replay first of Mara. Gets the 5. Nice 5 out of the 5. She's riding Luffy boards. Really big overhead section as well. Moves through after that nose ride with control. Gets that second nose ride. So already a very strong score for Mara. And then comes back on rail. Great control, good footwork. This is a really nice shaped wave with a huge scoring potential. No connection through that very inside section, but look at the flow here. This is Rel Sun-esque grace from the Hawaiian. It's beautiful, just the way she's letting the wave do the work, and then now into that nice turn. There's elegance, there's poise. Nothing's overrushed, but just when the opportunity allows, she finds the 5, walks cleanly back out of that nose ride, cuts back quite radically, and then just accelerates with the foam, and now gets another cut back. And I really just like the poise throughout everything on this ride. Now this is the money moment for Malia. Into the 5, and then holds that 10, leans forward, rushes back. Look at the snap in this turn though, back to the tail, bam! And that's a Wayne Rich surfboard. Wayne, of course, one of the great surfboard shapers from the Ventura area, of course, Rincon Star Master himself. And of course, Malia based up there in Ventura, California, working closely with Wayne, and that board really shining for Malia. So it's going to be a very strong score for Malia and a solid score for Alana.
Back to live action. We kind of missed the first section of this wave, but still I can tell that that was a great ride from Lucy Small. Probably this wave will get her back in the game. We are just halfway through this heat, 14 minutes left on the clock, but on screen we have red and green are getting ready. That's Ophelia, Alcoen, and Amber is just getting ready for the next coming up heat number 4 of the quarterfinals. And then we are straight into the men's action. So we're going to see a lot of action today again, but I love to see how pre-heat routine here.
I love it. I mean, these are two fantastic longboarders, you know. Amber, if you look at her social media and her website, she's a dancer. And, you know, she's brings a beautiful flair to longboarding. Ophelia herself has always been one of the most stylish longboarders from Reunion. Both of these women, I'm so pleased to see them here representing. And, you know, both of these women could get to the final. They could win the event. You know, we've got an incredible range of different styles and talents, but what we see in Ophelia and Amber is two people who really embody the grace of longboarding, you know, all that poise and precision and what we might describe as surfing as dance.
It is a dancing, yeah? Especially on a longboard. I feels like it's it's a dancing on the surfboard. You know, you gotta have a great steps, but looks like Lana having a great ward for her, great hang 5 to start with. Unfortunately, kind of dies out, but still she decided to stick with it. But unfortunately, the wave didn't really cooperate, but still beautiful hang 5 to start with. Now last wave for her comes in at a 3.83, so she improves her situation right now, so she definitely want to get rid of the 2.80 quickly. But this is beautiful drawn shot of the Mona Lisa point. So now we see the surfing white getting ready, but just sitting there and just meditating or maybe checking the surf out.
How's the grooves from Amber and Ophelia? This is so classic. They're just feeling the vibes, 100% cash there. She's just getting focused. And then Malia up and riding locked on a 5, looking very strong on her Wayne Range board.
Hang 5 to start, another hang 5 unfortunately comes unstuck on the last section. Still, she's got, well actually she improves her situation with the last ride, but how's that first hang 5?
Yeah, she's riding the Harmonic 67 model out of that nose ride there. This won't matter because she's already got that 593 and that 567. Interestingly, Alana Johnson drops a 383 for the previous ride and a 28 for the last. So I felt like that 383, she made that score out of a wave that was more difficult to ride. She was unlucky on the 2.8, a good nose ride, but then there was nothing later. Mara on that 407, that's a very important score in this quarterfinal. I felt like there was more in that wave. Maybe there was a 6 there had she just linked that final section with that last bit of controlled surfing, staying closer to the pocket would have allowed her to take that wave through to the inside, and I felt there could have been a point, maybe 2 more in it, but a 407 is a really important score for her, because if you look at the spread of scores, Malia's out there as the front runner with 2 big 5s, but Alana in second, she hasn't broken past that high 3.8, so Mara's 4 is very important and she's up and riding, Dai.
This is very important way for her. Nice hang 5 to start with, hold on to it, really long time, nice step back, walk out of the hang 5 cleanly, but unfortunately her back foot kind of steps out of the surfboard. That was really unlucky for...
Big potential on that wave, Dai, as well, because that was a really nice clean nose ride, and already you were thinking, well, the nose ride alone and the style and the shape and the feel of the wave, we're sitting maybe on a mid-range score just for that moment. Now we need control, and very unlucky as she walks back and then goes on rail, foot slips, she takes a fall, and I felt like had that not happened, Mara would be in a very, very solid second. Now as it stands, she's going to get a backup score that will probably put her into second, but it will mean that Alana and Lucy don't need very big scores for themselves to go into second.
You're right, it was an unlucky moment for Mara, but the last wave for Mara locks in 3.80, so if she could have made that, section, it could have gone to the 5-point range super easy, and that put her into a great position with second. But it was really, really unlucky, just like you said, with 9 minutes remaining. Doors open for seconds for green, blue, and white at the moment. There's not much difference in between these three.
Yeah, sure. And also, had Mara, just made that turn, she's still with the wave, connecting to new sections, opening out the potential for even more of a score. But she's staying active, and actually, in this wide position right now, it's not going to be an easy wave to catch. She doesn't catch it, but could have been lucky there, out of priority, sitting wide, finding a little slingshot, one of those kind of wedgy ones. But it seems as though the temptation to sit deeper is, that's the leading factor. Most people are using their priority from the deepest section, and with priority, Lucy Small up and riding.
Right, this is going to be a very important way for Lucy. Needs to improve her situation to go into the advancing position. A nice trim down the line, just waiting for the section to stand up. Here comes, this is where we see the wave start to open up. A lot of speed generating so much, but nothing really happening in there. So it was kind of unfortunate for her.
Agreed. Unlucky. I feel as if Lucy's 2 times with priority she's been so unlucky with the shape of the waves. There was that first big one that didn't allow anything critical at the beginning because she just had to get through the section. This one had great shape, but it just didn't have that kind of steepness to allow her to lock into a nose ride. So she's worked it as best as possible, but she's chasing a 5.30, so she's not going to get the score on that. But 7 minutes 20 seconds, still time, and also still sitting wide. Mara, a hard one to catch once again, but I think Mara needs to now be sensible. She doesn't want to get too flustered. She's can earn herself higher back up the priority. She's carrying a significant 4. She wants to improve that 3.8, but I wouldn't recommend her being too busy, trying to scramble for some of those wide swings. I think she needs to sit in the pack and and get her chance for first or second priority.
Wow, that's exactly what she's doing. Probably she's listening to your advice here. She's now sitting in the out the back position with 2 other surfers. Probably now she's going to play sit and wait strategy here, but I think that's the go-to strategies in this position for her right now.
Big opportunity for Alana. I mean, Alana has just been one of my favorite standout surfers of the event so far, shining from that opening round. She's just been putting that board on rail. She's got that kind of Haleiwa flair where she's very comfortable in the bumpy, speedier section. She's been nose riding really nicely, and I think she'll of course be a little bit disappointed in the opportunity she's had in this quarterfinal, but she's still got time. She's got first priority. A 4:05 is it's a score that all of these women can get at the click of a finger. They all know that they can get an excellent range score, and they know that something like a 4.5, a solid nose ride on takeoff, some rail work linking it through to the inside, they're going to get the score.
Important way for Alana. Nice hang 5, back to hang 5 to hang 10. It's clean face, well controlled surfing. I love that rail work there. And another hang 5. She needs a score 4.05. It's not a big score, and she's done a lot of damage at the back, and she's linking through to the inside section nicely here. Another 5. Wow, brilliant. That was a beautiful finish there for Alana. This is another important way for Mara. Beautiful hang 5, stay in the pocket, power source of the wave, and she's gonna link it through to the inside now. Another hang 5, a little bit of wobble there, unfortunately goes down, but very different 2 waves in the last exchange.
Yeah, and Mara's making so much progress with her surfing. There's a lot of talent in Mara, and every month, every year she improves. And already this is an incredible achievement to get this far in an event, in a WSL event, to get to the quarterfinals for Mara. Lives in Portugal, from the Netherlands, is outstanding. Malia up and riding. Alana's last wave was beautiful though.
It was a beautiful wave, but this lady is having a great hit right now. Nice quick hang 5. the wave kind of shut down on her, but still she's stuck to it, just waiting for that inside section. But unfortunately, you know, that wave didn't really offer much after. But the last wave for Alana, it was a beautiful wave and the beautiful performance. It's still waiting for the scores to drop, but needs 4.05. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. She's got that for sure. She's just such a natural. I mean, the way she walked in and out of those nose rides with poise and control. You know, one of the things the judges really appreciate from the judging notes that they've sent out today is not only that combination and that variety, but it's that effortless flow and timing and a sense of natural reading of the wave. And look at this for poise. You know, this is a masterclass. The 5, the 10, and back up for the 5 already. Look at the body language. She is in so much control. Everything feels so velvety and natural. And she goes back up for yet another clean nose ride, pulls in for another quick 10. So I'm starting to feel that this is well above the score that she needs. And she's still going strong through the inside. As the wave starts to get a little bit of bump, she redirects and even gets a touch of the 5 going left. And you can really appreciate on the drone there. Okay, yes, it's not a super in the pocket 5 and 10, but she's just working this line so gracefully. And that cutback, you know, there's control and power. And I reference again Rel's son, who's one of the kind of, you know, the embodiments of Hawaiian grace on all boards. Rel herself, an amazing longboarder. You know, any clips or photos you see of her, Kaha is just, you know, like a masterclass of how to ride gracefully. This is good from Malia. It's not going to go, in my opinion, into her top 2. She's already sitting strong, but I just think Alana's going to be in a solid second when that score drops. And it comes in at a 5.
Yeah, it is a 5.0. It is a requirement. And now Alana is in second place. So now Mare is in trouble, needing 4.77. But look at this replay of the drone shot. Beautiful line, beautiful footwork there.
Yeah, and in the pocket, you know, that the key thing about that is she, you know, as she took off, it was staying close to the pocket. She didn't need to go into trim for the nose ride. It was one of those nose rides where she was pointing towards the land because that was the you know, the shape of the wave. That's what the wave demanded. She's up and riding through to the inside. I think she's sitting solid. I think Mara was unlucky. Her last score comes in at a 3.43. The fall, of course, would have really dented the potential for that score. Here's the replay of Lucy chasing a 6.26. Now, that was a really nice nose ride from Lucy. Unlucky with that section ahead of her, but showing her skills. Lucy again on a skin dog surfboard double scoop that's given her fantastic success. She's been competing on the European Longboard Tour. She's now based in Biarritz. The European Tour is open to all international competitors with an organization called the European Surf Federation. And Lucy has been, for me, the standout of that tour this season. And you know, she could easily claw it back here. This is a bouncy, bumpy wave for Malia. That's why it came in at a 3.80, not going into her top 2. But Malia's had a really great run. You know, this is her 6th ride, and everything about the way she's been performing from the very first wave of the heat, for me, says she could be a contender for the final die.
Definitely, you know, really great management of the heat from Malia. So it's down to 30 seconds left on the clock. Time is ticking away for Mare and Lucy Small, needing score 4.77 for Mare and a 6.0. It's a decent score for Lucy Small.
Everybody's watching their phones for scores. You can just see that it's still morning. There's a morning vibe here. You know, there's a little bit of tension. You know, the nerves of all the competitors, the families. You know, we got Ben Considine. He's going to be coming up in the men's. Mara needs a good score here, but this is a small wave. I just don't think the wave size is going to allow that. But Daya, you know, once again, you know, we have to be so proud of what Mara has achieved. This is a massive result. This is a surfer from the Netherlands, not a country we associate with getting in the final of the quarterfinals of WSL competitions. Mara is becoming a world-class longboarder, and it's really exciting to see, and it's inspirational for new generations of new regions for surfing.
Definitely, it is a great result for them. It's a quarterfinals in number 3. It is Malia and Alana will be moving into semi-finals. So we're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more actions in the men's side.
Let's get started. Let's go.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
Beautiful morning, the beautiful right hand at this Mona Lisa point. We are now into quarterfinals heat 4 of the Union International Pro. We have Ophelia Cohen in red, Maria Fernandez Reyes in blue, Cash Hoover in white, Amber Petri Damasoy in green. What a matchup here. My name is Dai. Welcome in the booth with my good friend Jessie. Welcome back
Di,
in the booth.
thank you. I missed you. Didn't get to chat yesterday.
Right, but right into the action. This is Maria up and riding. Nice hang 5 to hang
Wow.
10. Beautiful surfing on the clean face. Cut down, trim down the line, trying to link it through to the inside. But unfortunately, she couldn't. But still beautiful hang 5 to hang 10 on a cleaner face.
Yeah, Maria, she's been such a standout so far in this competition. We got to check this wave out while we were in the ad break. This was a really solid first ride here for Ophelia. Great slash back to the pocket. Holds a really stylish nose ride there. Kind of cheetah 5S, had that back foot pushing back a little bit further. And then came right back to the nose here. Little bit of water, but got a quick lift with a 10. And then through this inside, it really just opened up for her. Another nice 5. So she got to the nose plenty of times here. We got some rail surfing from her as well. So really impressive first wave to kick off this campaign. And I'm not surprised by the numbers starting to drop for that first wave. Amber, she got a little bit of action. So 2 French ladies out there, just goes down there for Amber. And then obviously that one for Maria. But look at that first wave number there, Di.
It is a 7.83. What a way to start her campaign. It's pretty much the excellent range score, and it's the best feeling to start with 7.83. But this is a replay of last of Maria.
Yeah, really nice footwork to get to the nose here. And you can see got a good amount of lift there as well. Obviously, always chasing more, but she's had some of the most incredible nose rides we've seen in the women's division. Just such an incredible talent. Has so much experience, but having that beautiful, really tight 5 into the 10 there as well. So Maria just looking sharp. Obviously, didn't get the inside section. We saw something similar happen with Natsumi this morning. First couple of waves, couldn't link it through, but because of experience like Natsumi, like Maria has, you'd have to say they're going to adapt to that pretty quickly.
Oh, definitely. And without the inside section, Maria's first wave locked in 4.0, which is good, which is great, you know, for the first wave. And then we have 30-minute heat today, adding extra 5 minutes. So as an athlete yourself, what do you think it's going to do with the extra 5 minutes? Is there going to be any strategy change? But let's back to the conversation after watching this live action here from Cash Hoover. Using her first priority, this is her first wave. Nice couple of turns to start with. Great quick 5 and kicks out. So it was a shorter wave, but still a lot of turns and quick 5. So I would say it's a great start.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there was definitely points missing on that section there. I think right where her board was and the line she was taking to get out of that wave, she could have used that to hit that section, and that would have really pushed up that 3-point ride. And I think we're going to see you know, those top end of the women not scared to hit those big sections. So I think Cash probably just finding her feet on this opening ride here. But yeah, I feel like when you've got names like Ophelia, Maria, Amber, especially with that opening 783, you're going to need to be capitalizing on every single lip line that's there. But like you were saying, Di, that extra 5 minutes, it's a whole nother world. You know,
whole another world.
Just to have that little bit more time, especially with these bigger looking conditions out there today, it's giving our competitors and just that little bit of extra kind of just pause to figure out the lineup because it is a little bit bigger today. We've seen some of our women sit a little bit too deep, maybe get their lineups a bit confused. We've got a lot more west in the swell today as well. So I think it's going to give them just that, yeah, like I was mentioning, that half beat more to go, okay, this is where the spot is, and then they'll start finding their momentum. And I think we're going to see that through both the men and the women's side of the draw today.
Definitely. And when we hear the extra 5 minutes, it doesn't feel like a lot of time, but in surfing competition, 5 minutes can change everything, and you can have 2 waves in the 5 minutes. But while we are waiting on the actions come in, we're going to head over to coming up with the last hit winner.
I don't hear anything.
Let's back to it. Maybe
We
a
are
bit
live.
later.
I am here with the last heat's winner on to the semifinals, Malia. It is so good to be interviewing you again, and it's a bit of a hectic morning, so talk to me about the wave situation out there.
So honestly, like I went for a little surf this morning and I had a really hard time. The waves aren't like nearly as like clean as they look. They're kind of like closing out here and there, sectioning off, and a little bit bumpy. So trying to find like one of the ones that like line up really well and like give you the section all the way through are really hard to like find. So I got really lucky and was able to just pick off a couple that lined up pretty okay for me.
Okay, I know the heat just finished, but what's going on through your mind? Is there something you would have done differently, different positioning? So let's talk about your notes for the semis.
I honestly was having a lot of fun in that heat. I had one of my good friends, Alana. She also ended up advancing at the end. We've been competing together, and it was honestly just fun to share the lineup with her and a bunch of other girls. And like a lot of people have mentioned, just having the lineup with 4 other people. I think I would have maybe like tried to have a little bit better wave selection, but I kind of just picked off ones that I thought would be fun to just surf and have fun on.
Okay, one more question. Where are those earrings from?
They're actually from Betty Belts. It's like a little jewelry shop that sponsors me, and I also work like at their shop. So come visit in Ventura.
Okay, so Malia is off to the semifinals. Stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Camille and Malia. Congratulations. She was on fire in the last hit. You know, she's so hungry for the win. She's super hungry for just getting the win here because her parents actually from the Philippines.
Yes, I love that. Her energy is also just contagious.
She has a great connection with this point, but this is a replay of the last of Cash Hoover. That was a beautiful ride.
Yeah, what a really nice tight 5 to start that one off there. Puts it on rail, shows us she's got some power as well. Back to the nose for another 5. She's got some really beautiful moments on this wave here and piecing it together through the inside for a couple of extra more points. Gets it on rail, just a little fumble on the inside, but all the damage was done out the back. This is that wave she was looking for. You can see there, really nice 5 there. Has that back foot all the way up towards the nose and then just delicately steps back. Changes into power gear, lays it on rail, and then here we go, back to the nose. Gets a really solid 5 for a second time. And I just think we saw it yesterday, we're going to see it today. That opening section is crucial for getting those big points, and this was just beautifully crafted here for Cash. She needed to have that big moment out the back and got it. I loved this wave all the way through.
Definitely in beautiful surfing. You know, she's still young surfer, coming out surfer, 16 years old. World ranked 16th in the world.
Wow.
And surfed at Abu Dhabi, finishing at 9th place.
Amazing.
Had a surf with Rachel Tilly.
Love.
At an Abu Dhabi event, and then 3rd at Haleiwa LQS 1000. So
oh, wow.
even at 16 years of age, she already has got a lot of good result.
Oh, and obviously showcasing that she charges, getting a big result at Haleiwa. It's hard no matter what equipment that you're on, especially longboards. There's so much power out there. So she's not scared to have a dig. So maybe these bigger conditions going to work in her favor today.
Wow, this is live action from Amber. Beautiful hang five there. This is actually her first event in a WSL. So it's crazy to think she just making it to the quarterfinals now. And then I had a chat with Amber this morning actually. She was actually changing her equipment.
Oh, wow.
She uses one of those flat deck surfboard the last few days, and she was kind of struggling to get on those nose right, but looks like she's on a good surfboard today.
Yeah, it looks really nice. Super speedy under her feet as well, which speed, it's going to be the difference in these later parts of the draw.
All right, she's back at it again, but quick in and out. Probably she's just figuring out where to sit and what kind of waves she should be getting. So a couple of low scores for Amber, but good scores for Cash Huber's last wave, 6.50. That is a great number in this heat. Cash Huber is now in the lead with a 6.5 and a 3.0.
Yes, solid score there for Cash, and it had to be. That opening nose ride was so beautiful, was so gracious, and just the way she held it, so much composure there as well. Ophelia with that 7.83. I'm excited to see how she's going to back that one up. Obviously, that first opening nose ride was just incredible from her as well, and I think the judges really making a statement there. They, like they saw yesterday, like they set on the first day of competition, they want you to capitalize the entire wave from start to finish. Use the entirety of your board on that wave as well. So as far as like simplicity goes, you make the most of the whole wave whilst using your entire board. The judges are going to reward it, and this was a perfect example. 7.83, straight to the nose, out the back here for Ophelia. Steps on the rail and just gives her a solid carve here too. Also, I love the fact that her hair clip, swimmers, and board all match. Really appreciate this. And then, again, just through this inside, she found one of these waves that just had perfect pace all the way through, and Ophelia just matching it, really elegant 10 through the inside here. It starts to bowl up, and you've got to take the risk on that inside section. You've got to get to the nose of your board there because you're going to get rewarded.
Definitely, you know, through the inside section, it has a lot of bumps in it, but she managed really well to engage the rail there, and great technique. Ophelia, they are all pretty much world surfer. They have a lot of experiences. So Maria was former LT surfer, so it's a great matchup in the quarterfinals heat number 4.
Yeah, this is stacked. This is really stacked, actually.
Heat.
So it's pretty cool to see just how much these ladies are going to push each other. You think even Maria, she didn't have a completed ride and got a 4-point ride. So obviously it's not as far as that 6.5 or that 7.83, but to get a 4 in the first opening part of the wave is massive. So let's have a think about what she's going to get when she takes one all the way through. So this is going to be a battle for those top 2 positions here. And I think Amber, she's going to need to get herself into a position where she can get at least a 6 in her lineup if she wants to start to battle for the lead here.
All right, Cash is up and riding. This is live action, straight to the 5. A beautiful cutback down, attacking the white water really well. Just stay composed, stay in the pocket, maintain the speed. But unfortunately, the wave kind of shut down on her, so couldn't really get around that section. But it's okay. Her lowest score is 3.0. Now she's trying to get rid of the 3. But I think she's close to getting, rid of the 3.0. What did you think?
I think she's being really smart staying busy here. Considering that she had one of the lower priorities, yeah, she needed to stay busy, but that full roundhouse, that's clutch, really. And you'll bang on there, Di. 3.33. She does extend her lead a little bit more. I know she was probably pretty bummed to not get this inside section, but I just think she's nailing the open parts of these waves. And so she's really starting to stamp her authority here. She's like, I've got the out the back down pat. Once she finds one that takes her all the way through, just like that 6.5, can easily see her total going into 12 points and above.
100% right, but looks like we're going to have Amber up and riding on her backhand, locks in on hang 5. Unfortunately, lost a little bit of balance, goes down. So unfortunate for Amber on that wave. There's still 15 minutes. We are just reaching halfway through in this heat, but looks like
Rachel's having a bit of a chin mag in the background there.
right. So it's 9 o'clock in the morning at local times, but we have a lot of people on the beach hanging out. So much great energy, but looks like we have Ophelia on the bigger size of the waves, racing, trimming down the line, and just waiting for the section to stand up. Is she gonna get the inside section here? I think she will.
Yes, wow.
Link it through to the inside, not really well, and it gets turned, not quite there, but still, she linked it through to the inside section. So I'd love to see the first half of the wave from Ophelia.
Yeah, this was great. Really strong nose ride. Just that tail in a real critical part of the wave there. So a lot of speed, a lot of wall she had to navigate and did it beautifully. And then came through this inside. How good is this? She just absolutely sailed through this real deep water. That board looking really great under her feet there as well. It's just carrying her right the way through. Gets one last nose ride there. You could tell she wanted to get that turn in, but just a little bit late. You need that extra beat to get to the top of the section, especially with such a big piece of equipment under your feet. But she's going to go to the lead here, Di.
Right. Even though that wave wasn't that wave that she was looking for, she locked in 3.87, enough to go back into the lead with a 7.83 and a 3.87. So she is having a great hit right now. There's still plenty of time left, 13 minutes and 13 seconds. Now we're into women's side, quarterfinal heat number 4. But after this, we're going to go into the men's side.
Yeah.
Round of 32. So it's going to be a great days of action.
It's actually a great looking first heat as well. Obviously, JR, you can't go past that name. He's kind of how we were introduced to longboarding as well, Di. We got to work these events and see just the worldly talent that is JR. Benita Narita, really incredible surfer from the Philippines as well. Archie Bemrose, fellow Australian, he'll be taking on one of the world's best. And then Phil Rajvan, he is also going to be out there. So I feel like these next 8 heats of the men, think about the talent that we saw in that last 16 heats. Now we've halved that, so we have so much good surfing to get through in 8 heats. It's going to be really exciting. I actually don't even know who's going to make these heats, just based on how talented everyone is.
And just like you said on screen, we have JR is getting ready, having a chat with his friends on the beach. He seems really relaxed right now.
Yeah.
Relaxed but focused.
Yeah, his little brother June to the right there, he'll be coming up as well in this next round. His other brother Andrew will be coming up too. I wonder if there's an extra bit of pressure because JR, he's obviously so consistent. He pretty much wins everything, especially on the QS side in Asia. And he's on that World Longboard Tour. He re-qualified. I wonder if there's extra pressure. This is his home break. The world's best longboarders are here. And he could probably run a couple blocks for his friends at this event. So he's like, I probably need to make this round to keep doing that.
All right, back to the live action. This is Ophelia up and riding on a smaller size waves, looking to get better the 3.87. Camera on the section. Unfortunately, couldn't really get the finishing time there, but still beautiful ride and a smart competitive surfing from Ophelia, because her backup score is 3.87, which is not the major score. So she's just looking to get rid of the 3.87 quickly. It was a great call from Ophelia.
Yeah, gosh, she just looks so beautiful on the wave. Just her composure, the way she approaches it, just those light footsteps all the way to the nose, and then she gets these really solid nose rides as well. I just think she looks really in control of her equipment. I've been looking forward to this wave here though.
Wow, she's been waiting for this wave for quite a long time. Maria up and riding, nice right work turn there, but unfortunately the wave dies out. Didn't really cooperate with her, giving her opportunities to actually lock in on the nose. A little bit of unfortunate for Maria here.
Yeah, you don't really want to be waiting that long and then not being able to capitalise on it. She's such a big name. You know, she's one of those ones where you look to potentially even take one of those 2 spots. Just with her talent, her experience, and right now, unfortunately, only a 2.57 for that last one. She kind of needs to start to get a wriggle on here. 20 minutes have gone by, and just those positions starting to slip away a little bit. I was going to say I'd love to see her turn on a wave right about now, and she's right on cue here, Di.
Wow, beautiful composed style, but again, unfortunately, just the wave selection, you know. She kind of needs to get back out there and then regroup. But also, like you said, you don't really want to be sitting there and just wait, because time is ticking. 9 minutes and 25 seconds left. There's still time, but it's winding down so quickly now. So probably Maria now needs to get on those better looking waves and then get in those 6 or 5 point range.
JR, the man.
The man is on the way to the lineup.
I'm excited. I actually haven't got to commentate one of his heats yet. Obviously, given Luke Landrigan a bit of a high five there. Luke having a lot of sway in his career as well. An idol for these guys to look up to before it was JR. You know, the guy, it was Luke.
Definitely, you know, he's a really nice guy and he knows everything about this place. But now JR wants to showcase his surfing to the local community and just showcasing what you need to do to be on the best stage, on the world stage. But this is on screen. We have Phil Riceman. He's getting ready.
Yeah, 2-time world champion.
2-time world champion.
Oh, that first heat's crazy.
Crazy. You know, one of the upcoming star from a local community up against one of the most experienced longboarder in the world. So it's gonna be a great matchup. The next heats. Every heats are really stacked.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this. I'm excited for this wave too. I'd love to see Maria start to get a bit of flow here, Di.
Hang 5 to start with, quick in and out. So she's having a little bit struggle with wave selection, but this is live action from Cash Hoover, trying to get rid of the 3.33. So pretty much everyone has good one wave locked in, but no one's really getting those good backup here. So this is a reply of the last of Cash Hoover.
Yeah, pretty deep on this one here for Cash. Really nice 5. You can see just that wall running off on her, so she had to get out of here. When you look at this wave from Maria, you can see she really wants to get herself back into this heat. She's chasing a 5.84. There's nothing more frustrating than trying to surf yourself into a heat and not being able to get over that little hump of momentum, and you're like, come on, like, I know I have the talent, I know I have the capability to be putting down big solid scores, just like we've seen Maria do in every single one of her heats so far, but you just can't do it for some reason. Sometimes things just aren't clicking the way they're supposed to, and then you're hearing, oh my gosh, I have less than 7 minutes to go, I need to do this, I need to do that. It is one of the more like finical parts of our sport, because I just find like, being in that situation, you can feel how much Maria wants it, but just can't get it done right now. And it's where you really need to tune into what you did in the off season, because it's what you did there that you can really start to apply that into competition right now and use those like moments of pause to get over. But I guess right now she'd be loving that extra 5 minutes, because she's got another 5 to try and get into this heat.
This is pretty much why we, WSL added a 5 extra minute here, giving these athletes more opportunities and then more time to think about. But it's great to have an extra 5 minutes in heat. Well, 6 minutes remaining. The situation remains the same. Philly has 7.83, one of the highest score in this heat, and 3.87, setting the lead. Cash in the second, 6.5 and a 3.33. Now Maria needs 5.84, which is pretty decent. Pretty much she needs 6 point right. So have to be something special. It has to be done at the back, and it probably she needs to link it through to the inside. And pretty much she knows that.
You know what I mean though, Di? Like being one of probably the biggest name in this heat. And not being able to get yourself into that rhythm. You know, you're always chasing that flow that, I can do anything. I can't put a foot wrong in a heat kind of feeling. And you can see Maria frustrated by it. She's sitting super deep, maybe to try and have that bit of X factor. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like as a competitor, you can feel her frustration right now.
Oh, definitely. I can feel her frustration here, but 5 minutes. So this is going to be the last 5 minutes for everyone here. Amber has fast priority, sitting the 4th place, needing a 7.23. Again, it is a decent score. Now, next heat will be coming in shortly, and these 3 guys are ready to surf in this condition. They are wanting to surf here. You know, the condition looked amazing this morning.
Good.
So much water to work on, and so much. I mean, it's bigger than yesterday.
It's another day of FOMO. It is. I want to be out there so bad. I was watching it before going, it looks so fun out there this morning. But I love that we're getting to see some of the world's best longboarders, just like Amber, having a crack out here this morning.
Important way for Amber, needing score 7.23. Racing down the line, trying to link it through to the inside section. So she's going to hold on to it. Nice steps, quick 5, and cutting back to the path source of the waves. Unfortunately, this wave didn't really allow her to get a steeper section through the inside. So cute, just watching. Probably he's gonna stay there on the beach and just gonna watch every heat, because every heat you're gonna have Team Filipinos surfing in there.
I said to Luke yesterday, I was like, bro, why are you not in the competition? Luke rips, like absolutely rips, and not just on a longboard, on everything. He's one of those guys, quite like yourself, that could hop on any type of board and just be extremely talented. And Luke was like, oh, just thought I'd let the other guys have a run because I'd show them all up and then I'd be on tour. That's what he said. Obviously, he was joking, but I was like, Luke, I actually think you should be competing. Because I feel like we're missing out as viewers by not seeing you in Arashi. And he was like, I'll think about it for next year. I was like, perfect.
I love to him in a heat next year, that's for sure. But time is winding down. 3 minutes left.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there from Ophelia. Had priority, paddled for that wave and missed it. This is good news though right now though, Di. Maria back to first priority, which is exactly, I feel like, the kind of rhythm she's looking for. But do you reckon 2.5 minutes? It's pretty much one wave now, isn't it?
It is pretty much one wave strategy now. You know, especially when you have to have the 5.84 or 7.13 for the requirements. You need to you only can get one wave in a 2 minutes remaining in this heat.
I just think with that swell, like, and you know what? It's interesting. The sets today, some of the bigger ones aren't it. They do close out down the line. Those mid-sized sets, and usually the second one, or potentially sometimes there's a third one, but the second one of the mid-sized sets have been looking like they're hitting that point break beautifully, like perfect. They look like they're holding that pace all the way through. Pretty much what Ophelia had on that first wave.
Definitely, the wave selection is really key factor at this point, Mona Lisa. Just get the great rhythm and a great connection with this point is such a hard work, actually. That's why, all the local surfers just surfing incredibly, because they know everything about this point. They have a great connection with this Mona Lisa point. But for us, it's tricky wave, actually. It's good. But at the same time, it's hard to select good-looking waves.
It's been hard as well because we've gone from having the world's best juniors and most frothing groms out the point to the world's best longboarders. And you're like, I'm probably not going to get any waves out there. So.
Right. Definitely. It's a hard time to surf in a free surf. But time is winding down. 50 seconds left. Maria has fast priority. Now needs 5.84. It is a decent score, but we all know that she's capable of getting those 5 and 6s. Easy, we just need a wave, but looks like we're gonna have some energy in the lineup now. Crunch time for everybody in the water. 30 seconds left. Looks like Philly is having a look at this one. Nope. Maria having a look at this one. Important wave for her, needing 5.84. Great hang 5 there. Nice cutting back. And just set up for another hang five to quick handstands. So beautiful surfing from Maria. Now, finally, she is able to connect all the way to the inside. Great surfing from Maria, needing a score of 5.84. Surfing all the way to the inside, gets another hang five there. So this is a very crucial moment. Maria, great surfing though.
Oh, brilliant surfing. I feel like that inside turn, all good. Damage was done out the back. She got multiple fives, clean fives too at that. A couple of quick tens in there. And she was really, watch the nose on that reef. She was really deep on that wave too. So that was the last opportunity that came through. And I feel like you've seen a couple people take a wave in the dying stages and be super nervous, and you can see them nervous, but she just looked like Maria knew she had to get a job done and executed perfectly.
She did an amazing job on that wave. It's a crucial moment, nerve-wracking moment for Maria, needing a score of 5.84. Looks like Amber had a wave, but looks like it's not enough for Amber, so we're waiting for the last wave for Maria. 5.84. She checked every boxes. It's 5.00. It's short. It's not enough. So it is offshore of Philly and Cash moving into the semi-finals. What an ending there, Jessie.
Wow, I'm shocked. Well, we're going to lose one of the highest seeds, Maria Reyes, out of the lineup. But, I mean, big smiles from Ophelia, and fair enough. What a great heat.
What a great heat. So we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with the men's action. Round of 32, heat number 1 is coming up after the break.
The WSL La Union International Pro LQS 1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the province of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the Department of Tourism, Region 1.
Gumagaya na sa aking mga di ko kilala. If you wanna sneak a peek, dapat kay tumingala. You know I put the work in, hindi to himala. I don't wanna cause a scene, so wag kang magpadala. They call me most high, I'm the prophet. Busy on the uprise, don't you try to stop it. See me at the front line, everybody watching. Do it all in one try, you look exhausted. You know I'm pretty, never modest. I don't ever wanna hide. I wanna be the bitch that no one ever asked to step aside. I always want attention, I'm always picking fights. If I don't get what I want, better hope that you'll survive. I got on my six, they tryna copy all my tricks now. Sticking to my that's why they think you need to sit down. I got the drip, kaya maginaw. Don't think you understand, you're in my lane, you better get out.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
We are back. Another exciting day of the La Union International Pro. We've just seen the women's quarterfinals finish out. We're now into men's round of 32, Heat 1. J.R. Esquivel here from the Philippines. Benito Narita here as well from the Philippines. Archie Bemrose of Australia and Phil Rajman of Brazil. A huge field there. These waves, these heats are getting very stacked. Great waves. J.R. straight into it. Beautiful nose ride, adding in that variety, goes for that hit, keeps that board speed up, makes it around that section, makes his way back up to the nose, and having a lot of variety straight into a wave early on in this heat, already only 3 minutes down, and he's finding one that's taking him all the way to the inside. These waves of this quality have been hard to find for the surfers all morning, and the fact that he just found this one that just continues to provide is just showing his local knowledge. Jessie.
Oh my gosh, JR, he's just so reliable. He is. He's got a 2 from 2 win ratio in my eyes from the events that I've worked here. I'd love to see him go 3 for 3. That's a way to start off what is an extremely stacked heat.
Yeah, JR is a wave magnet if I've ever met one. as we take a look at this replay of Archie Bemrose.
Yeah, go the Aussie straight to the nose for a pretty long 5 actually, but it's quite stretched out, that one. Cheetah 5, I'm going with that one. And then came through the inside here. You can see he's got really nice light footwork, got a turn in as well. So giving some variety to the judges there. He's been running those board shorts in all of his heats, so maybe a bit of a lucky board short going on as well. I feel like really beautiful surfing there from Archie. He's kind of been in cruise control so far this whole event. I feel like we're going to see him really start to lift with the likes of the names in this heat and this opening wave from JR. What more can you expect? I mean, this is just exactly where we thought he was going to start off this heat. Finding a wave, taking it all the way through, just such beautiful footwork. Back to the nose again here, holds that 5 just a little bit longer. I feel like he's really setting himself apart right now. You can tell he's a championship tour surfer, and although this is his home break, just the surfing that he got done on that, the control he had, the class he was oozing, it really just does scream World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of World Longboard Tour, 2-time WSL Longboard World Champion Phil Rajman now making his opening account on this wave, getting a lot of work done so far. You can see he's eyeing up that section down the line, trying to get up to it. Nice hang 10, makes his way back, really delicate, nice footwork, and there's that power surfing on such a small wave that he's still able to really engage that rail. So nice opening account for all of our surfers there, just waiting for Benito to really get started as well.
Not going to lie, I love a hang 10. I really enjoy watching them. I think they look incredible as well. So, yeah, let's make that happen.
Yeah, judges love those too. Well, judges also loved our heat winner in that last heat, Ophelie. She is down with Camille on the glass.
Thank you, Rachel. Keeping the fun in the event. Ophelie, we saw you prior to paddling out to your heat. You were kind of grooving, kind of dancing. So what's in your playlist?
Oh, well, I had a Hunter from Dido. You know?
Is that a French artist?
Oh, definitely not. I think she's from England.
Oh, what genre? Is it house? Is it hip hop?
I think it's 2000 years old music from 2000, yeah, and it's like pop.
Okay, and you were able to get a really good score opening up your account early in that heat, a 7 and above, the only one to be able to catch that kind of a range in that heat. So talk to me about it. How was that heat? How did you find, what was your wave selection like?
I was so lucky to start with this 7.8, definitely. I mean, I wanted to start well, so I tried to focus on this one and see what's gonna happen after, but then it was a very slow hit. So that was a good, slow hit, so it was a good point for me to take the first one.
But when you were on that wave, it seemed like you were really dancing. So how similar is surfing and dancing?
Thank you very much. Yeah, the fact is that I'm expressing myself surfing. I like the vibes and the movements. So every time I'm enjoying and I'm trying to feel free on my wave and do whatever I want.
I felt that. I really felt that. So aside from all the technicalities of, it's so hard to do a hang 10, hang 5 on critical sections of the wave, but you were grooving, you were connected to the wave. So thank you for giving that to us this morning. And do you want to close this interview portion off by greeting friends and family back home?
Yes, sure. Merci à tous ceux qui se sont levés ce matin parce qu'il est très très tôt. It's very early at my place now. So, donc du coup, merci. Franchement, j'ai senti votre énergie et elle m'a fait tellement du bien. Je me suis sentie vraiment libérée et c'était trop cool. Allez, la suite en demi-finale.
Okay, the men are up. Let's keep watching. Who's out there now?
Thank you so much, Camille. And hearing from Ophelie, she is such a beautiful surfer and such a beautiful human as well.
She's just so cool. I could listen to her speak French all day. That was epic. I love the French, just the language. It's such a beautiful language around the world. But wow, what a solid turn there for Phil. That's probably the biggest connection we've seen so far today. Comes through, gets back to the nose, so much speed, drives into a big finish. He can't hold on there for Phil. But I mean, you can see why he's a two-time world champion. The flow he has, the power he has, the energy that he's bringing into this heat. He wants to get back to the top of the world, and you can feel that right here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's riding a 9.4, one of his own shapes, Phil Rajman's surfboards that have become quite popular down in Brazil. And the fact that he splits his time between Brazil and Waikiki, starting production over there as well. Now, Benito getting his account started. Love that nose ride, very critical, making it through that section as he's really trying to be patient. And look at this. Lining up ahead of him, gets back up there, adjusts that front foot. That was a great section to make it through because now it's offering more opportunity. Hang 10, back to that 5, brings it around, now finally getting more of that action done. And he'll feel really good with that one.
Wow, he's right on that dry reef as well. Incredible. Look, he's actually dry docking, unfortunately. Yeah, that was epic. There was a moment of like, oh no, is he going to lose it here through that midsection? But Benito, what a way to kind of flex that local knowledge. Obviously, the underdog in this heat when you look at the names that we have. But super, super clutch, critical surfing. Bit of downtime to start, but still got a solid nose ride at the start of this wave. Holds it for a solid amount of time and then comes around this foam section. This is when I actually started to get a little bit nervous. I was like, oh no, is he going to make it around this and hold on to this turn here? You can see critical, gets to the nose. I'm starting to think, oh, is he going to get wobbled off? No, he holds on. And like you said, this is such a great moment to hold on to. 10, stretched 5, holds it for a while, drives it back down to the power source at the bottom of the wave, and then again to the nose right on the reef there. So talk about critical surfing. Archie Benrose now trying to answer back.
Yeah, he opened up with a 3.67, so now on a slightly bigger wave, looking to build upon that score line, and a beautiful cutback. Love the way he dropped that right hand into the water, adding in his own style and flair. His surfing is always just so cool as a cucumber.
Oh yeah, he does. He always looks so relaxed. I can appreciate that because I feel like Archie, you can see a lot of these guys adding big drama to their surfing, which obviously we love watching, but Archie has that really relaxed style, relaxed approach. So to see him go for a turn like that, I think is also showcasing the importance of this event to him and that he's willing to start to show his own drama and his own flair up in these waves. So I love that single turn. June Esquivel watching pretty closely to his big brother out there now, who started off with a solid score of a 6.33.
Yeah, he did. Judges really liking that opening ride for JR. So that has him sitting in second place right now. Phil's in the lead with a 4.5 and a 3.73. So it really is JR who has the strength of that opening exchange with that 6.33. As we take a look at this one from Archie, this is his answer back.
Yeah, took off with heaps of speed here. Beautiful carve. He gets a nice down carve on this wave into the nose, critical part, manages to walk back in time, hold on through a big wall of white water there too. So a lot of control, step back carve, giving us variety. Really gracious steps up the board here, but this is where we really liking using that speed. Drop the wallet, lay back carve for Archie Benrose there. I don't feel like we've seen one of those in competition yet, so this is going to be something that the judges can really think about. That back arm going back in and being that extended with a board that big and that heavy in front of you, really showcasing a lot of core strength there. And you got to be a pretty worldly competitor to be able to do that and have that unlocked. So Archie Benrose, yeah, I feel like this wave, although it's different to that traditional scoring ride, I feel like this is going to come in as a pretty nice number.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching it, especially this last turn as we keep talking about. Unfortunately, not getting another opportunity to get up to the nose. Would have loved to see that first score lane, but just love that added flair. You know, he had already gotten a couple of really nice turns in, so adding in that variety, that's what judges like to see. They want to see your major maneuvers, but they also want to see a variety of maneuvers. That keeps them excited. You know, if you are getting excited as a competitor, if you're feeling like you're reading your wave different, adding in different maneuvers, you're keeping things exciting, chances are judges are feeling excited as well.
No, judges were feeling super excited. 617 for that wave, which honestly I totally get. There was really nice rail surfing on that. So he's really answered back to JR. And I think if you want to stay alive deep into this competition, that's probably the benchmark you need to keep rising to is JR, current World Longboard Tour surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. And that would be, he'd probably be the most nerve-wracking name to have in your heat. Not just for the level that he surfs at on the World Tour, but the fact that he knows this wave like the back of his hand, because this is where he comes from. And watching that wave selection that he had and how well he read that very first wave, you know, cutting back a little bit early from memory. He was cutting back early on and staying with that power source in a way that other surfers aren't quite reading the wave. And it just, his knowledge shows.
Yeah, 633 as well for that wave. I'm interested, does this point remind you of anywhere on that longboard tour? Like, is this a real nice kind of warm-up wave to get used to one of those big stops on the CT?
You know, what's kind of nice is it is pretty unique, but I have heard a couple of athletes say that it reminds them of El Sunzal in El Salvador. From a wave perspective in and of itself, it is a pretty different wave, but the warmth and some of the different peaks, the wider peak and that inside peak, the positioning in the lineup can feel pretty similar to Sunzal. Once you're on the wave, it is read pretty differently though. But yeah, a few athletes comparing it to that throughout this week. As we see JR now on his second ride up to the nose, bringing it back. Love the flow, and wow, that was really technically well placed. Huge re-entry there. Riding out clean. I mean, everything's just so well put together. Staying nice and low, trying to maintain that board speed as he makes it around this section. And looks like he's going to, now he's going to set up. Gets back up to the nose, hang 10. Really tricky section to find those nose rides, especially hang 10s in as well, when you can see all that froth and bump on the way from that inside reef.
Okay, I loved this wave. I did. Straight away to the nose, holds a 5 for a nice amount of time here for JR. Look at this turn, Rach. Big bottom turn, drops into that open lip line there, and air drops out of it too. I mean, that was super clutch. And I was thinking, I could probably get off it. I feel like he's not going to get around this one. Never doubt JR. I just started giggling at myself thinking that. I was like, you don't know with this guy. Comes up here. Look how bobbly. Everyone's been struggling with this inside section. JR stays super high on this wave. 5 into a 10. Check out the dry reef.
Yep.
He's doing that type of surfing right before this reef is literally dry docking in front of him. And I just think this turn, the judges are going to eat this up. Obviously gets a nice nose rise, but look at how far back he stomps on this tail here. Touches that outside rail, goes up into the section. It is perfect technique.
Yeah, really cleanly executed. I love right after his nose ride here, JR's so great for the stall setup on his backhand. Right here, how high he brings that board back up. And you see he was originally setting up for that nose ride, had that couple cross steps forward, sees that section, and then adapts in that moment, walks back, gets that hit. Really technically well surfed and adapted in a way that was just so fluid that he was making such split decisions in a really good amount of time, and then finding more opportunity through the inside here. Judges, I have to say, I think this is even going to go higher than his first score, and it does. Judges lock in a 7-point ride. So with 12 and a half minutes remaining, that takes him now into the lead. Archie now into second. Phil and Benito needing scores.
Yeah, this is crucial time right now, especially for Phil. He would see this as like probably not easy heat, but easier heat for someone of his history, being a world champion too. Massive floaters to kick off this wave as well. He needs to lift here though. Archie, he's showing how much he wants it, and he's up and riding again now.
Yeah, smaller one as he's making his way to the inside. There's that kick forward that we saw just the other day as well, Jesse, that took us by surprise. Love that there. Great levitation through that inside section. Stalls to bring it back to the power source, and he feels good with that one. I think that claim would have been a dare from the beach.
Yeah, definitely.
You can see that cheeky smile looking to the beach going, yeah.
He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy to claim
No,
either.
he's not.
Yeah, so I feel like that was definitely like, hey, mate, if you get one to the inside, you got to give us a little fist pump back to the beach type of moment. But yeah, Archie's starting to apply a bit of pressure to Phil Benito. Having a look here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the pressure's getting to him as he locks in a huge 10 on a beautifully lined up wave back up to the nose. Love that transition and how quick that setup was. Engages a bit more rail through that cutback. And now he's going to stay patient. This one is where we see, I love that he's coming all the way back up to that left, knowing that he needs to stay with that power source.
Wow.
That's where some of those mistakes have been made, going too wide there. I can hear the beach erupting right now. This is such a great wave from him, and all the locals are loving it. Goes for the hit and gets a little bit unstuck, but you can see how stoked everyone is. With 10 minutes, they've been waiting for Benito to get that wave. He only has a high of a 3.73, and so the fact that he finally just locked that in, everyone's stoked.
Oh, this is awesome. I just think the vibes down here have been some of the best I've ever seen at any competition. I love how much not just the Filipinos are getting behind the Filipinos, but how much everyone is just getting behind this competition. And then to have the likes of JR dropping 7s and 6.33s, Archie Bemrose claiming to the beach. We're seeing everyone getting amongst the action here. Really nice carve there from Archie. Tiptoes, really nice footwork as well. Gets that kick. Love that. I'm going to give that a go next time I hold on.
Yeah, I would love to watch that.
And then gets a nice inside track through here. Good looking 5. It's a tight 5 as well. And then, yeah, let's see this fist pump through to the shoreline here. Okay, there's a bit of a fist pump back to the beach there, but super tight 5. Really nice lift on the nose for Archie Bemrose. It's going to go into his top 2. The judges, actually, I feel like they're going to pretty well like this wave here, and I just think maybe lacking that big outside moment, but making up for it with some really nice nose rides through this inside.
Yeah, will be interesting to see what the judges appreciate about it. A lot smaller of a wave as compared to Benito's, and it's Benito now chasing after Archie's spot. Actually, we have had a situation change. Phil is now in that second place position. He locked in a 5.77 for that wave we saw previously of him. So Archie looking for a 4.1. Benito now looking for a 6.54 on this wave. This was just such beautifully surfed.
You smile straight away watching this wave from Benito. Great pace to it. It's a good size. He got a 10 out the back, then a 5. Really nice carve as well. He took this one so far through the inside here. Waited, you can see just knowing that wave so well, dropped back to this steep bowl, comes up back to the nose, to another 10 here. This is where we heard the beach really start to erupt. Kind of scary looking inside track if I'm being super honest. It is bottoming out there, goes into the lip. Couldn't get the ride out, but that opening section out the back, it was really clutch. You can see that 5 holding it for a really long time. Little bit of water on the nose, but there's that slight lift for a quick 10 there. And yeah, I feel like Benito, he needs a 7.44. Look, I don't think I see it going to a 7.44. I could be completely wrong on that, but I think he's put himself in a great position to be right back in this heat because Archie Bemrose just got the score to go back into second.
Yeah, he got that 5-point ride, and so he's now in second place. Phil back down into third, needing a 5.41, and scores are in for Benito. It's just under the initial requirement, is 6.87, almost the best of the heat, the second best score of this heat. So judges really rewarding that. That would feel nice for him to hear. With 7.5 minutes remaining, a 4.3, a much more attainable score. Sitting with fourth priority, I think now we'll see him sit underneath everybody, just like he's doing now, and maybe just try and get busy, see what he can get here as he's taking off. Looking for a 4.3, straight up to the nose. Loved that fade bottom turn to set him up for this section. Goes for the hit, trying to just add in that variety through a slower portion of the wave. gets back up to the nose around that section, and it's going to shut down a little bit on him again. So kind of a lot of start-stopping on this wave, and then adding in some more tail work to add in that variety, getting unstuck. Hopefully he didn't land on the reef there. Only looking for a 4.3. It's kind of hard sometimes to assess, I think, from that drone angle, from what the judges' perspective are. My initial thoughts, though, not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I really agree with what you said. It's quite start-stop. That wave, he had some really nice moments, but I feel like needing just a bit more. It could be a 4.3. It's a pretty solid 5 to kick it off. This downtime here, though, not what you're hoping for. It's a nice connection. It's not super dramatic, that turn in the foam here. Good speed. That board looks incredible under his feet. Comes back to the nose. That was better. I really liked that. A bit more of a stretched out 5, long hold, quick tap on the nose again here, and then comes through this inside. That's a better looking turn. Yeah, I feel like I'm not convinced on a 4.3. He had some nice moments, and I understand why he went that wave. I really do, but I think, yeah, he's going to need to find a little bit more just to get it across the line for the judges.
Yeah, judges giving it a 3.8. So exactly what you were saying, Jessie, in the fact that I think it was just that start-stop of the wave, really nicely surfed for the moments that the wave allowed him to get onto the nose, but it wasn't like a nice package in completion. And I think to break out of that 3s, you need something at least a little bit special.
Yeah, okay, here I'm intrigued, because right now we see JR, he's looking pretty solid in the lead at this point, and even if he gets knocked back into second or third, he's really convincing just to get himself back up into one of those progressing positions. What I'm thinking is, we know how much the Filipinos want to support the Filipinos, and how badly they want one of those top 2 positions to go to a Filipino surfer. I'm thinking JR might start to run a couple blocks here for Benito. He's got first priority.
Yeah, he does. That's a really interesting thought, as he actually is going to take off on this one. Love how tight those bottom turns are, really setting that up for an incredible hang 10. That just gave me chills, and wraps it all the way back around. Really nice combination of maneuvers there, and I think we're going to see him now bring it back towards the inside, gets back up to the nose, finds another opportunity. Quick 10 again. I mean, so much flow layered into this wave right now. Finds the hit there. That is such the complete package. To me, that's his best wave.
I agree. You know what I love about JR surfing is it's just one pace the whole way through. We spoke about that start-stop with Benito, but JR he's just consistent from start to finish, and I think it's so easy to watch. It's really smooth on the eye. It's really flattering, I think, as well. And I think even if he took off on a small wave, he even does the small waves justice. So Archie on a bigger looking set, maybe a bit of a mistake here.
Yeah, and not wearing that leash, he's not going to jump off. That's the way that he will get out of that one. We see a strong paddle from Benito, but going back to JR's wave, I think what you're referring to, judges, the 3 words that they judge around: style, flow, and grace. And the fact that his pace continues to stay consistent throughout an entire wave, that's really indicating towards that flow element. There's not much that he's start-stopping throughout that. As we take a look now at Phil, trying to find this wave. So this one having a little bit more of that downtime through that inside section. Really nice outside nose ride that he had, and he's just hoping for this one to stand up a bit more. He's now looking for a 5.41 to get back into that position, advancing position. And for that to go all the way in, I don't know if enough happened on it to be what that required. Let's take a look at it from the beach.
Yeah, if we relate back to that start-stop again, this way feeling like it might have had that. Like you said, really solid nose ride, great step back carve as well here for Phil. And then this is that stop moment. We really start to have a bit of downtime on this wave. The judge is really going to take that because they want to be convinced. They don't want to be like, oh yeah, maybe it is a 5.41. They want to be able to drop in a 6 and be convinced that this wave is going to get him across the line and into that top 2 spot. I don't think yeah, it's going to get that. I don't even think it will go into his top 2, just based off his other rides with those really convincing big power calves. But in JR fashion, check out this last score.
An 8.33. I thought it would go excellent. Really loving that outside hang 10 section that he had, that he really got to hold it across. So we saw him go excellent yesterday as well. And a 6 and a 7 were not satisfactory enough for JR. He's now sitting out in the lineup. Has Archie needing a 9.16 to get into the lead, and almost putting his, what am I trying to say? Almost putting his competitors into a combination situation.
Oh, I know your pain. I get it. Watch, I'll start now.
yeah, it is contagious. So sorry.
No, it's okay. No, he is almost putting his fellow countrymen into a combination situation. And Phil as well. Phil is almost there too. So here we go. This is priority. This is a chance here for Benito.
Yeah, we can hear the screams from the beach. They're excited. He only needs a 4.3, has a 6.87 already, goes for the hit, comes down clean. Everyone's clapping and cheering. We can hear them from the booth here on the beach. Okay, things are lining up really nicely, I think, with the work that he's already gotten done, but I do think he still needs to have some things done on the inside here, and there it is, another nose ride. Gets through that tricky section. This is a buzzer beater if I've ever seen one. 36 seconds left on the clock, and he finishes that right on the beach. Jesse, that was an exciting exchange.
Yeah, that's a 4.3. It's got to be, right? I mean, it was a bigger looking set wave. Had a really convincing nose ride out the back. We saw a really nice connection, power surfing in it as well. Archie Benrose, he's going to need another wave here. We think back to that 5. It was a smaller looking wave. His priority has left his name, so feel like he might be on a ride out the back behind Phil here.
Yeah, and he is. That was a great call. With a few seconds left, this one's going to pick back up for him and finding a beautiful levitated nose ride. A small one, but he's making the most of it. So will be interesting to see if he got some work done out the back, because I do think he will need to improve upon that 5-point ride that he currently has. Lots to exchange now within these last seconds. Let's take a look at what happened for Archie.
I love the fact that JR was on his inside paddling for that wave then, but a quick 5 out the back, but you can see, just a lack of momentum through this midsection. This wave, unfortunately, literally almost died right there. So that board really showing it's nice and consistent under his feet. Had to work pretty hard for this inside section. Nice lifted nose ride there for Archie, that real relaxed style that we love. I just think this wave for Benito, it's going to go pretty high. I'm thinking it's definitely going to be that 4.3. Just the size of the wave and this connection itself, I'm really enjoying his power surfing here. I think Archie is in a real trouble situation. Obviously, like we mentioned, a little bit of downtime, but just read this wave beautifully to come through the inside section. What I love is he's risking it all to try and get the score here. Back to the nose, holds it in a pretty critical, sucky wave here, comes through the inside again, puts in a little turn, and then right with this, I was going, oh my gosh, please get out of there. I was freaking out for him. So it's really going to be that out the back and that first inside nose ride. I think it's a 4.3.
Yeah, I think so too. He navigated this section well. Archie doesn't improve his situation, 3.73, and scores are in. It was enough, a 5.77. So it's going to be the two Filipinos advancing through. Crazy situation. You can hear them now get the news. Everyone in the community is so excited and celebrating. Heartbreaking loss for Archie. He had such a great heat, but great sportsmanship there. You just saw Archie and JR give that high five, and now Benito making his way up the point. So happy. Love that celebration, and that you can see Phil there to the left of your screen as well. So really nice sportsmanship between all of these competitors.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. Just big smiles. We've said it, Filipinos, they love supporting their fellow countrymen.
They absolutely do. Well, stay tuned. That was just heat 1 of the men's round of 32. We'll be right back after a short break.
The WSL La Union International Pro LQS 1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the province of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the Department of Tourism, Region 1.
Gumagaya na sa aking mga di ko kilala. If you wanna sneak a peek, dapat kay tumingala. You know I put the work in, hindi to himala. I don't wanna cause a scene, so wag kang magpadala. They call me most high, I'm the prophet. Busy on the uprise, don't you try to stop it. See me at the front line, everybody watching. Do it all in one try, you look exhausted. You know I'm pretty, never modest. I don't ever wanna hide. I wanna be the bitch that no one ever asked to step aside. I always want attention, I'm always picking fights. If I don't get what I want, better hope that you'll survive. I got on my six, they tryna copy all my tricks now. Sticking to my, that's why they think you need to sit down. I got the drip, kaya magin out. Don't think you understand, you're in my lane, you better get out.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
Welcome back. It is the La Union International Pro. It's been a huge day of competition. We're now into Heat 2 of the round of 32. We have Netherlands, USA, and the Philippines represented in this heat. It has been a huge day of competition, great waves, and it's our surfer in red starting out his account. I'm Rachel Tilley, joined in the booth by Sam Bleakley. Let's see what our surfer can do here. Really nice setup so far. Nice nose ride out the back, and he's just being a little bit patient through this inside section. Going to see if this one stands up through the inside. And he's looking for that nose ride opportunity, finds it again, and love that flow that he had through his wave. Never really stopped. Sam, did you like that one?
Well, first off, Mabuhay, which is aloha in Tagalog, Philippines. That's our welcome greeting. I love this. Great start from Dower. He's seen a great performance from his sister Mara. She was eliminated, but she can be proud of getting to a quarterfinal at a WSL event. Good hold on that 5, flow. There's elegance here, you know, there's control. Upper body language is composed. There's no downtime. Everything is seamlessly connected. There's a little bit of a bump in this corner here, but look at the composure that he demonstrates through that slower section, finding one more 5 on the inside. So talking of that number 5, you feel like this is going to be a solid mid-range score, a very good start.
Yeah, as we take a look at the opening ride for June Esquivel, a nice opening hang 10.
Yeah, locks that 5, gets that 10, lift and drop, and then holds that 5 really nicely, and just showing an incredible amount of flow. And he would have got a lot of inspiration from seeing his 2 teammates take the win in that last heat, and also his brother JR absolutely on fire going into the excellent range.
Yeah, he was. As we see now, Roger, our other Filipino surfer, opening up his account.
I love Roger's style. He's unique in the sense sometimes his shoulders just like rise up almost above his ears. He's got that beautiful kind of posture. There's a Dora-esque element to his stance when he naturally kind of stands on a board. He likes to use his arms a lot. He's very lively, but also so smooth. And he's really high risk. You know, he'll always commit to a critical 10 in a section, and his rail work is very fast and strong and engaged.
Yeah, absolutely. As we now take a look at Noah, our American.
Smooth, silky. We know Noah's style. You know, he's got that kind of like elegant Stuart Ryder element to his surfing. Uses the drop knee. Good footwork. I think it's going to be a strong score. I think Roger may well have the best of the exchange. I think June's going to get a good score. Dower maybe is going to come a little bit lower than Roger's score, but this is a nice start for Noah as well. So all of these surfers have had a very good start.
Yeah, they have. It was a huge heat just till the very end in that first heat, number one, as we now see June finding another one.
Yeah, locks on that 5, back to the tail, big blast, second score for June. He's going to kick off with a really good score as well. I think him and Roger are potentially going to be the front runners after the first score. But this is almost better than his opening ride, you know, getting that 10 through the middle here. So already we're seeing variety. We're seeing 5s, a lifting 10, good tail work all the way to the channel.
Yeah, and now we're caught up with the replays. Back to Roger now on a second ride as well, holding that hang 10 for an unbelievably length of time. Wrapping it back around, love a little bit of that drop knee incorporated into that. And this wave dissipating a little bit, so he's going to try and navigate that into the inside, finds the connection, gets back up to the nose, tight 5, bringing it back and cuts out really cleanly. The two Filipinos just standing out at the start of this heat.
Yeah, he could have had a Pokeball on that hang 10 long time there. Really good.
Yeah, I agree. As we are going to send it down now to hear from JR, the winner of that last heat.
5.67, so waiting for a few more scores.
And we are live. Non-stop action down here at the beach. Everyone got up to their feet to greet JR and Benito as they both advanced in that last heat. And we were having a chit-chat about what went on in that heat. And JR tells me that he and Benito were actually communicating. So what happened?
Yeah, we were communicating on that last minute because there's a set. And Benito needs a score. And yeah, we're so lucky that there's one big wave that Benito got a good score and he made it to the next round. And yeah, so
Local knowledge and expert guidance from JR Esquivel is the summary of the first heat for the men's round of 32. And Benito was almost giving up maybe, but you told him to sit right there, wait there, because you knew a set was about to come. Yes?
yeah, I know he can put a good score and he can surf well. And yeah, we believe in him, and yeah, that's what he showed us on his last wave.
So definitely there is an element of teamwork for the LU surf team, and even now as we are doing this interview, JR has a few tips for June and for Roger also, but you know, we'll just watch the live action for that. And before I end this interview, JR, any words from you?
Yeah, I would like to thank my sponsors, Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, Alima, Union Athletics, Luffy Surfboards. Thank you, Luffy. They are here watching. And to my girlfriend, Reina, maraming salamat.
Okay, listen to the decibels right now. Back to the live action.
Well, I think June got a lot of inspiration from what JR was able to do out there, because he backs up his wave with another incredible nose ride out the back and finding his way to the inside, goes for the hit to finish it out strong, cuts out. He'd be feeling great with that one.
Yeah, he's feeling the vibes. You can just see confidence, complete trust in his board, in his read of the wave. Already on those last two scores, he's going to go close to excellent range, I think. This is the replay of that third ride of Rogers. He got a 6.5 for the first, a 0.5 for the second, but look at that hang 10. He could have had a Pokeball, as I said, on that 10. But I think June could have had 3 Pokeballs on his hang 10 on the previous wave. But this is really nice. Yes, the wave does taper off in size, but considering he got a 6.5 for his first ride, the scale is set and Roger is looking absolutely incredible. And I just think, again, we may well see 2 Philippine surfers progressing through to the quarterfinals from this heat unless Dower and Noah can really keep up with them.
Yeah, they are starting this heat out so well. That levitation in that section of the wave, so critical. Really, and I love the flow then straight into that turn, drop knee, readjusting that back foot. Now let's take a look at this one from Noah. Again, we are waiting for this score still to drop as well.
Yeah, Noah, youngster here, the stylish regular footed, very cool. And this is like homage to a classic style of Stuart spray. You know, of course, Bill Stewart, one of the great surfboard shapers, big part of the longboard renaissance community. good score for Noah will come through, but what about this 10? Look, holds that 5, just locked in it, lifting. It's actually not the full 10. He just had that kind of very tight 5 with that back foot just off to the side, but straight into some very dynamic, aggressive rail work, climbing but functionally so through the section. And then as he sets himself up, Rachel, for this inside section, look at the confidence he's got. He's just feeling every single ounce of juice and a variety of approaches. I like the difference between how he places his feet through his different cutbacks. He's not worried to widen the stance if he needs to, and he's not worried to narrow the stance. As we see that beautiful slow-mo there, lifting, that is a beautiful nose ride there, completely locked, absolutely no foam in front of those toes. That's a masterclass of June, absolutely on fire.
Yeah, that really was. And the flow here, that inside rail getting a little disengaged in between that cutback and that hit. So he had to do a little bit readjustment, but got that board up and over. That one came through as a 6.9 for June. So we are now still waiting for this one of Noah to drop.
So Noah's from Carlsbad. Do you get to see Noah sometimes surfing around your patch? Is he a regular sometimes?
Yeah, we both compete for the Oceanside Longboard Club, so I'll see him at...
Wind and Sea versus Oceanside. Do you remember that time when I was sporting that Wind and Sea cap?
Couldn't believe it.
You didn't even speak to me for a whole day.
Yeah, well, we're lucky it wasn't a whole week.
I'm an impartial internationalist. I live in the globe. I've got no affiliation to no nation and no person. I love everybody.
Except you were wearing a Wind and Sea hat.
Yeah,
that's what I thought until that moment.
I was just trying to kind of get under your skin a little bit. I was trying to bring the fiery Rachel Tilley out. Also,
yeah,
Kevin
right
wasn't
there.
impressed.
No, so we have a really great team. We have a great system of club surfing in California, and that Oceanside Longboard Club being a really fun one that a lot of us compete at. A lot of competitors here. Noah, Tony also competes for them. Summer Romero, Caitlin Mickelson, who's also here. Lots of members of that team that love to come and compete at international level.
Honorary international surfer Josh Constable, former world longboard champion. He came and competed in the Oceanside Club event.
He did, absolutely.
He put some heat on TJ as well, didn't he?
Yeah, we get a lot of great international guests on the team as well. So let's take a look at this heat.
Scores.
Yeah, scores are in. We're still waiting actually for the last of June. So the one previous is 6.9. Noah gets...
It's going to be a big one for June.
Yeah,
we're seeing some numbers come through, Rachel.
It's looking good. We have a couple of them starting to filter through. Not locked in yet, but we're already seeing visions of excellence. Still waiting for that last of Noah as well. And then we can give a full report. But looking at Roger, he has a 6.5 and a 5.4. Okay, scores are in for June. An 8.17. The second excellent ride we've seen of the day. Both excellent rides of the day coming from the Esquivel brothers. Let's take a look at this and appreciate it one more time.
Well, let me just say, born on the 15th of June, hence named June, but look at that June bloom on the tip there. That is dynamic. And again, aggressive on the tail, but it really kicked off with that lifting, long, composed, critical nose ride in the pocket with complete control. And that was the moment that really set the scale for potential excellent range. We talk about the idea of the halo maneuver, and when you start a ride with something with the high degree of difficulty, like a lifting, critical nose ride on a clean, steep section in the pocket, you know if you keep control throughout the rest of the ride, you could well go excellent range. And that's exactly what the judges analyzed, studied, and delivered with that 817.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think as a competitor, too, you know when you have something that significant happen on the outside and you finish it off like he did with that hit, you just think, okay, let me just add in some bonus points. I've gotten at least, I think you're kind of actively thinking, I've gotten at least a 6. If I can ride it through the inside now, I can get into that excellent. And let's see what he can do here. Straight up to the nose, gets that 10. He's going to get around that section, brings it back to the power source, down carve there towards the bottom portion of the wave, back up to the nose. Great hang 10. Love the flow. This is a very lumpy wave, so he's navigating it really well, constantly readjusting. I don't know how he rode the nose into that section there, but he's going to come unstuck. probably not going to go into his top two, my initial feeling.
Okay, let's anticipate this situation. You have June and JR in the final, a four-surfer final. You have JR already re-qualified for this season's World Longboard Tour. You have an opportunity for his brother June to get in there. What we're likely to see is JR really supporting June in that opportunity, because how special would it be, considering that June, a recoverer from a big brain injury as a kid. He got hit skateboarding in a car accident, and he was not allowed to fly for many years because of the bleed on his brain, but is now recovered enough for him to be surfing at this world-class level, and for him to now have the all clear to be allowed to fly. So it is the time for June to qualify for the World Longboard Tour, and this could well be his week.
Yeah, well, hearing that JR and Benito were working together in that heat previous, knowing that if June wins this heat, he will be going into that quarterfinals with JR, and we could see them two working together all the way through. So now, looking at our surfer, he needs an 8.07 to advance. He only has that one ride so far, and he's backing it up with a beautiful set. He was very patient for this one, been waiting for almost half the heat to add to his score line, and he did some great work on the outside, back up to the nose. This one's standing up so nicely for him as he makes his way in, bringing it back now and seeing if he can get one more maneuver in, gets a nice down carve and cuts out with strength and composure. Love it when the surfers finish off clean.
Yes, yes, yes. I mean, that was absolutely incredible from Dawa, and he's young, you know, and the wisdom that he demonstrated on that ride was mind-blowing, because he never looked ruffled. I really appreciate the way he just trusted that stretch 5 to keep him in trim, to allow the stall for the nose ride. As we see the Abueza brothers getting ready. Can you believe it? The Abueza brothers are in the next heat together. Another opportunity for them to work together, but watch out, because RJ is also in the heat, and RJ Lopez, the older brother of Ashley and Mara, he's a powerhouse, a bit like Benito, and he really stood out yesterday. The Abueza brothers, they're great in size and variety, more languid, rubbery, whereas RJ's got that kind of powerful approach, but can also do the 10s. But it's going to be really interesting to see how the three Philippine surfers cooperate through that next heat, heat 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially now in these past two heats, there's been two, you know, in each heat, so both could have that potential opportunity to advance. So it'll be interesting probably seeing those Abueza brothers actually working together a little bit if they have the opportunity to. Working together a bit in heats is an interesting one, because in surfing, of course, it's an individual sport. So in order to work together, you both have to get a good amount of work done individually. And then in those last 5 minutes, if you can look to have that opportunity to set each other up with use of priority or a bit of coaching. That's what we heard from JR.
Yeah, and that's an interesting question I have for you, Rachel, with your dad, Glenn, and you know, the role he had in your career. Himself, you know, a fantastic surfer, a successful competitor, an incredible coach. You know, how did he tutor you in the role of working with teammates in those types of events where you did have a fellow country surfer with you and you could get through together?
Yeah, I think it's exactly that, is going out there and in that first half of the heat, or first 20 minutes of a 30-minute heat, going and trying to get 2 scores on the board, such as June has done, or even Roger, both now have decent, healthy scores. You want to be in that first and second, both individually, and now Roger sitting with priority, June in third priority. This is where you start to kind of look together a little bit and see if you can support each other in any way. But that requirement is getting smaller for Dawe, because he got a 5.67 on that last one, adding into that scoreline, building upon that scoreline, now only needing a 6.24.
He's in a great position to pounce, so rewarded for excellent surfing there. He gets a very solid score, needing something attainable. On the left side there, you can see Wendell, of course, Wendell Van's team manager for the Philippines, and he owns Kermit La Union, which is where a lot of the surfers have been eating each evening. But you can go to Stoked House as well, which is JR and Rayner's place, as Roger just kicks out, and Dower now will move up priority into third priority because Roger's taken that wave. Noah in first priority, so Noah chasing a 7 4.7, he can do that on one wave, but he's also got time to get 2 significant scores as well, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where my headspace would be at with 9.5 minutes remaining, just trying to actually lower that requirement, not necessarily going, oh, I need the biggest of a 7.47, or I'm hearing excellent scores dropped, I need to go excellent. It's about bringing that down, getting anything above a 4.43. I'd probably, in my head, be looking for a mid 5 or 6. Looking at Roger has a 6.5, that's what I'd be trying to at least reach for, and then looking to back it up.
And Dow is right in the game here. And in many ways, his role now in third priority isn't too unhealthy, because he's got a little bit of room to play with. You know, it'll encourage him to sit a little bit inside and wide and not get himself too far out or too deep. But I do think that what we're noticing today is the real significant scores are coming from priority, and you do want those waves that allow that deepest slingshot opportunity to get that steep start to the wave.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oftentimes priority can be a blessing and a curse, and when you're sitting in third or fourth priority, I often like that because you can get busy, you can go find wider ones, especially at waves like El Sunzal, where there's often really quality waves coming through under priority. But here, I think you're exactly right. We see a bit of a shorter period in the conditions today in the swell, and those sets are a bit more of those obvious ones, only 1 or 2 coming through per set.
But look at this from Roger. This, for me, is local knowledge. He's just pulling everybody really, really far north. And in my eyes, in fourth priority, he's either thinking, I can get one of those sneaky, cheeky, sucky ones that allow a long, fast 10, or what I'm going to do is I'm going to play cat and mouse. I'm going to take everybody out of position, and then when it's my turn to move back into priority, I'm going to work my way back to the peak, as we can see RJ Chico Lopez paddling, well, walking down the sound there. A lot of the locals, they come out on the north side of the reef, and my advice for any travelers is always watch where the locals paddle out and do exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they're paddling out there, there's a reason they're paddling out there. And, you know, that's the first thing you should do as a surf traveler is, you know, sit, watch, study, see where the locals enter and exit the water, see where they sit, give them space and respect, be communicable, engage with the locals, and then, you know, they'll let you in. And that kind of attitude is absolutely fundamental to being welcome back to places as a traveler.
Yeah, entering new lineups with the utmost respect absolutely is so key. So a really great call out. You know, at the top of the point, we have a little bit of a keyhole in the reef. That's what all the surfers are walking out. This reef, though, here, not a sharp one at all. It's pretty much covered in seaweed, easy to walk out over. And so in the free surfs, you see a lot of surfers able to paddle out kind of in any position, which is a nice aspect to this break in specific. But in terms of preheat, the athletes of the next heat not wanting to get in the way of the line of surf for the athletes currently competing.
It was bumpy yesterday, wasn't it, in the free surf?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, well, the wind is forecast to come up earlier today. We can already see it starting to ruffle things. That swell peaked overnight. It was a great chance for the women to have the clean conditions this morning. For you, a standout on the women's side this morning across those quarterfinals? Somebody who you were most impressed by?
Natsumi, of course, is just
solid.
Her wave selection, especially in heat 1 of the day this morning. It's always kind of tricky to maybe find your footing, your positioning out there when you are heat 1 and the very first heat of the day. And so the composure that she had in all of her wave selection, as well as Mara Lopez, just looked really nice, came in clutch there at the end to switch up her positioning.
Interesting that we got the Abueza brothers in that next heat, Justin and Joe Marie. Interesting choice when you name your kids with, you know, the same letter to begin the name. I always feel as if when you get some mail and it'll just say J Abueza, and you don't know if it's Justin or Joe Marie's. Do you know what I mean? I went out of my way to kind of give our kids different, start their names with different letters, because often there'll be that single letter at the start of the mail. But watch out, this is a really hot talent. It's really good to see Kaiden Larrabee from Nantucket, Massachusetts, making his way this far in the event. A very good short boarder, He's been 5 times East Coast champion as a longboarder as well, and he performed extremely well yesterday.
Yeah, he absolutely did look like he was on a Luffy board there. And the Luffys, of course, JR also riding that one here. A lot of other surfers. I think we've been seeing Luffys and Skin Dog surfboards being the most ridden boards. Let's take a look now at Noah on his Stewart, getting a little bit out of rhythm on that first opening nose ride. Love that hand drag to get himself a little bit deeper in the pocket, better positioning. Now he's going to bring himself back to that pocket, and I think at that point he knew he was a little bit out of rhythm from that very start. Going to cut out isn't going to be that 747 that he needs.
Love the spray. You know, of course, a classic Bill Stewart spray, but also Ray Gleave often had this flamey spray on his board. One of the great Australian longboarders, as we can see, in and out of that critical 10. This wave peaky though. We've got scales set by some of those fast silky walls that we saw on Roger Dunes and Dower's significant rides. Noah had that shape wave on his opening 2 waves that came in the kind of, you know, mid-4 range, but that wave just didn't feel like it was going to have the shape to get that significant score. And on one wave chasing a 747, but like you said, he had that other option of 2 waves, but that was when we still had 9 minutes left. So now it's down to like one near excellent range score for Noah.
Straight up to the nose for June. Getting a little bit wide there, but that section catches back up with him. A fatter wave as he's getting into that wider bowl. Gets the hit there and gets a little bit hung up. Manages to ride out. Bottom turns to get that board speed back up. Love the positioning for that trim, really engaging that inside rail. And that doesn't feel like it's going to go into his top 2. So interesting that he used priority for that one, because now Dawe into the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds has first priority.
I like it wasn't really like a classic standing island kick out where you're on the nose and you kick off the top of the wave, but it was like an in the foam standing island kick out. It's quite a good technique, you know, when you know you're not going anywhere, and it stops you from knocking the fin, and it means you don't have to cross step back and kick the board over the wave. So it's like a functional way of getting out of that foamy ride at the end.
Absolutely. Huge priority change here now on the board. Dawe looks like he paddled for a wave and wasn't able to get into it, so priority now sitting with Roger. Really crucial going into these last 2 minutes, because Dawe only needing a 6.24, very attainable if that right wave were to come through. But now Roger has a little bit more of that power in terms of navigating the lineup.
Well, the Team Philippines just really performing so well, Rachel. I mean, you know, yes, there's a sense of chilledness on the beach, but it's a big moment. You know, this is the opportunity to get through to the quarterfinals for the men's. We've already seen the semi-finalists determined for the women's. Roger in second, up and riding.
Yeah, getting straight up to the nose. Love that fade takeoff and how maneuverable he is on the tail, just positioning that board consistently wherever he wants to go. Back up to the nose, a smaller wave here. Again, I'm not sure if this one will go into his top 2 as well, but that is going to help that case. Getting back up to the nose, flying down the line on such a small wave. He's looking to replace a 5.4, but now Noah looking for a 747. Gets the roundhouse there. He's now going to be moving back to get back in that power source. Peaks back up, gets the hang 10, and this wave dying out a little bit, so he's going to get patient, see if he can get into that. And I was going to say it doesn't look like he'll be able to, but he did. That Stewart looking really nice in that gliding position, and he finishes it off. Not sure what he did out the back, but I'm not sure if it will be that second highest score of the heat.
Yeah, but he's got such a great foundation. You know, 2 USA Junior National titles, 5 West Coast season titles, 2 high school state championship titles. You know, this is a great result for him, and it's a building block of somebody who could really get to the elite stage pretty soon, as we can see Dower on a 5, on a 10, staying on that nose ride. An opportunity. 6.24, that's a chaseable score, Rachel.
Yeah, final chance, and really love the way that he's opened it up, but I'm feeling like this downtime on this wave isn't helping the case for such a sizable score. you know, I don't think really he did anything wrong. He surfed really well.
Yeah.
Wow, and really taking it all the way into the reef there. But he just didn't get on those waves that offered those moments like we saw for both June and Roger early on with those really beautifully big levitated nose rides.
I mean, we're still waiting one more score to come through for June, but look at that heat total already. 15.07. I mean, he's like, you know, almost 4 points ahead of second place Roger with a score to come through. That is absolutely impressive because Roger looked great. And you know what I'm talking about with those like Dora shoulders, you know, where the Dane Peterson had that as well, where, you know, the shoulders are up quite high. You know, that's a classic way to longboard, a classic look.
Well, I feel like June is less so competing with this heat as he is with that heat total of his brother JR. JR got a 15.33 this morning in the heat just before, June backing up a 15.07. So they have been surfing in a league of their own, truly, as we have scores locked in for both Dawe and Noah. Neither of those last waves will be enough to change the situation. And so now it is official. June and Roger will be those two surfers moving through. Still scores to lock in for their last few, but it won't change that they are both the advancing surfers. And Team Philippines just feeling so relieved and happy. Huge results there. It will be a full Filipino final or quarterfinal number one. Very exciting. Great sportsmanship there from our athletes. So huge first couple of heats of this men's round. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this short break.
The WSL La Union International Pro LQS 1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the province of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the Department of Tourism, Region 1.
Gumagaya na sa aking mga di ko kilala. If you wanna sneak a peek, dapat kay tumingala. You know I put the work in, hindi to himala. I don't wanna cause a scene, so wag kang magpadala. They call me most high, I'm the prophet. Busy on the uprise, don't you try to stop it. See me at the front line, everybody watching. Do it all in one try, you look exhausted. You know I'm pretty, never modest. I don't ever wanna hide. I wanna be the that no one ever asked to step aside. I always want attention, I'm always picking fights. If I don't get what I want, better hope that you'll survive. I got on my six, they tryna copy all my tricks now. Sticking in my that's why they think you need to sit down. I got the drip, kaya mag-get out. Don't think you understand, you're in my lane, you better get out.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
Team Philippines are really showcasing how it's done at this beautiful right-handed break. Mona Lisa point. We are now into men's round of 32, heat number 3 at La Union International Pro. We have Alje Chico Lopez in red, Justin Ebreza in blue, Jo Marie Ebreza in white. The three Filipino surfers taking on Kairong Larrabee from United States. My name is Daiwako in the booth. Alongside with me is Sam Brackley. Welcome back.
Thanks, Dai. Oh, it was a really nice Philippines performance in that last heat, and it's going to continue. RJ, this guy is very, very powerful, and he's kicking things off with a good start.
Wow, in this heat we have 3 Filipino surfers up against each other with one from United States. Beautiful surfing from Alje Chico Lopez, surfing all the way to the inside. It's always good to have a quick start, but as we are waiting for the scores to lock in, we're gonna go down to Camille with the last hit winner.
Thank you, Dai. I am with June, who also did the morning call with me, and he is advancing along with fellow La Union local Roger into the quarterfinals for the men's here in the La Union International Pro. Okay, June. So you took command of that heat pretty early. You locked in a pretty big score. And what was the strategy that you and Roger had for that heat? Nag-uusap ba kayo nung heat na yon or kanya-kanya?
Kanya-kanya po. Yung ginawa kong strategy doon is kumuha agad ako ng first 2 waves ko. Then naka-score naman ako ng okay. Then pagbalik ko ulit sa lineup, sakto sa akin yung set. So yun, nakakuha ko ng 8. So, ginawa ko lang yung best ko doon sa alon na yun. Kaya nakuha ko yung 8 na yun.
So June's strategy was just to start early, make sure he locked in that first 8 at the start of his heat. And unlike Benito and JR in the previous heat where they were giving clues to each other, June says that Roger and June just surfed their own heats out there. And luckily, by the time that June paddled out back, there was another set wave waiting for him, and that's basically how he played that heat. So, June, do you remember what your nickname was when you were younger?
Baby June.
Yes, everyone called him Baby June before, but June's now 21, so he's not a baby anymore. But is there anyone you want to say hi to?
Nagpapasalamat po ako sa Surf Town, Glovers, and sa Bagus. Then kay Kuya Errolyn at Tiana sa palaging pagsusuporta sa amin ni Kuya JR. Maraming salamat. Tapos shoutout kay Tonet, then kay Clay, then sa Elio Surf Team, then kay Ashley sa nag-video sa akin. Shoutout. Maraming salamat.
All right, we feel the love right here in La Union, but it's not over yet. RJ is out there, and heat number 3, Jo Marie, Justin, all of them still coming up. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Camille, and a big congrats to the big June now.
Yeah.
Great answer back from the brother of JR.
I'll tell you what, Di, I've got some great clips from 216 of Baby June just like pinging airs like a ping pong ball. It was so good on his shortboard as a little Grom, just like, not alley-oops, just simple, solid reverses, but a lot of spring and bounce and, really, really snappy. Just born with talent to ride a surfboard, like a complete natural.
Definitely, and now he's just answered back to his big brother, scored 8-point ride. That was amazing
it's nuts,
stuff.
Isn't it? I mean, it's really special. It's inspiring to see the locals shining, and it's just feeling more and more likely that we could have an all Philippines final. But there's massive talent coming up, and let's not rule out Kaiden getting through this. But if we just look across the rest of the draw, the likes of like Lucas Skinner, really on fire. Our Chinese surfer Tian Yang Wang, who's known as Sky, he's been looking really good, and some of the other international talent, like Kayamana Takayama, Ben Considine, Yam Wiseman, the Kai McPhillips, Tony Silvani, Tommy Coleman, Danny from Indonesia has been looking incredible, and of course Jonathan Melendrez, known as Gordo, and Ben Skinner. Those are the guys who still have a chance to represent the international crew. But the Philippines have just been absolutely sensational on the men's side this morning.
Oh, definitely. Team Philippines are showcasing how it's done, how you can ride, and they just showing the textbook of surfing here. But this is another exciting heat. 3 Philippines in the same heat, and brothers of Ebrieza.
I'm not sure if you were listening to me and Rachel, but when you get your mail and it says J. Abueza on it, and you don't know if it's for Jo Marie or Justin. But up and riding right now,
Right.
it looks like Justin. It's blue.
That was a Justin Ebrieza in blue, quick in and out. So no major scores locked in for that wave, but a couple of scores locked in already actually. RJ Chico's first wave comes in at 4.50. It's not a bad way to start his campaign with a 4.50 always.
Yeah, good start.
Good, good start, quick start. It's always a great strategy. And Kaiden's first waves comes in at 1.23. So we are almost reaching the 8 minutes in this heat. So far, not many, great walls looking waves coming through the lineup here now. Now, Jumari Ebueza has fast priority. I would say he's the most experienced surfer in this heat. He has a taste of a World Tour stage last year, so definitely he's gonna wait and sit for the next one with the first priority.
Yeah, it was great to see him on the World Longboard Tour last year. He got a 17th to Ben Skinner, losing out in the Huntington event at the US Open of Surfing, and then he got a 9th in the Bells Beach Longboard Classic in Victoria in Australia. He lost out to Kai Salas, and you know, he really was an absolute great ambassador for Philippine surfing. Obviously went to Abu Dhabi as well. He didn't qualify for the top 8 like his teammate JR did, but Joe Marie's experience is going to be very important. But there are times when it's very difficult to differentiate the surfing of Justin and Joe Marie. They have very similar rubbery styles, very natural on the nose. But let's not rule out RJ, because he got a 3rd at the 2024 Belair Pro LQS, and he's strong and powerful, but he's also good on the nose, Dai.
Definitely, you know, powerful surfer. This is a live action from RJ Chico, but it was a quick in and out again. Unfortunately, the wave really, you know, didn't cooperate with him, so it's just a quick in and out, and the low score will be in the scoreboard here, 1.07 locked in. So yeah, there's probably changing in the strategy here, because it looks like the condition has been a little bit changing here, and a little bit challenging actually.
Yeah, and interesting for RJ as well, because he's the older brother of Mara and Ashley. So he's seen Ashley, who's older than Mara, eliminated. Unlucky for Ashley, you know, she was so close on that final score, but he's seen Mara get through. And I think, you know, when you're competing as siblings, you know, the success or failure of your siblings in the competition fires you up. You know, if they get through, it puts pressure on you, and you know, hunger to stay in the mix. If one of them's out, it then almost reignites your own flame to continue to fly the flag for your family. I think RJ's going to be really, really focused to stay in the event and win this heat.
Definitely, you know, especially when your younger sister get through with a clutch moment in the last heat. Now it's like, okay, it's my turn. Yeah, exactly. Gotta get through this heat.
And Kaiden as well, you know, here with his brother. Unfortunately, his brother was eliminated, Winter, but Kaiden will want to, you know, really fly the flag. The kind of younger of the two brothers, also a great short boarder. He's got 4 national titles, 5 East Coast Championship titles, surfs around the East Coast, Florida, and based in Nantucket. And this is our surfer Justin up and riding, Dai.
Justin's up and riding. This is live action. Great hang 5 to start with. So he's gonna stick with it all the way to the inside. Gets this inside section here. Get another 5 there. Beautiful footwork from Justin Ebenezer. Another 5. So 3-5 at the back, and it gets a turn in. Unfortunately, didn't ride out of it, but still a great 3 nose ride.
Yeah, and he really wanted to maximize that last section. That inside section, he can so catch you out, but he wanted to push it right to the end. So sets himself up there, cross steps, holds that 5, touches that 5, runs out of that nose ride, unable to really have a section to nose ride through, but does get onto the tip. In the background, we saw Green Kaiden taking a fall, and then he just has to be patient to get deep and then fade and back in the pocket for another 5, and really had that foot over the nose, and he knows he wants to maximize every opportunity here. So after that 3rd touch of the nose, back to the tail, and just tries to kind of find a space to land, but also recognizing probably it wasn't smart to get that flat landing and potentially knock the fin out. So I think he kind of purposefully kept that board after the little top turn on rail. All of that score was already delivered up to that moment, and it is going to be an important score because RJ's kicked off with a 4.5, but you feel like Justin's going to get something fairly significant. It hasn't been a super busy heat for sets so far, so it may well be a carrying score for Justin. It's not going to be very big, but it could be important.
Definitely, you know, it's important to just capitalize every section, every chances you get, especially condition like this in this heat. Like you said, it's slower heat, not many potential looking sets coming through in the lineup, so you want to have a really great start and a quick start condition like this. But on the other hand, Joe Marie Ebueza is just sitting there dropping anchor and waiting for the right ones for about 13 minutes already.
It's hard. You know, I'm not sure how you feel, Dai, but my own experience as a competitor is that, you know, I find it very difficult having a slow start, you know, to perform, you know, but to have that patience when you've not caught a wave for the first quarter or 3rd or even half of a heat. But that is where the great surfers can shine. You know, many a time within the longboard world, you know, someone I think of is Colin McPhillips, who is the dad of Kai, who will be surfing later. He is so patient in heats, and that's why he won 3 world longboard titles, is because he had that trust that 2 scoring waves is what will win you the heat. And sometimes he would win clutch heats, massive heats, with just 2 rides and have that patience, and he could sit there patiently. Taylor Jensen does the same thing, you know, if he doesn't need to get something that isn't going to be a significant potential excellent range score, he won't go for it. But other surfers, you know, they like to have an active start. They like to build up confidence and not have that kind of extra nerve and pressure by sitting there waiting. And Di, that on your screen, that guy, that's Julian Schweizer coming up next, representing Uruguay. There's 2 really big name longboarders from Uruguay, Julian and Nacho Pinatero, Christian name Ignacio, nickname Nacho. And, you know, these guys have really helped put Uruguayan surfing on the map. But the cool thing for Schweizer is that he spent a lot of his life in Costa Rica as well, and you know that this is a very Costa Rican style climate, even down to the dark color of the sand here in San Juan. You know, there's a water temperature that's similar to Costa Rica, and also like a texture to the waves that's quite similar.
Well, looks like we are back to the live action here. Important wave from Kaiden up and riding. Nice 5, quick 5, 210. Wow. Lost a little bit of control there. Unfortunately, goes down. It looked really great at first. He was on the way to the good score, but he was really unlucky.
And did you know something really interesting happened when he came out of that 10? His board pretty much did a kickflip. he could have gone for a hang 10 to kickflip, which would have been a very difficult thing to do. There was a period of time in the more high performance days of longboarding when the likes of Jeff Kramer and some other surfers might go for like an ollie and knock the board into a kickflip with their hand to flip it round, and you know, there are a number of people who could do that, but accidentally Kaiden nearly went hang 10 to kickflip.
Yeah, actually he was about to do the kickflips, but looks like Joe Marie finally pulls the trigger here. Wow. Nice hang 5 to start, holds it. Beautiful rail walk there. Another setting up for hang 5 here.
Nice.
Hang 5 nicely. Had a little bit of rift, but unfortunately broke the rail there. And unlucky for him, just goes down on the section, but beautiful start of the wave. And finally he pulled the trigger.
Yeah, he's still going to get a very good score. You know, he lost a lot of scoring by that fall, and he was very high risk on that second nose ride where he did fall. But I like the work he did up to that moment, so I still think that it could be one of the more significant scores of the heat so far.
Right, this is Kaiden. Important wave. Nice first turn, engaging the rail really well. A quick 5 and another trim down the line, and lost a little bit of balance there, but still recovers it from it, and it's setting up another quick 5 there. Another nice rail walk from Kaiden. Needs to get on the nose, but unfortunately lost a little bit of balance, but looks like we have Justin up and riding. A couple of damage down at the back, linking through to the inside section here. Nice hang 5 and step back, transitioning smoothly there. Another 5 there, surfing all the way to the inside. It's a great wave selection from Justin Ebueza, looking to get rid of the 0.53, but definitely he's done a great job.
Yeah, that looked good, didn't it?
Probably it's going to be his best score so far in this heat. Great surfing from Justin.
Yeah, I agree, Di. And I mean, I think Joe Marie's still going to get a very solid score. He's going to be absolutely, you know, gutted that he didn't, you know, make that second nose ride, but comes in at a 4.10. So relative to the scale, not as high as the 4.5 of RJ, but Justin is probably now going to drop a good score as well. But Joe Marie, that patience, you know, it did pay off. He was on one of the better shaped waves of the day. I love what he did up to that moment, but the judges really recognizing that fall, took what could have been a 6 down to a 4. But he can be sitting back up there very soon with priority, because he's in second priority, RJ in first priority. And I think he's going to be pretty confident. You know, he's going to probably give it, you know, a good amount of time to wait for a set, and then he'll start to get scrappy if he really needs a set.
Right, it's Well, looks like this is a live action from RJ. Nice hang 5 to start with. Race down the line, just stay poised. Just waiting for the wave to send up here. He will be linking it through all the way to the inside section here. Nice hang 5, a lot of lift on the nose. Another one there. It's a beautiful combination of nose riding and gets another hang 5 there and right out of it really clean. So it's a great surfing from RJ using first priority. He needs a great backup score to secure his spot in the first place right now.
Yeah, that was great. A 4.5 to kick things off. He's going to wash off that 1.07. Most of the good work happened in the latter part of the ride, but I think he's going to rival his opening score, and he's going to be in a solid first. So it's really now going to put the pressure on Kaiden, Justin, and Joe Marie to get that second. But I think Joe Marie's in a good place because he knows the lineup. He's in priority. He's got the opportunity to now be selective. He doesn't have to be too rushed yet. He's still got time to be selective for a really significant set. If one doesn't come, he can start to kind of really activate maybe a more minor shape wave to get a decent score and then try to improve on whatever his backup score is. But RJ is going to be, in the driving seat when that score drops.
Yeah, that's 100% right. Joe Marie didn't look like nervous or uncomfortable after waiting 10 minutes, and now he has first priority. So definitely, like you said, Joe Marie is in a good position to get another good wave. But the last wave for Justin just comes in 5.50, the best he scored so far in this heat. Put him into the lead right now. 5.5 is 3.67. Now RJ needs 4.68 to go back in the lead. Still waiting for the last of, RJ. So it's a exciting heat, actually.
Yeah, that's a massive score for Justin. We didn't see what happened at the beginning of the wave, but the speed at which he came through the midsection demonstrated that there had been control, and he finished things off really nicely. He's pulling the trigger. He's opting to replace that backup score. This doesn't look like a significant wave, though. I think maybe not necessarily the right decision to scrap for something. Yes, a 3.67 is a score you could improve on a minor wave, but I think he needs to play the patient game and work his way into the second or first priority and wait for something strong to add to that 5.5.
Right, it was a quick in and out from Justin, and on screen we have Tian Yang Wen just getting ready for the next heat. He's super pumped up, and he had a great post-heat interview the other day. He just want to win, and I thought he was gonna do a backflip there.
I thought it was a backflip. I mean, first of all, I was just loving the difference between short lengths we get in the longboard world these days, from the kind of 90s style parko on the knee, super baggy ones that Archie Bemrose is sporting, to the kind of classic, more kind of like traditional longboard style kind of higher cut ones that Tian Yang has got, and then out of nowhere he does some acrobatics. But this guy is going to back up that 3.67 now. Could well really increase his lead.
Beautiful start, hang 5, and just waiting for the section to actually give him an opportunity to go another hang 5 there. A lot of lift on the nose, great technique. He's looking to get rid of the 3.67 here, gets the finish turn as well. So definitely it's gonna increase his score line, but this is another important way for RJ. Surfing all the way to the inside and gets the turn in.
He's ripping.
Probably he's going to get another one here. Beautiful combination of turns from RJ Chico, needing to better the 4.17 to improve his situation. But another important wave for Kaiden, needs 5.17 to go into second place. But it looks like the wave just shut down on him. So a lot of going on here now.
Yeah, but I think it's all now going to be about Justin and RJ. They're like clearly the front runners. They've both got now significant new scores to drop. RJ's last ride, I think, is going to be very strong. we obviously didn't see all of the ride, but again, what we did see was a really nice nose ride and linking powerful turns. And there's a great flow. You know, he's powerful, but the flow between everything is exciting to watch. It's kind of edge of your seat longboarding. Justin has just been busy and kind of obviously out of priority. He gets a wave that to me looked like it's going to improve on his 3.67. So it's going to, you know, add to that highest score of the heat so far of 5.5, and it's going to mean that Joe Marie and Kaiden are chasing much bigger scores. So now sitting out there with priority Joe Marie in white is going to be interesting now with 7 minutes, whether he really stays super patient trying to do it all on one wave, or whether he just sees the first kind of rideable set to get something strong and give him time to get maybe one more needing score.
With just under 7 minutes remaining, we seeing a lot of energy in the lineup. I wonder if Joe Marie pulls the trigger. Probably not. But last wave for Justin comes in at 5.13, so he improves his situation right now. This is important wave for Kaiden again. Nice hang 5 to start with. Another 5. And gets another 5 there. A lot of nose riding there. And this is a good looking wave actually. It has a lot of wall to walk on. Another quick 5, and here is a steeper section coming up. Quick hang 5 to 10. It gets the turning. So beautiful surfing from Kaiden. He needs 5.17.
Great stuff from Kaiden. I mean, if he could have nose rode through those sections in contrast to in and out of those quick nose rides, I think that would have improved the chance of getting the score that he needs. But the wave shape was great. He was very busy, very active. So he's putting himself in the mix. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges drop for that, because they do have some reference points of the Abueza rides and Lopez's ride. And Justin, I mean, out of priority on a wider swinging wave, almost matches his highest score of a 5.5. So he's going to be now really relaxed. As we can see, Schweizer coming up next. And also, of course, we got Perry Ventura with the Ian Zamora surfboards, and Perry with the mullet. And they talk about the local barber here in San Juan. His nickname is the Dog, who seems to do the cuts for everyone. So if you're in town or you're visiting and you need a trim, then look out for the Dog barber, and you can maybe come out with a cool mullet like Perry Ventura. And if a mullet makes you surf well, then why not?
Yeah, definitely. If you want a mullet, then come to La Union.
Have you ever had a mullet?
Yes, about 2 months ago.
You're going to have to show me a photo of that. Is it on your Instagram? Can I find it?
Yes,
on
and it's
socials?
actually a good mullet.
Nice.
I really loved it, and I love
it.
Back
Good for
to
you.
mullet again. But this heat is getting exciting. Start in the first half of the heat. But exciting heat so far now. 4 minutes 35 seconds on the clock. So, you know, Joe Marie is holding on to the fast priority quite a long time. He's only got one wave back. This is his second wave. Hang 5 to hang 10. Wow, hold on to it quite a long time there. Nice calf down to the parcels of the waves. And now he's going to wait for the wave to stand up. And actually, he's going to stick to it. And this wave will give him another opportunity here. Hang 5, a nice lift there. Wow, this is getting just exciting so much towards the end. So he's going to get bonus section here. Another 5 to 10. A lot of lift on the nose. So he likes it. 50 pounds there in the end. So how is that ride?
Di, that was incredible. Because let's face it, he made a mistake on the first wave. You know, he had a very good shaped wave with local knowledge deep across the reef. And he fell. You know, he gets a 4.10. It was an okay score, but as the heats unfolded, a 4.10 is not rivaled those high 4s of RJ's and those 5s of his brother's Justin's. But that wave was absolutely sizzling. I think that could be the highest score of the heat so far.
Kaiden up and riding, needs a score, but kicks out quickly, and at the back, Justin. Hang 5, holds it in a critical part of the wave. A nice drive off the bottom. Another quick 5 there. And then now he's going to stick with this wave. Definitely he's looking to get rid of the 5.19 to be in the first place. Gets another section here. And great finishing time there from Justin Ebueza. So Ebueza brothers just showcasing how it's done.
Well, you know what? It could now be an opportunity for the Ebueza brothers to be in first and second. You know, RJ's been strong, but I just think Joe Marie is going to come in with a really, really big score.
Wow.
6 steps to a 10. Holds that 10 through the section, high degree of difficulty, clean controlled footwork out of that 10 into a wraparound turn, and again readjusting for a little turn, now staying patient. And the way he reads this section for 2 more critical 10s, particularly the last one, is incredible. There's the 5, there's the tight 5, so it's only 1 10 and a tight 5, but watch the lift on this 10 on the inside. By now the judges aren't always over rewarding the inside sections, but look at that 10.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible. Beautiful. And it rivaled the 10 he did on the start of the wave. So I think the commitment to the opening 10, this is the mid-nose ride, which was the 5, but that first 10 he did, this is the very inside. Look at that feeling. I mean, that's what we live for as longboarders, all those tootsies over the tip. It's like electricity running through your blood when that happens. And it will be a big score. I think it's going to be the highest score of the heat. This is his brother answering back, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Ebueza brothers are now in first and second. This one a little bit more slopey and peaky, a lot of white water to deal with, but you know, he's looking to improve on that backup 513, and you know, good on him. He's been active, he's been busy, he hasn't looked nervous, and he's ridden this wave really well. So there's a possibility that he may improve on his 513 on that score die.
Wow, great answer back from the Ebueza brothers, but look at the score, 6.83 for the last wave for Joe Marie. That put him straight into the lead. So now, well,
there it is.
Justin's last wave comes in 5.93.
Wow.
Now he is in the lead. Joe Marie is in second. RJ now needs 6.24. Kaido now needs 6.54 with 45 seconds left in the seat.
What an incredible moment. The Ebueza brothers in first and second. The World Tour qualifier from last season in second, but his brother Justin in first. Pressure on RJ. A 6.24. He's in priority. Up and riding die. Is this going to be the one?
Important wave, needs a great score, 6.24. It's a decent score, a great start, a lot of energy on this wave from the start, so he's gonna stick with it, hoping to just link in through to the inside. He gets a 5 there, and probably he needs more. He's trying to find a section here, he's gonna find one here, but lost a little bit of control there. So this is gonna be a victory lap from Justin Ebueza.
Amazing. So, that was an awkward wipe. I hope that board's all right. You know, you don't want that board to crease. He's going to have a little check. I think it's going to be okay. No, okay, RJ's wave, I just don't think it. It just had the zhuzh to go in the score. I mean, it's 6.24. You've got to look at the scale. You know, 6.83 is the highest score drop for Justin, who had a big wave from way down the reef, you know, the top of the point, into a 10, you know, 2 really good rail turns, a dynamic 5 and a really long lifting 10 on the inside. So I think if that's the benchmark and you're looking for a score kind of close to that, I just don't think RJ is going to get the score he needs. And I think the Ebueza boys are numero uno and number 2.
Right, it looks like it is offshore. That Justin Ebueza and Joe Marie Ebueza, Ebueza brothers, will moving into round of 16 quarterfinals, actually. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after the quick break with a lot more action.
Let's get started. Let's go.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
great performances from the Ezra brothers in the last set. We are now into round of 32, heat number 4. We have Tian Yang Wan in red, Julian Schweizer in blue, Lucas Skinner in white, Perry Ventura in green. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with Jessie. Welcome back.
Thanks, Di. I'm happy to be here. I just spent my last hour off down the beach hanging with the Filipinos and Kate Myers, and the vibes are through the roof. Everyone is cheering. We've only seen Filipinos make it through this round today.
Yes, no wonder they are so hyped on the beach, because the last heat, well, like you said, every heat we've seen Filipinos making through. But this heat, very international heat now. This is Tian Yang Wan from China. This is actually his first international event out of his country.
Wow.
And making it to round 32. So this is special for him. He's very, very hungry for the win here.
Yeah, round before the quarterfinals. So we are going to be really starting to creep up our way up the draw. We already have semi-finals confirmed for the women. Just caught behind here, unfortunately, for Tian Yang. He just... yeah, you could see really, really stuck in the middle of his board. No opportunity to start to walk up the nose. Lucas Skinner has been such a pleasant surprise in this event. You can see he gets a really nice tight 5 to start this one off. Potential for a 10 there as well. Gets a rail carve in too. The judges are going to love the variety. But maybe just the body language is like, oh, didn't get an inside section. 317 to kick it off. But yeah, like I mentioned, real dark horse energy from Lucas Skinner.
Definitely, he's one of the underdogs longboarder here in the championship. But while we have a break in the action, looks like we're gonna hold on to the live action here. Surfer in red, nice hang 5 to hang 10 to start with. Step backs. Time for the last section. Beautiful drop knee turn there, engaging the rail really well here. And surfing all the way to the inside. Great stuff from our surfer from China, Tian Yang Wang. As we are waiting for the scores to drop, we're gonna go down to Camille with the last heat winner.
Thank you, Dai. It's always best to win with your brother, younger brother Justin, advancing to the quarterfinals with his older brother, Jomari. So let's settle the score first. How many years younger are you than Jomari?
2 years. He's like older than 2 years.
So some people have mistaken you for twins because you two look so much alike, and even your surfing style is very similar. Both of you are goofy foot. So has Jomari taught you everything you know, just like JR teaching June what June knows?
Yun nga, tinuturuan din ako ng kapatid ko na si Kuya. Tinuturuan din niya kung paano yung mga gagawin ko sa line-up, kung ano yung kailangan kong mga gawing maneuvers, mga nose ride. Yun din si Kuya JR, tinuturuan din ako lagi. Yun idol ko, idol ko.
So Justin says that yes, Jomari does give him tips, but ultimately it's still JR that is their idol, Jomari's and yours combined. And right here on the beach, we have your mom. Hi, Tita Marisa. Very, very proud, very happy that both of you got through. And also your father, Kuya Manyong, is actually one of the very, very first surfers here in La Union. Saan ang tatay mo ngayon?
Tatay ko ngayon is nagtatrabaho siya ngayon dun kila tito ko yun. Tapos sigurado nanonood sila. Shoutout sa inyo.
One other fun fact is Jomari and Justin, they also go fishing together. So what are some of the marine life? Anong mga isda ang nahuhuli dito sa La Union?
Yung mga nahuli lang namin dito mga isda is mga isdang bato din. Mga yun, minsan inuulam na minsan binebenta. Mga isda, mga lapu-lapu ganun, mga pusit, squid, octopus ganun.
Right, that made me hungry for some red snapper and octopus. So congratulations, Justin, and hopefully you and Jomari and Justin and June, it's the brotherhood, will surf on through to the finals. But before that, back to the live action.
Thanks, Camille and Justin. So every the brothers got through the heat, but younger brother took out a win.
Oh, go the younger siblings. All about it. I mean, it's pretty cool. Justin and Jomari, like we've said, they look really similar, but just as Camille said, their styles Really poised, really beautiful. Straight to live action here, though.
Julian's up and riding here. Nice hang 5 to start with. A little bit of catching rail there, but he had another wave to start with. It actually a good wave. 5.0 already locked in for Julian Schweizer. Trying to get another great score here as a backup.
Yeah, looked a little off kilter on some of his calves there, but really just regained that total board control through that midsection. He's had great wave selection all throughout this event so far. We've been knowing that the judges loving these really completed rides with strong nose rides out the back.
Wow.
Just like this run from Tian Yang.
Beautiful hang 5 to 10. Nice rail game there as well. Through to the inside area, 5 to 10. Beautiful surfing from our surfer from China, Tian Yang Wan, showcasing, he's got the skill. He's from Hainan area, and it's got a great longboard field here. But this is a reply of the previous first wave from Julian.
Yeah, nice looking 10. Stuck in a little bit of foam there, and then again just slightly off kilter with his calves on that 2 waves in a row here. But Julian, the judges rewarding him for a nice nose ride. I feel like Tian Yang is going to get the jump on it though. That opening 10, really smooth. Had a nice amount of lift on it, no water on the nose. Came through. You could see he really had to work to keep that momentum of the nose shifting down the wave. And I think he'll be a little bit penalised for the size of the wave as well, just especially considering those big sets are offering that long, consistent wall all the way through. But, just getting the nerves out of the way. This is his first time, like you mentioned, competing overseas. This is a big round and big names. We haven't seen Perry catch a wave yet, but Perry, one of the standout surfers from this region.
Definitely, Perry has been one of my standout from especially yesterday's performances. He just put on the great show, showing the great stylish surfing. But this is Lucas Skinner up and riding. Nice 5 to 10, holds it in a critical part of the wave. Unfortunately, he didn't quite ride out of it, but still, he's showcasing his skill on longboard as well as shortboard. That's great wave selection.
Yeah,
there.
I love it. I love his cross-pollination between the two, whether it's the shortboarding, we see these big airs, to these really long, classy nose rides. You can see Tian Yang, big paddle for that one, and it feels like Lucas is going to be back out ahead of him. So priorities, it's marking as being super important in these 4-man heats, especially when these sets come through, because they usually come through in about a 2 or a 3 wave set, and that second wave and the third wave really important. So you need to be in those upper priority positions. Is that a paddle for Lucas there though? It's going to be tight. It's going to be pretty interesting here.
Yeah, these paddles can show that it's really tricky out there to just choose which one is the right wave to just paddle to. It's a great wave, and it has a lot of wall to walk on, but it's tricky to select the good waves.
Yeah, especially now we usually have this wind kind of pop up around that 1-2 p.m. mark. It's come up a lot earlier today, so these guys having to navigate just a little bit more bump on the face here.
I love how he's staying busy in this heat. Nice 5 to 10 there, and a great technique of the rail there. He's gonna surf all the way to the inside. Unfortunately, lose the momentum there. Didn't really, come out of the section, but there's still plenty of time left. 19 minutes and 30 seconds left, so plenty of time. There's gonna be another set rolling through, and we can see a lot of energy in the lineup now. So
yeah, interesting to note Tian Yang just splashing the water too. I feel like it's a little too early to get frustrated, Di. There's only 10 minutes into this heat. We've got 19 minutes to go. Here we go. We're going to have a start from Perry.
Perry up and riding on the bigger set. Nice hang 5. And then loved up, drawing out turn there, just setting up for the next nose probably. But, still he's staying composed, staying relaxed there. He's not rushing anything, just waiting for the section to stand up.
Switch.
And it's switching stance. Unfortunately, catching a rail there, but still performing really well here. This is Julian up and riding. We missed the first bit of the wave, but he is linking it through to the inside. But looks like Perry lost his surfboard.
Oh my goodness.
And out the back, we have Lucas Skinner up and riding. out of a little bit of lost balance there, unfortunately. So a lot of waves coming in.
You know what? It's going to take one completed ride to really edge yourself away from the rest of the field here, because everyone making mistakes right now. Can see a little bit flustered here from Tian Yang, gets up to the nose, holds a quick 5, comes back, and we see a quick 10. He had to move that back foot back though, so that nose starting to bury in a little bit of water, and then just not using the rails super strong there, which I think was not adding to help get that momentum down the face. So he lost that power here. You can see step back, but just too much on that back hip here. And then I'm interested in this wave of Perry. Solid looking outside 5, holds at the top of the wave. This one hits the deeper water. I was kind of confused why he took the first wave of the set. It had a lot of bump to it. It just looked a little bit disconjointed. I think he had to go around Tian Yang there, so maybe didn't get back to the nose. He starts to go switch here and then buries this outside rail and goes over there, and he's got no leash on, so he's going to have to go swimming. Quick opening 5, just losing that flow here until he gets one nice big hit in for Julian. So those moments, they're going to count in these early rounds, because no one really getting that solid start to finish overall performance. And then he came through this inside, was pretty close to hitting Perry's board through this inside section. You can see he's found one. It starts to steepen up here. Went to put the pressure a little bit more on his heel side rail, and then didn't really get much more after that big opening turn. Lucas just losing control. This is the biggest surf he's ever surfed on a longboard, and you can see the energy in the ocean. It is throwing our competitors off balance here. He's got priorities, so he regained that, but he's got to adapt pretty quickly to these conditions. We knew yesterday was the biggest he's ever surfed on a longboard. It's looking bigger today, and he had a lot cleaner conditions for his heat yesterday. So now we've got bigger swell, bump on the face, and it's got the better of Lucas on his opening rides here. We know he's got the talent though, so he just needs to kind of stay composed and try and get one of those waves all the way through.
You know, he's got this really composed style on the longboard as well, and he's really good at adjusting in the second. So definitely he's gonna adjusting some mistakes from the previous waves, and he'll perform really well on the next one. And he's got, like you said, he's got first priority here, and there's still 15 minutes and 45 seconds left. Plenty of time left, and it looks like Perry just got back out the back. So there's gonna be a lot of opportunities for all the 4 surfers here, but looks like on screen we have Kaimana Takayama is getting ready for his upcoming heat number 5. It's another stacked heat. Crisanto, Gavin, Billy. So it's a very international heat again. 2 surfer from United States up against Australian surfer and a Filipino. So it's great to see the matchup.
I feel like this is good signs right now for the international field, considering how dominant the Filipinos have been. To only have 1 in a heat, it means we're going to keep having some internationals move through. Lucas hoping to be the first to move through today.
Right, Lucas. Nice read on the wave. Great turn on the last section, but unfortunately loses a bit of balance there and goes down. So probably he needs to get back out and regroup and get another wave. There's still plenty of time left, but out the back looks like Sky is on the wave. Nice hang 10, holds on to it beautifully, and another 5 to another 10.
Oh, go,
wow.
go. No.
Unfortunately, he couldn't ride out of the last hang 10, but great performance from our Chinese surfer Tian Yang Wan.
Yeah, I love the fact that he's trying to get to the nose to add these critical points, but I just don't think he's, as of the waves he's had, reading them very well right now. Obviously, I think pushing the limits of getting on the nose is great, but you can have moments in the middle of the board to get you through to this inside. Nice power carve to start off for Lucas here. And now he starts to just patiently wait. Starts to creep back up the nose, but doesn't get any critical nose riding here. Goes for a solid turn. Unfortunately goes down. I do think, though, it's a step in the right direction for Lucas. Now, for Tian Yang, gets to the nose, but it just felt like that wave lacking the energy to continue him through. Got some water on the nose here. Right there, he felt like he was too far out of the power source and maybe needed to sit in the middle part of the board to keep the speed going to add to the scoreline down the middle. But Tian Yang, he's currently in second with a pair of threes. Perry with a 4.17 for a pretty easy wave for him at this point. He hasn't really stepped out of his comfort zone yet. So I feel like once Perry starts to get going, we're going to see some big scores locked in.
Right, so now, like you said, Perry has 4.17, but Julian's last wave locked in at a 4.83. Now, Julian is in the lead with 5 and 4.83, which is a pretty good number for this kind of condition, and it looks like he's going to go for this wave. Again, he committed paddle for this wave. Nice hang 5 to hang 10.
Oh, wow.
Had a really good lift. And another 5 there. It's a good looking wave. It has a lot of wall to walk on. Another 5 and a beautiful rail walk there. Join out carve. Stay composed here, waiting for the section to stand up. Love that drop knee down there. Setting up for another nose ride here. Hang 5. Unfortunately goes down, but pretty much all the damage down at the back.
Oh, that was such a clean 10. Had nice lift on the nose, like you mentioned. We haven't really seen anyone get lift in this heat yet either. And a really clean, long 5 there as well. So Julian just getting the job done while everyone else is kind of fumbling right now. And I think this is something that is going to come into advantage right now for Julian. If you can just keep tying a nice bow on all of these waves, making this heat is going to become pretty easy. Billy Burnett coming up next. Yesterday, Sam was absolutely frothing on this board. And Billy, just such an incredible surfer, really relaxed style. But then knows when to just apply a little bit more power there. Imagine how much wax these guys would go through.
Oh, yeah, you got to have the package of the wax.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're running out of it. But, yeah, you need a big wax job there. And a great matchup on screen. We have Gavin getting ready with him as well, but looks like live action. We have Tian Yang Wang just staying busy, trying to get a better looking wave through the inside section here, but on that last wave didn't really give him the opportunities to go for the great nose ride in that critical section.
Look at the nose ride reward for Julian though. 6.67 for that last wave. Bigger looking wave. Really clean long lift, nice long 5 as well. So yeah, Julian 6.67 and a 5. That's kind of the perfect combo to make it through this heat. I mean, that's where we've really been seeing everyone get those numbers. The big standout moment obviously this morning with JR getting excellent scores. We knew that was going to come from JR, but Julian, he's really showing his strengths right now. He's just playing it really cool.
Definitely a well hit management from Julian, but this is important wave for Perry. This is the second wave. Nice hang 5 to a tight 5. I love the drawn out carve there from Perry. Stay composed. Just, waiting for the wave to stand up and actually give him an opportunity. But unfortunately, wave dies out. But I would say it's going to be another great number because his nose ride was in the critical section and he had a great carve in the end.
Yeah, he had a good combo of nose ride to carve out the back. It's only a 2.39, so it's definitely going to be the number there. Again, though, how many times have we seen that inside section just be that kind of real convincing number for our judges? Let's take a look at this 6.67 again. Straight to a 10. There's the lift. Holds out of the water. Comes through again and holds out a bit more of a stretched out 5. Then there's the tight 5 through that midsection here. Steps on that back foot. Gives us variety through the carve. This inside track though, he starts to read this wave really beautifully. You can see this wave bottoms out here. Engages that inside rail. Another strong step back carve here. And then I love how he stayed high for this next nose ride because he would have buried it if he stayed too low. Again, it was just an off-balancing. As far as his board and that placement of that 5 was, it was perfectly placed. But that 10, absolutely gorgeous. That tail really locking into the pocket for another 5. A really tight one there too. And I just think this is the perfect combo. When you get a 10 into a tight 5 that's drawn out for a long amount of time into 2 really strong step back carves, probably an extra 1.5 gone missing with that nose ride on the inside here. And then Perry long 5. You can see he tried to make it super tight as well. Love that carve. Really drawn out, steps back. Great use of the tail here for Perry. But unfortunately, yeah, this inside section, you could see he started to creep his way back up, tries to sit on the middle part, gain that speed, but just not going to be the case here. But I do agree with you, Di. It is the score. It's actually his best wave. It's a 4.53.
Yeah, it is a good, good score for him. The judges are saying it's enough to move into second place right now. But definitely, if he could have that last inside section there, it probably would added a couple more points to the score. So definitely great job. A lot of damage at the back from Perry. So now Julian is in first with 6.675. Perry Ventura is in second with 4.53 and 4.17. Now Tian Yang Wan now needs 5.27. And Lucas hold on to the first priority, needing 5.53. It's a decent score, but he's capable of getting those 5-point range, 6-point range. He's showcasing his longboarding skill in the earlier rounds and getting the 6-point range. So definitely he's gonna utilize the first priority and get on those better waves, and definitely he's gonna get that requirement.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm all about an underdog story. I really am. And Lucas has been such a surprise. I didn't even know he longboarded 2 weeks ago. He was an incredible athlete, a real standout in the World Juniors, and now he's coming in to this event. He's won his first 2 heats. He's taken out some really big names. And I just feel like I want to see this storyline of Lucas Skinner keep progressing through the rounds. But Julian, he's just put on a really classy performance. He hasn't really put a foot wrong at this point. And Perry hasn't really kind of stepped out of first gear, if we're being really honest. He was such a standout yesterday. So I actually think Perry is still in a moment of threat right now, because Tian Yang, if he gets a completed ride, 5.27, it's not out of the question. And we've seen Lucas get 6s all event long. So, yeah, this is kind of nerve-wracking. I feel like Perry's going to need potentially another 1 or 2 waves here. But the real question is, who's got the best mullet? Crisanto or Perry? They're excellent mullets.
Excellent mullet, that makes me really want to go back to mullet hair now.
You had a mullet?
Yeah, I did have a mullet.
We could have put you in this conversation here, Di.
Yeah, definitely.
And you would have had my vote.
But looks like Tian Yang Wan on this one. Great hang 5 to hang 10. A nice rail game there.
No.
Loses. Little bit of balance there. Unfortunate. Unlucky for him. He was on the way to the good score. Possibly to the 5.27 that he required. But unfortunately goes down. So it's a 2.23. It's not enough. That was his 8th wave. He's staying busy. He's just trying to get the better wave through the inside. But I like how he's being really busy here in this heat.
Yeah, me too. I'm really loving it from Tian Yang. You wouldn't kind of expect him that this is his first time in an international event, and he's made it already into the round of 32. We've had so many incredible surfers unfortunately go out of the draw. So Tian Yang, he has this ability to kind of be a dark horse energy himself. You got to say him and Lucas definitely taking on that role. Julian, really established surfer. Perry as well. Feels like Lucas is pretty interested in this wave here, Di.
Wow, Lucas utilized his first priority. Nice face turn, 2.5 to quick 10. And a lot of speed. Allowed to carving down the line. Unfortunately, catching the rail there, goes down. He was definitely on the way to the requirement here.
Frustrated too. Got a splash of the water there for Lucas. And I feel like just this little puff of wind, it's throwing him off guard a little bit. He's got the nose ride down pat, but I feel like even yesterday with the extra swell, you could see him get to the nose, maybe wobble a little bit, but be able to regain it because the conditions were really clean. Taking in this little extra lump, it's making it just that little bit harder to stay at the nose of the board and keep it looking really in control. You can see he's got it. He's adapting and getting it done every time he's on his feet, but I love how hard he's pushing here.
All right, he's up and riding again. Nice 5 to quick 10 to start with. Navigating all the way to the inside. Another quick 5. Stay composed and 1 turn in. It's a great combination of nose riding and a turn there, but he knew that he needed more to get 5.53.
I honestly don't hate that moment. I feel like that's a really good settler, just to be able to go, okay, I've got a nose ride, I got a 10, then I got some rail work in. He read this part of the wave beautifully, got that 5 again, and then still to get a turn in and get the completion. I actually think that's a really good moment in this heat with still 3 minutes to go for Lucas to be able to go, okay, tick, got a wave completed. I've done it now. I just need to find one more opportunity to do it again. It's a 5.2 is what he's chasing. He does that surfing on a slightly bigger wave, holds those nose rides for a little bit longer. The score, it's easily going there. I mean, Perry's had 4s for basically one nose ride and a carve out the back. So to do that, maybe add one more nose ride, it's a 5.2.
Yeah, Lucas did a great job to lower the requirement with the last wave. It comes in at a 3.50, so he actually improves his situation right now. Now Lucas needs 5.20, and just like you said, he just ticked all the boxes on the last wave, and definitely build up some confidence. But this is important wave from Tianyang Wang on a bigger size waves. Good looking wall ahead of him, needs decent score of 5.27. So he's gonna set up the turn here, waiting for the section to actually stand up. And there you go, there's another beautiful technique there, 360 on the board.
Love that. 360. You can see though he's splashing his face. Maybe he's not convinced with it. Yeah, he's definitely not convinced with that one, unfortunately there. But Tianyang, I've actually been pretty impressed. He's had a couple really nice moments. I was going to say, it's not over till it's over. And he's got the head down, he's got the arms going, gets to the nose in a pretty tricky section there. I was a little worried. I thought maybe he was too far up the board and that nose might have buried another time. But you can see he's learning from his mistakes. Starts to just gain some speed to get through this inside. We haven't seen him make it through this inside section yet. So on the middle of the board, there's the 360, but I'm not going to say it's a completion there for that one. So Tianyang needs a bit more. Perry trying to create a bit more distance here.
Well, beautiful surfing from Perry. Nice hang 5 to hang 10.
Wow.
Lot of lift. Hold on to it really long time. I love the rail game there. He's wobbling a little bit. Managed really well to stick to the landing, but beautiful surfing from Perry. Beautiful style, actually. And this is Lucas Skinner. Needs score 5.20, but doesn't look like it's going to go into the requirement with a 56 seconds. Wow, time is just winding down quickly here.
Yeah, I know. 30 minutes has just flown by. I feel like Lucas is probably going to need something more in that 6.57 range now. Julian, he's going to have a go, so it's going to give Lucas priority with one more opportunity.
Wow, beautiful hang 5, but too much on the front foot. Goes down with 30 seconds to go, so this is a last wave for Tianyang Wan. Needs 5.27 on the smaller size waves. Gets a hang 5, gets a 10, but unfortunately couldn't really ride out of it, so 20 seconds left. Is there going to be a wave for Lucas Skinner?
I hope so. 10 seconds to go here. He's got priority. The ocean's looking a little quiet. I'd love for one last roll to come through. He's going to get another option here, Dai.
All right, this is going to be the last chance for Lucas. 5.20, that's his requirement. Nice 5 to nice 10, holds it, but unfortunately goes down. No. So I don't think it's going to be that requirement. Still waiting for the 4 waves to lock in. A couple of low scores from Lucas Skinner and Julian Swise as well. And then Tianyang Wan. So still waiting for those waves. I'm pretty sure Perry is gonna improve his situation here. Looks so healthy. 8.0 for the last wave for Perry Ventura.
Another Filipino winning here. This is, we're going 4 from 4. We've had every single Filipino in this heat in this event make it through at least in a top 2 position right now. So I'm pretty sure, if my math is correct, we're going to have at least one Filipino in the final. When you think about quarterfinals, we're going to have at least 7 Filipinos in those first 2 quarterfinals.
Wow, beautiful performances. It's official. Perry Ventura and Julian Schweizer are moving into quarterfinals. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after the quick break. A lot more actions on the way.
get started. Let's go.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
It's been a huge day here, day 3 at the La Union International Pro, and the action is just going to continue on happening. Heat 5, Crisanto, Villanueva, Gavin Idone, Billy Burnett, and Kaimana Takayama. We have the Philippines, USA, and Australia represented in this heat, a true international one at that. And we've had just a quick in and out for Kai, a 2.83. So he's sitting there in that 4th priority, but all 3 surfers in red, blue, and white waiting to open up their accounts.
We've just done some math, and we've worked out that we're guaranteed at least one Filipino in the final.
Yeah, so huge. Because looking at those quarterfinals that will likely run tomorrow, we have all Filipinos in that first quarterfinal, I believe, and then 3 out of 4 in that second quarterfinal being Filipino as well. So for sure, then looking at how they'll advance into the semis and then into the final, there's enough that they have guaranteed themselves at least one.
Which is so exciting. And I think as well, when we go look at this back half of the draw, it really does start to get a little bit more international. So I think that's going to keep the flair. It's going to keep a little bit more interesting. But I think it is so exciting to see how much of the local community is moving through to this deeper part of the event.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Gavin looking to open up his account here, a really nice smaller wave to start out, but surfing really cleanly on it. Looking at that section ahead, gets back up to the nose, goes for the hit, and rides out of it so cleanly. Love how he packaged that one together. So while we wait for scores to drop, why don't we send it down to the beach to hear from Camille and the winner of that last heat, Perry.
Are we live? Okay, we are on. Perry Ventura pushes to the excellent range with an 8.0, almost in the final minute of that heat. So what was going through your head? Did you really wait patiently, or did that wave come at the expense of your luck?
Yeah, actually that waves, I wait for that kind of section there. Actually the wave is so hard to choose some good one waves, and then I said I got this, so I need to wait and patient to get good waves and good scores, and then that's it. I shocked, and then I get 8 point something. Then I'm so happy that I made it. Yeah.
I love it. I love the affirmations that you're telling yourself, definitely boosting your confidence. Has anyone guided you through this mental journey? You're now thinking more clearly, you're now more determined. Who has helped you just get the mental work done?
Actually, especially like my coach, Carla, she's always advising me like patience and wait for the good waves, because actually you need like 2 waves only, like 2 scores only. And then because the time it's like 30 minutes each, so I said I need to wait a good one, be patient, and then that's the told my coach, Carla.
How important it is to have someone coaching you, not only in the technical aspect of the game, but most importantly also in your mental health. So how do you feel that the semifinals will be an all Filipino heat?
Actually, yeah, super happy because a lot of Filipino advancing to the semifinals. Yeah, so super happy.
Right, Tonight it's gonna feel like just a national surf competition in the semifinals. And do you want to say shout outs to anyone before we end this day?
Yeah, shout out to all my friends, especially to my family, to supporting me, and my sponsors, my coach, Tegrala, Zamora Surfboard, and then Alima, and then Ulap Surf, and then DGSG, Grass Green, kay Naoki, and then to all my friends, thank you so much for supporting me. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's the mullet over the man bun. Back to live action.
That was the best outro I've heard of an interview.
You know what?
The
I
mullet
back
over
it.
the man bun.
I think
I back that too, actually.
I back it.
Yeah.
I reckon a mullet over a man bun any day of the week.
Yeah, wow, that's a bit. I mean, well, Aussies are known for both their mullets and man buns.
Yeah. I feel like mullets are ins. Man buns are out for 2026.
For 2026, I like that. Well, while we were in that post-heat interview, lots of action has happened. In the meantime, still waiting for scores for all 4 surfers to drop. So we finally got to see some waves of substance that happened.
I know. I feel like this is, when you look at the names in this heat, it's actually a really pretty powerful surfing kind of heat when you think about just that stockiness of Kaimana. You'd say maybe the least powerful but probably the most graceful is this guy on your screen, Gavin, just really surfing this Chris Christensen board beautifully through this inside, and it seems to carry him really nicely through all of these sections. Nice 5. Comes in and gets a good connection with that lip there. So Gavin, I feel like he's going to have to use nose riding to his advantage here and in really solid parts of the wave, because you just can see even the difference in just stature. Kaimana, a bigger guy. He's got more power that he can use to his advantage here. Same as Billy. He's really strong, but he's also got really precision footwork. So I actually love this heat, and it's pretty stacked when you talk about just competitiveness and talent out of all of these 4 surfers. And then obviously Crisanto goes by king. Just him and Perry have this cool personal rivalry as well, and I think he would have seen Perry make through that one and want to be into that next round as well.
Yeah, with that man, I was going to say man bun.
man
Sorry,
bun.
with that mullet. Looking again at this replay of Kai's, so he's gotten a couple waves now, slowly building that house and looking really strong and comfortable on his feet. He had just made it through his last heat previously with a buzzer beater, and now coming into this heat a little bit more busy from the get-go. It's a 30-minute heat, so plenty of time. Judges still looking to drop in that last one of Kai, and then we can really have a full picture of the situation.
Yeah, I feel like Kaimana, he's just such a fun competitor to watch because he's so passionate. Obviously, we know he's never going to give up to the end based on that buzzer beater yesterday. So I feel like even if he starts off on the back foot, doesn't get the highest scores, he's still going to be fighting until the very death. He wants to be on that World Longboard Tour. Like, sometimes I get so carried away with how fun this event has been that I forget that 4 people are going to the CT, 4 people are going to the championship tour, and I just think, who knows? You never know what this next 12 months can bring. They might win this and roll on to be the world champion. Obviously, we don't wish that on the women's side. We want to see you go back-to-back world titles.
Thank you.
But on the men's, you really never know. This could just kind of skyrocket them into a really solid season.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe, we know that JR is already qualified for that World Tour spot. So with that strength that we were just talking with the Filipinos guaranteeing themselves a spot in the finals based off of the number of Filipinos that are in that first half of the draw, maybe we're going to see that expansion of Filipino representation on the world stage.
I would actually love that. And I think you can just tell by even this event, just the talent that they have and how hard they've been working to keep adding that Filipino flag to the World Longboard Tour. They are one of the more dominant countries right now. And I think not just in singular performances, but just how they are supporting each other as a community. Obviously, we're in the Philippines, so for them, there's lots of them that can enter this. But I just think, we're going to start to see a changing of the guard, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot more Filipinos on tour in the next coming years.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's Gavin who won that opening exchange, getting that 4.83. So the highest single wave score of everyone's first waves. Now on to a second one to back that up. And he's looking really nice and in control. Love that flare that he's adding. His nose ride's looking nice and tight. That tape around the front of his board, just really showing when both feet are in front of that those hang fives are really quite tight. Kai Takayama does a similar thing with kind of having the nose of his board not have wax. He puts this like spray like traction thing on it, but huge turn from Gavin there.
Yeah, I actually really like this. I love that tape where it's also maybe like a mental line for him to keep moving ahead of. Gets a little bit of water over the nose, but damage done out the back and a little bit more through this inside. Good looking five. Lays it on rail again here, comes through, makes his way up the board. Type 5 again. So, you know what? It's interesting. I kind of did something similar when I was younger. I used to have my front foot too far forward, and so I just would scrape the wax off there so I'd keep landing it in the position. It's smart. I love it.
Yeah, it gives you like a nice little area to go for. And visually from the beach and the judges, it kind of adds to that drama of look at how tight my hang fives are or tens. You know, that's something that I feel like I would be intentional about with my equipment growing up, is having different colors on your deck and bottom of your board.
Okay.
And that's something that my dad would always kind of suggest to do, because when you're bottom turning versus cutbacks, you can really see that visually from the beach, that rail to rail action.
Yeah, I love that.
As we see Kai up and riding. Love that he's staying busy here. That one, unfortunately, is not going to line up for him, but that Michael Takayama board looking really nice under his feet.
So do you still have different color decks to the bottom of your boards?
Sometimes.
Because El Salvador, your board was very pretty.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, that board was, I do a Hoffman fabric inlay in a lot of my boards these days, and that one I chose to do it on the deck and bottom, so it was same color on both sides. Now I just kind of do whatever I'm feeling, you know. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Haven't made my boards for this year yet, so I don't have any indication of what we're going to choose, but hopefully going to go into the factory and pick out some new fabric.
Yes, that'd be so fun. I think it's I spray a lot of surfboards back at home. Obviously, I would love to do a longboard.
Yeah, the one that you have here is so cute.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's such a big platform, and I think as well you see that kind of filter into longboarding a lot. Maybe a lot of people have that same mindset that you have, because everyone's board is beautiful.
Yeah. I think longboarders take real pride in their equipment, and you know, we'll get back to that. Looking at Kai's wave now, this is his 6th ridden wave, and unfortunately coming unstuck. Crisanto staying a little bit more patient now, uses his priority to get on this one, and finding a little bit of a slow section after a nice outside nose ride. He's hoping this one's going to stand up on the inside for him. Looks like it is. Finds that nose ride again, goes for the hit. Love the flow in between those two maneuvers.
Yeah, quick transitions there for Crisanto. Gavin wants to hold on to the lead here, though. Wants to be the first international to win one of these heats in this round.
Yeah, huge cutback for him there. Love how fluid and responsive his board is looking under his feet. Now Billy on his Thomas Beckson surfboard, lining up for this one a little bit bumpier, kind of not standing up for him. He's staying patient with it, looking for it, but not finding those nose ride opportunities like I'm sure that's what he's searching for. And there he goes. He finds it, but just on the inside. So that will go into his top 2 in the fact that he only has one wave ridden at the moment, a 3.4. And he only needs that 2.8 to go into that advancing spot. But lots of change up about to happen. Scores to drop for everyone. There's Ben Considine getting ready for his next heat. Looks like he's having a bit of a snack. Maybe looking for his wax right now. Oh, no. His phone.
He was really impressive yesterday. Actually, maybe one of the standouts, I'm going to say. I'm actually really looking forward to that next heat. Taka Inui. Obviously, everyone knows that name, knows that smile, that family. Edgar as well. And then someone's probably my favourite style that I got to see yesterday, Jack Tyro from New Zealand. So classy, so effortless. And I feel like we only saw it in a small scale. And I feel like in a heat like that, we're going to need to see him really step it up, which I'm excited to get my eyes on that and just see the matchup go down that next heat, which will be 14 minutes away. But I just think these 8 heats are excellent surfers. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it really is stacked, and we're not even in the quarterfinals yet. There we go, Kai finding one that he has been looking for. He's been staying so busy, but I think it is turning out well for him because he found that diamond in the rough. A really nice outside nose ride, big cutback. Now he's looking to see if this one will stand up for the inside. Looks like it's going to give him an opportunity. It does. Great nose ride through that small section. Puts it back on rail and cuts out cleanly.
So are we talking like a skateboard grip kind of style?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I don't really know it, but he's been doing it forever.
I've never heard of that. I love this.
Yeah, Kai coming from my hometown as well. So knowing his dad, Michael, watching at home. Hello, Michael. We wish you were here, but your boards that are getting ridden here, Cash looked like she had a great heat earlier today too. Also riding those Michael Takeyamas, but straight to the nose, gets that hang 10, and wow, what a beautiful cutback.
Yes, solid carve there for Kai. And again, I think he just paced this wave really beautifully through this inside too. Sat on that mid part of the board, carried his speed, got over this weird kind of wobble, and through this inside, he got this bonus section, got to make his way to the nose there for a nice 5. And just, again, a nice short carve on the inside here. Just love how connected he seems with his equipment. Billy, out the back here, sick carve. Love the extra style of the arms there. Made it to the nose. Got a bit of lift for that 5. Drags it back around. You can see now, this is that moment we see everyone pace themselves. But I love how Billy gaining speed. Hoping he gets that bonus section that we just saw for Kai. But it kind of just, unfortunately, left him to... He got a nice turn in there, but kind of left him to sit in the middle part of his board. And I think he definitely would be chasing more. There's the smile that we're talking about. He is always so happy, Tucker. He's so contagious, his energy. I love being around him.
Yeah, he is. As he has his main board ready. Looks like he's just having his backup board ready as well, just in case anything happens. I've seen Taka do a few board switches before. It's like he can hear us talking right now. Hello, Taka.
Hey, Taka. He's such a good big brother as well. We saw him waxing up Kaide's board before her heat, getting the brother of Instagram shot done as well. The content
brother
king.
of Instagram. So we see Gavin now getting a beautiful hang 10. I'd say Gavin's been in the most rhythm for this heat so far, finding a lot of great waves, and he puts that board on rail so well. It's looking so lively, and there hasn't been any downtime in most of his waves.
Yeah, great connection on the inside again. I love that board. I really do. I think it looks super smooth. Great connection with that opening hang 10 here for King. Hoping to keep this momentum on the inside.
Oh, yeah, gets back far enough and fortunately rides out of that cleanly. Did a lot of great work on the outside. He's looking to drop a 2.5. So it has not stopped in this heat at all. We still have 11 minutes remaining, but looking at this wave count that we have, judges are still trying to catch up. We still have scores to drop, but we do know that Crisanto King, like you said, has that 6.33, but Gavin eyeing that down because that was a beautiful nose ride.
Yeah, nice 10, solid carve, back to a 5 here. Like I mentioned, just that board just carries so much speed and momentum, puts it on rail again, works himself back to the nose for another 5 here, and then solid connection. Just, we spoke about it with JR this morning, having that consistency of energy and pace from start to finish. Gavin's got it here on this wave.
He does.
Nice 10. And then this carve, I just think the way he kicks his arms out and really drives his hips around, I think it's also showing a lot of personality in his surfing, and I do think the judges are really going to reward this wave.
Yeah, I agree. A smaller one that just continued to provide opportunity after opportunity, and he was able to execute it with so much flow. So still a score to drop there, and still waiting for this one to drop as well.
Wow, really fast footwork from King. Gets a 10. Drops that back foot back. We get a really nice carve from him, not once but twice. I was thinking, oh no, he's going to come off the back in this mid part of the wave here, but came through, got a little bit more work done, went to the nose. Here's a nice 10. And again here, you can just see King. That's the part. I thought he wasn't going to make it out, but he did. And like you mentioned, it was well rode out of because he did so much hard work from start to finish. That 2-5, it's definitely out of here. And right now it's this really awesome back and forth battle between Gavin and King. So Billy and Kai, going to need to answer back a little bit more here.
Yeah, absolutely. So scores are in for Billy and Kai. Billy sitting on the strength of two waves, a 4.53 and a 3.4. Kai improving his situation with that one just before, a 4.43 drop for it alongside a 3.37. So they're sitting in the third and fourth position at the moment, requiring a couple of low fours. So super attainable as we look into this back half or last 8 minutes of the heat. Now scores in for Gavin's last wave, a 5.43. That takes him into the lead, but I think we'll see a change up again. Crisanto needing a 3.93. And we're still waiting for that last one to drop.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3.93. It was really nice. It had that X factor that he was chasing as well. So the judges, they've got their replay cam up there. They can watch these waves back as many times as they want. Billy, he's going to need more than this 4.31.
Yeah, so looking to set this one up. He does a nice check turn, hoping this one's going to stand up in front of him. Gets up to the nose a bit quick, and he's being really patient. Love his style. He's from Snapper Rocks, or I should say Snapper Rocks is one of his home breaks. He's from the Gold Coast, and so he's very comfortable on a right-hand point. Gavin on another wave, finding a lot of good ones out there and looking really fluid as he's making his way down, adding in some flair. That's what you were just talking about, Jesse, and finding his footwork, constantly adjusting, constantly staying busy, even into those small portions of the wave.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin, he's just really finding his flow right now. This heat, the ocean, it's really been kind of magnetic towards him. Billy, getting some nice work done. I just think this wave, it was a little bit lackluster, unfortunately. So carve to start off, hasn't got to the nose yet. Now he does. It's a quick 5, drops down the bottom of the wave, so does well to hold on. I just feel like, yeah, I know I just said it, I just feel like this wave was lackluster. I feel like Billy's got a lot more to offer, and this wave not really cooperating with him. He did a great job to surf this wave from start to finish, but it kind of just felt like cruise control for Billy. Out the back, quick open 5. There's that personality. I love when those arms kick out when he goes through his calves. And like I mentioned, that ocean really being magnetic towards him. He needed this wave, though. I don't think it's going to be the score he's chasing. King went back to the lead. This had to be a pretty solid score here, Rach.
Yeah, he's now looking for a 7.17 to take that lead back from King. The last score dropping in for our surfer from the Philippines. This one here, a 6.27.
Really light footwork. Touches the nose, gets a good 10. Step back, gets a solid carve in here. And another one for King. You can see here, this is this part of the wave where it starts to peak up on him, and he just absolutely made the most of it, which is what you got to do. Gets to the nose, beautiful 5 into a 10. You can see that tail right at the top of the wave there, so it's forcing the board kind of down. So he did well as the wave was bottoming out. Step back, made it, and then gets into this inside. Definitely gets the clean ride out. It's the best wave, or the second best wave of the heat, and King just kind of going on that roll that we thought he was going to go on. He was so impressive yesterday. Like I mentioned, him and Perry have this awesome back and forth battle. They're really good mates as well. So the fact that Perry Ventura made it through that last heat, King would be like, I need to be in that next proper surface too.
Yeah, the battle of the mullets.
Yes.
So we see Jack Tyro there riding his Keo longboard, making his way out to the surf. The surfers can paddle out at 5 minutes remaining so that they can be out there for their next heat by the start of the horn. As we see Kai now, he needs a score. He needs a 5.83, getting to his knees, finding that glide so he can get straight up to the nose. Love how he sinks into those knees a little bit, showing his comfortability, but a little bit quick, making his way around this section. He's readjusting. This looks like it's going to stand up nicely as he makes his way back up to the nose, but only was just a quick nose ride again. So he's going to be knowing he wants a bit more from his waves from there. Still plenty of time for him to make his way back out. As we see King now looking to improve upon his sixes. He's had some really great wave selection. Love that soul arch style to get that inside rail re-engaged and reset up that line. These waves are so long and they've been surfing so many waves. I love that we're now starting to see some of the athletes bring in extra flary maneuvers.
Yes, there's so much personality in longboarding. I love it. I just think it's a really cool way. It's more of an art form, I think, where it's a little bit slower, the pace of it, but just seeing exactly where they're putting their footsteps, where they're holding the nose, that teeter-tot idea of levitating, really, flying on the wave. It's really cool to see just this, how everyone kind of paints a picture really differently with longboarding. Crisanto, getting the mullets confused out there. He looked really sharp. He's looked really sharp all heat long. I feel like Kaimana looked really good on that last wave too. Don't think it's going to be the 5.83 that he's chasing. But if I was Gavin, I was going to say, you definitely want to keep trying to drop that 4.83 to just keep edging away right now.
Yeah, utilizing his priority to take off on this one. Quick nose ride, gets stuck over that bobble, trying to get back into it, is unable to. So Billy now left out the back with priority heading into these final 3 minutes, and maybe some lines out the back. We may see an opportunity for a great wave from Billy.
Yeah, I hope so. I would love to see Billy with a bit of power behind him getting on one of those set waves. He looks like he's going to be right on cue here. He's going to paddle in to what seems to have a nice looking wall. Oh no, Billy.
Just gets a little bit hung up. It looked like he was stalling to get ready for that nose ride, but wasn't fully into the wave yet, and so just stalled himself out of that. And you can see he's just a bit frustrated, that upper body. As we see Gavin now also getting that stall, almost getting too caught up off the top of the wave, but able to glide back into it as he's looking to this inside, staying nice and patient, waiting, gonna cut out of that one. Not enough work done to improve upon his situation, I'd say, on that wave. So all scores are pretty much in except for that last of Gavin. We don't think that'll factor in. So Kai looking for a 5.83. That one we saw of him just before, a 3.57. Goes into his top two, but doesn't lower that requirement. And Billy looking for a 5.73.
Yeah, gosh, it's that inside section is really tricky. It's got a lot of bump on it at the moment as well. It normally does just because of how much water rips off the inside of the reef there. But even now we're adding in a little bit of wind, so making it super tricky. And what I've noticed, a lot of the local guys, they sit really high with their nose rides through that inside track. And I feel like there's a good point and a half to be had with a solid nose ride through there. All right, 5.83. It's got to be it for Kaimana here.
Oh, no. And not wearing a leash. Fortunately, looks like he was able to fall on his board and catch that. He's going to race back out there. You can see a bit of frustration because there is only 1 minute and 10 left. But there are wide ones that can come through right about in the area that Kai is paddling out. So will be interesting to see if we see another opportunity, potentially within a minute to go. We've seen it happen before.
A couple wide ones on Rachel's Peak.
Yeah. That's where I've been trying to.
That's your go-to.
Yeah, it is.
Go-to for an early morning. I was walking to work just thinking about coffee, and then here you are going surfing. I was like, I need to be doing more of that.
Well, someone who's doing a lot of great surfing, Gavin, trying to drop that 4.83 to give his competitors higher requirements. And he's had a really nice heat so far, finding a lot of waves. This is his 9th ride.
Wow.
As we see Billy now, he's looking for a 5.73. Looks like he's on a pretty nice one. That was a great cutback that we saw just before. Did he get anything out the back? Will this vie as a last-ditch opportunity? And King now just having a victory ride in. A really beautiful one. He just demonstrated some really nice surfing, getting a couple of sixes, throwing away a 5.7.
Wow.
Beautiful hang 10. I mean, even this that looked like a medium one when he was standing up just turned into such a beautiful ride. So Billy there getting his equipment up. Let's take a look at what happened out the back.
Yeah, this is important, the outside work. There's a bit of downtime here. Had to wait for this foam, but gets to the nose in a pretty nice part of the wave there too. There would have been a lot of turbulent water over his tail there. Starts to bowl up on the inside. Maybe a missed opportunity to get to the nose again, but that's a solid carve from Billy. Pretty sure we don't see him get much more on this inside track. It had two really nice moments, but I don't think it's going to come in as a 5.73, pretty much a 6.
Yeah, exactly. I think a little bit left on the table, and it comes through as a 3.03, so that's official. Still waiting for that last of King to come through. I don't think it'll go into his top 2, though, because he has a couple of 6s. There it is. It's locked in. It is our local Filipino winning that heat, and Gavin from the USA getting second place. So, unfortunately, losing Kai and Billy. Great performances so far. We're going to head to a quick break, and we will be back for another stacked one into the next round.
The WSL La Union International Pro LQS 1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the province of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the Department of Tourism Region 1.
Gumagaya na sa aking mga di ko kilala. If you wanna sneak a peek, dapat kay tumingala. You know I put the work in, hindi to himala. I don't wanna cause a scene, so wag kang magpadala. They call me most high, I'm the prophet. Busy on the uprise, don't you try to stop it. See me at the front line, everybody watching. Do it all in one try, you look exhausted. You know I'm pretty, never modest. I don't ever wanna hide. I wanna be the bitch that no one ever asked to step aside. I always want attention, I'm always picking fights. If I don't get what I want, better hope that you'll survive. I got on my six, they tryna copy all my tricks now. Sticking to my, that's why they think you need to sit down. I got the drip, kaya maginaw. Don't think you understand, you're in my lane, you better get out.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
Looking at the beautiful sight there of Mona Lisa Point, we have another big heat, round of 32, heat 6. Taka Anui, Edgar Calvo Jr., Jack Tyro, and Ben Considine, a full international heat as we make our way through. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this heat plays out. You're joined here by myself, Rachel Tilley, and in the booth with me, Sam Bleakley.
Rachel, absolute pleasure. I mean, the quality of the Philippine surfers, the likes of Roger, the likes of Perry, the likes of King, the likes of the Esquivel and the Abueza brothers, just been next level. They've really shone today.
Well, speaking of that power and that consistency from the Filipinos, another heat win for them. We're going to throw it down to the beach to hear from Camille and King.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, so I was talking to your girlfriend before this, and she told me that these conditions are actually not your forte. But fortunately, still, you're able to surf away with 2 high 6s, so you're advancing to the quarterfinals. So how is it? How is this not your forte? I wouldn't have guessed.
This wave is not good for me because I have a board. Then my board is not a lot of rocker, so it's difficult for me. But my girlfriend said to me, like, if the waves condition, it's windy or it's bumpy, you can surf. And then the competition, if your hits aim like that, you can do it like that. Yeah.
Amazing. So it's equally important to have someone on your corner just keeping your mental health game strong. Same with Perry earlier. He was actually sharing with me his affirmations, the things he tells himself. Like he goes, I got this, I got this. What about you? What are your affirmations?
For me, so simple. I said to myself, like, I can do it because it's a lot of people said to me, like, you can do it. If I get nervous, maybe my style there, maybe I can't surf good. So I always remember like everybody said like you can do it. Just practice and have fun for at the lineup. Yeah.
Of course you can do it. You have one of the best drop knees in the game. But speaking of your knee, you told me you hit your fin just now.
Yeah, I have a last wave there at the inside. It got my leg, but it's okay. I just hold the board and then I feel inside of the water. I say like, oh shit, it's hurt. And then I just get my board and then oh shit, my board getting damaged again. So yeah.
Okay, no worries. We have a medic. We will head to MedTech Mel in a bit. But now, why don't you greet your girlfriend and all your friends and family cheering for you, King?
Thank you for all support me, my girlfriend also, and then all my sponsor. I think Naoki, you're watching, and then Mori, thank you for always supporting me, and then thank you for my sponsor, like Southwell, The Flow, Destination, GGSG, and all the local here also, and all the Filipinos. Yeah, let's go.
Awesome. Okay, a few more heats to go. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, you guys. Really interesting to hear him talk about his equipment and how he was feeling like that wasn't maybe going to be really complimentary to today's conditions. Not having a lot of rocker, not being as maybe easy to navigate through bump like this, as we see Ben navigating the bump really well. Bottom turning back, looking for a section, resetting up there, almost coming unstuck, finding that trim line through that upper third of the board. Really beautiful when surfers do that. A smaller one, he's kind of been surfing behind this little bump the entire time, so just opening up his account. So tell me about what have you been seeing in the surfers' equipment when you're down on the beach, Sam?
Well, Ben, for example, you know, sometimes rides the slasher model on the 67 model, Ian Chisholm, South Coast Surfboards. He was looking outstanding yesterday. Took a lot of inspiration from watching Kevin Scavana at Bells on the World Longboard Tour last year in the way a fellow goofy footer was doing their really dynamic down carve, where they were really maximizing the walk out of the nose in the top half of the wave and driving down rail engaged to the bottom of the wave, and really using that down facing turn to really be like an important element of their repertoire. And we saw Ben do some incredible turns yesterday, backed up by 10s. He's looking good. Jack Tyro up and riding right now from New Zealand.
Yeah, I saw Taka had that inside section there, that inside position, but Jack just got to his feet first and kind of claimed his stake on the wave and surfing it so well so far. Really nice opening nose ride. This one standing up a bit cleaner in front of him, bringing it back around, back up to the nose. Love that combination of maneuvers and finishing it out so clean. So that will definitely be that strongest opening that we've seen so far. Taka right behind him on another set, getting that re-entry, bringing it back around. We know Taka can be a really powerful progressive surfer for how small and compact he is. Getting back up to the nose, releasing the fins there, but able to regain that control by really engaging that inside rail. He's going to cut out, make his way back out. So it really feels like Jack, and we have a bit of a situation here.
Yeah, interesting. Taka always going 100 miles an hour then, but you could see confidence-wise he felt like he had first priority over Blue, so we'll wait to find out what the situation was. But if we get back to studying the ride, Rachel, speed is a big element of Taka's repertoire. He always covers a lot of ground, everything's very fast and lively, and even in and out of these nose rides, look at the acceleration he gets. But he's good at using his low center of gravity to just flex and compress through those more tricky moments of the wave. This is from Tyro. Now, I want a shout out to one of the great international longboarders, James Parry. There will be people who won't have heard of James. He's an amazing Australia-based British surfer married to Paige with 3 kids. But Tyro's style reminds me of James Parry, you know, really beautiful, stylish, languid, but then very elegant. There's the kind of midget Farrelly references in the way that they do the drop knee turns. But look at that footwork. And what you see from Tyro is really good foot strength. You know, he really uses his feet to really grip through everything. There's an elegance, but there's always this trust of control. And for me, Tyro is one of the great up-and-coming stylists, and he's won the Noosa Festival of Surfing, and that says so much. And I think Tyro deserves to be on the World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, well, we've seen him compete on an international stage. He's only 19 years old. He is been working with Keenan, who used to be a judge on our World Longboard Tour, retired from judging now, is coaching, often working with that Taiwan team and or that Chinese Taipei team, and now working with Jack. He's been talking to me about some of that. They've been really working on his cutbacks and utilizing that rail, adding in a bit of that flair and style, and I've been noticing it so much in his surfing in this event.
Yeah, kudos to Keenan, and of course his great brother Ruben as well, as we get to now see the replay. So obviously, by the expression of Taka, he felt like he had right of way there. So we're going to wait to see if there is priority interference deemed on Edgar, which would be hugely impactful for Edgar. I mean, you know, to explain the situation for the fans tuning in, what does it mean when you get those priority interferences, Rachel?
Yeah, so basically if you take off or get in the way of someone who had priority while they're on their wave, that means I believe you lose your second score, or do they half it, Sam?
I think a non-priority interference is half. A priority interference is lose your second score. So we'll wait to see what pops up on the scoreboard here. But as it stands right now, we're expecting a decent wave for Taka. Of course, that first section, maybe he lost a little bit of scoring potential. He had to kind of look back at the judging tower. He wasn't really focusing on maximizing the trim line to get that. What would have, for him, potentially been a high line he would have liked to have taken on that wave? But Edgar is out back considering what's happened. But look at this from Ben, holding through on his Chisholm board beautifully. Falls there, but we're seeing Ben Considine really putting it on edge.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very critical nose ride. Loved to see that. Unfortunately, coming unstuck, not even in the critical part. It was in that walk back. And so that won't go into his top two. Judges, I think we're lacking seeing those scores drop because they're probably taking some real time considering a potential interference situation. They'll be watching the replays of all of those situations.
Yeah, 5 in for Taka. You know, you maybe felt like there was a 7 in that wave had he been able to really use that first section. But a 5 is a solid score, you know, considering Benny's first wave was a 3-1-7. As we can see, Taka family there on the beach. Nervous moments for the sisters, and of course their mum Yuriko is the name of Kaede and Sakura's mum there watching. She's got the camera, and she usually has a notebook with her that she takes notes.
There's her notebook.
Yeah, and you know what? There was one year when it was this kind of like almost like a leather-bound style number with so many pages, and I was always very interested to know what types of notes she takes. But they study things. They ask a lot of questions as well to the international surfers after heats. And I think that as a family, they really work together as a unit. That's their strength.
Yeah, absolutely. And constantly, like you said, asking those questions, they're constantly seeking to learn and build and see what they can take away from their competitors, from the women as well, and equipment. It's really great to see as we see Edgar now trying to wipe off that initial situation, getting straight up to the nose, tapping the 10. Love how this is standing up so far. Unfortunately, a bit of downtime as he tries to make it around this section. Not sure if there's going to provide much more opportunity. He does stick with it. It's standing back up towards the inside here. He's going to cut out, though, so it really is off the strength of that opening nose ride that he's going to be looking at his score.
Can I just say something really interesting? I often look at the social media accounts of all the longboarders, and Edgar has got the most radical handle. It's TAYB, and then it's a number of O's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 8 O's in a row. And that's a really hard social media account to share with your friends. But his surfing is amazing. Live action, Benny.
Yeah, getting his 10 toes over the nose. gets that rail engaged and slips that fin out a bit. Really, really nicely executed. I wasn't sure if he's going to get up in time, had that little fumble as he was getting his board up into the lip, but rode out of that really nicely.
Yeah, how was that? It was almost like a kind of skate power slide, you know, the way he drove out of that. And that's a very difficult thing to do with style and control on a single fin. And it says a lot about Ian Chisholm as a shaper, you know, able to bring so many elements into his designs to facilitate exciting, you know, future-facing longboarding. He sets himself up, it's foamy, but look at this footwork, crisp, clean, controlled. There's the critical 10. Look at the drive out of this turn. In the foam, wham, skate-style slide, but complete control. It's a short ride, but the two money moments between the 10 and the turn were very exciting. And what we now need to see from Benny is getting this type of surfing on one of those longer sets that's going to allow more time to link together the maneuvers.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly. Trying to match up with the strength of a 6-point ride dropped for Jack Tyro. There we see Tony Silvani, the newly engaged man, getting ready for his next heat, Heat 7, one of the last heats of the day.
You know what I'd love to see from Tony right now? One of those, like, you know, take the cap off and, you know, when you put it on your head, Michael Jackson style, and you kind of flick it upside down. I think that would be a nice touch right now for Tony.
That would add some nice fun style. There we see his fiance there supporting him on the beach. You can see that ring sparkling on her hand.
Big moment for Tony, big opportunity. Good heat, though, coming up. Big names. Tommy Coleman, of course, from California, was amazing yesterday. Bing rider. He was being a standout in the free surfs for me as well. Tommy, just absolutely outstanding talent. He's been a shining talent for so many years. Of course, you know, he's really been under the wing of Joel Tudor and a really good friend of Tosh as well growing up, and his surfing will shine today. But Jan Wiseman, an amazingly talented Brazilian, and then Kai McPhillips. He is just from such a prestigious surf family. Of course, his dad, Colin, 3 times world longboard champion, currently in El Salvador doing a retreat with Kevin Scavana. And, you know, Kai growing up and competing here with his brother as well, having Colin's support is just so special. And Kai himself excelled as a shortboarder, has always shone on a longboard. And last year he was on the World Longboard Tour. He didn't have the results he hoped for, but the surfing is there.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Ben straight up to a nice hang 10, holding that one a bit longer. Sam, exactly what you said, wanting to do that, but on a slightly bigger wave. And that was a critical nose ride, a major maneuver that the judges are looking for. If he can link it through to the inside, this will turn into, I think, at least his highest single wave score. As he comes down, he's really trying to work it, milk it. Unfortunately, not offering a lot more opportunity through that inside, but I was so impressed by that outside nose ride.
Yeah, that was a hair-raising hang 10 out back. High degree of difficulty, full risk, and there's something very special about watching surfers on their backside commit to 10s. There it is. Look at that 10 right in the pocket, high in the wave, in these more crumbly conditions with that wind. The way he read that section was outstanding. The wave really doesn't deliver much here. After that 10, he just has to get low here, and he just wants to link this section. At this stage, he's thinking, now there may be a little left, but he's not quite able to drop back down, just gets a little bit of a 2-in-1 shampoo conditioner on the inside. But this is the main moment. That is a masterclass of goofy foot hang 10 riding. We've seen Joe Marie and his brother Justin Abueza do that type of hanging 10 as goofy footers here at Mona Lisa Point, and we now see also that interference marked against Edgar.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's official. So taking a look at the WSL rulebook interference, it looks like a priority interference because we not only have this score now dropped as a 0, but we have a second ride dropped as a 0 as well. And you can see Taka looking back towards the beach, just showing that, hey, I believe that this was my right away. So he is going to now lose that second ride.
Yeah, so like you say, non-priority is that second score is half, but a priority second score is completely eliminated. So you could tell that there was a potential for Taka to take a higher line on takeoff there, but at the end of the day, Taka still ended up getting a 5 for that ride, and he's up and riding right now.
Yeah, getting straight up to that hang 10. Ooh, love how he bent into those knees as he came back onto that hang 5. coming around this section now. He's looking to drop this 1.4, a 3.03 to get up into the lead. And there's his family there watching. So this is going to be huge implications for Edgar trying to make it out of this heat. He still can, though. He needs a 6.40. So what happens now is he's still within the heat, but it has to come on the strength of a single ride. Now, once Taka improves his heat total, that requirement, there we go. Taka improves his heat total. He goes to the lead. Now looking at Edgar's requirement, he needs a single wave of an 8.03.
Fascinating to know what Mama Taka was writing just then. Do you think it's also like a nervous thing? You know how you have sports coaches who chew gum, you know, on the sidelines, and it's almost like dealing with their nerves. I wonder if for Mama Taka, just that scribbling down is a way of calming her down, of coping with the nerves, because, you know, she's got 3 kids, you know, competing at elite levels across longboarding, shortboarding, and SUP, and, you know, that, you know, she's carrying a big burden on her shoulders, a lot of responsibility. It's very difficult being a surf parent.
Yeah, well, I think watching is more nerve-wracking than actually out there doing it. And I think part of that equation for it being more nerve-wracking is that there's that lack of control in the situation to help whoever is out there. And so maybe that's, you know, entering a little bit of control back into the situation that she's writing and taking notes and staying really present in each moment.
It's interesting because Taka's one of the smallest competitors on the men's side. He's only 5'5". So I was very interesting at the last 2 years in Abu Dhabi to see how he'd cope with the tube sections. But he still tends to do the lowest stretch squat of any longboarder in the tube sections, despite the fact that he could probably stand completely tall in some of those tubes. So he's got this very energetic approach to longboarding. But what we saw on that last nose ride is that he's got good lift on the nose. He commits to it and he runs back, but he gets really good lifting, critical poise moments on the tip.
Yeah, well, this is a really stacked heat. I mean, Jack now is sitting in that 3rd place, but he only has 1 wave ridden, and he has priority. He's using it on this wave now, having a good scratch. Looking like this might be a mistake, unfortunately. So using that priority, and Taka, a wave magnet, up and riding again. He'll get quickly out of that one. So Jack now needing a score. It's our Filipino needing the strength of a single ride to be in 8.03 at the moment. Looking for that one, making his way through. And is he wearing a leash? Potentially going to see some change-ups there happen. Ben right behind it. This is such a flurry of sets. Going for that hit, coming unstuck for that one as well. So a real carnage in that last exchange.
Well, that's got to require a scribble from
Why aren't we seeing a scribble?
Okay, here we go, Benny. Look at this nose riding. Pulls in for a type 5. He has to commit to this section. Goes high, goes very difficult one to ride out of. Absolute mayhem in that moment. But what's interesting for Edgar is he's not in a combination situation, so none of the surfers have breached that 10 mark. So on a single wave, he could still win this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still an opportunity for him there, but Jack sitting with that 6.0. You know what? Probably best that he didn't actually take off on any of those. None of those were really good scoring waves. So, you know, hindsight is 20. What is that saying? When it's like hindsight is 20/20? I don't know.
Well, he's up and riding right now and straight to the tip, Tyro style.
Such a beautiful nose ride, and this has turned into a really good wave that he's utilizing his priority on. Love how he's staying nice and low to get through this section, not get bumped off, but not holding onto that rail either, just showing utmost control of his board through this, and it's standing up cleanly in front of him, getting another opportunity for a 5, and looks like he's going to finish this wave off cleanly. One more 5 for him there, gets the hit. So that will pair with his 6-point ride really nicely. I think we might see him jump straight to the lead with that one.
Well, I say yes, JT. That was incredible from Jack Tyro. It's going to be a really strong score, but if we're using the JT an acronym, we can go BC for Ben Considine, because that was really good as well. Nice hit to end things off. And at the moment, it feels like now with scores dropping that Ben and Jack may well become the front runners in the heat.
Yeah, so Taka, although he's sitting in the lead right now, might be sitting in a bit of trouble at the moment, as we'll see, wait for those scores to come in. With 6 minutes and 18 seconds remaining, still plenty of time, but we do see Tommy now paddling out for that next heat. And Taka sitting out the back with priority. He's going to try and use that to be really selective and drop that 3.17, solidify that.
I think that was Edgar doing the run round. I think he's come in and gone up. Yeah, I could just see by the colors of the rails there. Benny in the back there, Tyro up top. You know, who would you put your money on in a paddle battle between Ben and Jack? Both fit young guys.
Oh, good question. I'm going to give my money to Jack off of no reason at all.
I'm all about the paddle race. I would love to bring back a paddle race per event with high stakes prize money, winner takes all.
Oh yeah, that was really fun when we used to have
Yeah,
those.
I just think they're so exciting and they're so simple. You know, you just out to the buoy and back. Here we go. Up and riding, Taka.
Yeah, getting his board on rail there. Kind of missing that outside section of a nose ride. You know what? He's been bobbling a little bit more than we're used to seeing Taka, and I think you can see that now in his body language. A little bit frustrated, paddling really hard, just trying to get that frustration, those nerves out, and get back out to maybe regain priority. I'm not sure where his competitors are.
Well, that is quick paddling. Tyro's now in the lead with that 5.83. So good situation for Jack, just off 2 waves ridden there. And how it turned out in his favor, missing that wave with priority. Like you said, it didn't end up being a very good shape wave. And quite quickly, he was in priority again to get a wave that he rode extremely well. That 5.83 was velvet, you know, the flow, the control, the patience as well, you know, and that's something that it's difficult to reward patience in the competition format, but patience is a huge element of longboarding, as, you know, letting the wave do the work, as we can see there are the Philippines locals. We got JR there in the middle. We got Daisy in the back. I can't believe that Daisy's been knocked out. We got Wendell with the cap on. We got June, and you know we got the mullet wearing. We got King there on the closest to the left, and they do like their food, but they're fit and they're strong and they're beating everybody.
They are. They are now sitting quite relaxed going into this back half of the day. Day's almost wrapped up and conditions are still looking so beautiful. Now waiting for that last score of Ben to drop in. He's needing a 3.85 in order to jump into the lead, and I think from memory that one will probably go towards that requirement. I think Taka, feeling that pressure, he paddled really hard. He got out there in time to regain priority. So the other 2 surfers, we see Edgar and Jack way up the point, Ben way down the point. Interesting to see this spread in positioning.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if it pays off for Ben's positioning, but Taka's got one.
Taka now needs a 3.80. It's official. He's in that 3rd place position, and this one looking really good to get in that campaign. He wouldn't even know that yet based on the timing, and unfortunately is not going to ride out of that last one. Did he do enough to at least get a 3.8?
Well, Mama Taka's scribbling something, so whether it's a positive or a negative, I mean, it wasn't an incredible amount of critical maneuvers up to that moment, but there was potentially a kind of 3 in there, but whether it will go towards a 4, we'll have to see. But there's now going to be a good opportunity for Ben to get a wave, and I think Ben's got to, you know, use his experience wisely here, because he's in 3rd priority. So does he stay wide and recognize that on a scrap he could improve his backup score? Let's see this now, going for that high 3. That's a good nose ride. A 2nd nose ride. Already you're thinking this is a 3. Lands that first turn, you're kind of wondering, is there a 4 in this? And then he doesn't ride out of that, and I think it's going to be close. I just don't know, and it's hard for me to really remember some of those significant lower scoring rides. But those two nose rides alone are pretty strong, and he could well go up into second, because now when I start to look at the replay and I recognise two good nose rides and a really good linking turn, it could well be a mid-5.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it, a 5.43, so that takes him back into an advancing position. Ben now would have here maybe heard that he needs a 5.96, so he is putting everything on the line to try and regain his advancing position. So far, this inside section looking really nice for Ben, riding it all the way into basically dry reef. Interesting to see what he did out the back to see if this vies for basically a 6.
Here we go. Sets himself up, gets the 10, runs out of the 10, shoulder high through that section, has to just trim in the white water. Nice cutback, good sweep. You know, you feel like maybe he needed a bigger wave to really get the score, but he does do two very good nose rides, one good sweeping turn. Held that nose ride, gets back on the tip here, and he wants to give this absolutely everything, taking it right down to the shallowest part of the reef here at Mona Lisa Point in San Juan, La Union. And we will say, though, he has been unlucky with some of the way his waves have unfolded. His surfing is there, but Taka may well improve his situation right now, Rachel.
Yeah, he's working really hard. He's had, this is his 8th ridden wave now to try and hold on to that advancing position, and it's looking really nice, getting those nose rides, nice turns, so much speed now, and putting that board on rail into such a tight section. Really well executed, gets that hit. Yeah. So, look, I think we're going to see Taka improve his situation. Sure. That's the buzzer. We'll wait for the judges to drop what that score for Ben was, but I tend to feel the same, maybe a bit too small of a wave to get into that near 6 range that Ben needs.
Yeah, and I think that wave of Taka's is probably going in his top 2 as well. We didn't see the takeoff. I mean, due respect to Tyro, he's going to get through. He may well slip down to second. He may stay in first. Taka needs a 6-4 to go to first. Probably wasn't that score, but Tyro played it cool. You know, that was a very, very smart, well-managed heat, just on 2 big scoring rides. He got that little small throwaway, but a 6 and a 5.83. And I think Taka, you know, was working hard, digging deep. And there it is. He gets the result, Rachel.
Yeah, scores are official. New Zealand, Jack Tyro winning that heat. Taka Inui doing enough to regain that advancing position. Commiserations to our local Edgar and Ben Considine. We're going into one of the last few heats of the day, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Get started. Let's go.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 3 of the La Union International Pro. We are now into men's round of 32, heat number 7. We have Tony Silvani in red, Tommy Coleman in blue, Yang Whitman in white, and Matt Phillips in green. My name is Daniel Walker. In the booth with me, welcome back, Sam.
Yeah, this is the first heat without a Philippine surfer on the men's side in it. So we will see, you know, at least one American getting through this heat. And of course, Yam from Brazil, you know, Tony, you know, stalwart, Tommy, an incredible talent, hot favorite of mine. Kai McPhillips, also an outstanding talent as well. So there'll be a familiarity between Tony, Tommy and Kai competing against each other. Yam is known as more of a free surfer. He does the Mexi Log Fest every year. He's riding a very traditional board. It looks like it nose rides very well. Be interesting to see if he's on the same equipment in these bumpier conditions. But you know, I follow him on socials. He's a great all-rounder. But this guy, Tommy, has been outstanding in the free surfs and competing. Locks the 5. Wow. Soul Arches, runs out of that. A Bing team rider. Also a shaper, designing these own boards. This inspired by a classic New Even nose rider from the mid-60s. So it's got that flat planing rocker, but it's also got that concave nose. He pulls into the tube on the inside, and it's got that wide point in the middle and that square tail. It's a single fin. Tommy Coleman absolutely going to town on this. That was a really good expressive mix of surfing and gets that good little bit of a chandelier in and out and goes straight to the drop knee. So he's going to kick off with a very strong score.
Wow, that was a beautiful ride and great to have a quick start from Tommy Coleman. A little bit of shampoo in the inside section as well. We haven't seen that coming in the last couple of days. So it was a great surfing from Tommy and a lot more coming in to play. But this is Yam. I've been riding nice 10 to start with, back to 5, hold it a quite long time, navigating all the way to the inside section here. I love that drop knee turn, so just adjusting, reposition himself on the wave, and here is the wave, stands up for him, but unfortunately goes down. Beautiful starting there, hang 10. It had a lot of lift there on the nose.
Yeah, incredible opening 10. You know, good control. Gets lift, comes out of that 10, accelerates through, falls in that inside section, but really links that reform very well. So there's going to be some good scores. A 3.67 for Tommy, a 4.5 for Yam, and a beautiful vista for us to feast on there.
Right, this is live action. Kai, nice solid turns, but fortunately broke the rail a little bit and goes down. So he was on the way to the good score. But like you said, it's a beautiful setup here in Mona Lisa Point. Beautiful.
And it's so nice as well, Di, as well, because that reef is so flat. And, you know, that's why the wave sometimes can peak up in different spots, because it is a long, flat, open reef. You can walk across it safely. You have to tread carefully, just in case there's a few little edges to the rock sections. But generally, you can put your feet down in most places. Tony Silvana getting his first score.
Nice 5 to 10 to start with his campaign here in heat number 7 of round of 32, and getting in this inside section here, trying to get one more step, but unfortunately wave didn't really offer the steeper section, so he kind of pulls out. But looks like we're gonna have Yam up and riding here. Nice face, 2 straight to the hang 5 there. Well controlled surfing. You know, he just matched the pace of the wave there. Great technique. Now he stay patient, waiting for the wave to stand up. Nice turn there. So this time he made a turn. He right out of it clean and gets another bonus section here. Another hang 5 attempt. And a beautiful surfing again. Combination of a turn and hang 5 there. So as we're gonna wait for the set scores to drop in, let's head down to Camille on the glass for the post-heat interview.
Thank you, Di. I am here with Jack Tyro, who is heap stoked to make it through that very bumpy heat, as you say. And in that heat, we saw a priority call go on. I'm not sure if you were aware. One of the Filipino surfers sadly will not continue. My question is, you know, contest experience also plays a lot during these heats. How many years have you been competing?
Oh man, since I was about 8 or 9 years old, so almost 11 years now. So yeah, a lot of comps with priority, a lot of comps without priority, and yeah, no, I've had a lot of interferences through my days. So yeah, you learn every time.
It can be very frustrating to go down on a technicality, but hey, the only way to overcome them, I guess, is just keep on competing, and that's what you're about to do. A few more rounds to go for you. You saw the waves this morning. They were kind of bigger, a little smoother. Would you have wanted to have gone surfing this morning compared to this afternoon?
I'm happy I got a free surf this morning for sure. And to be honest, I've learnt with comps, you know, you can never ask for good conditions. You can just ask for waves. So, yeah, happy to have a few waves out there. And you know, it's good to surf in different conditions. It's fun.
So traveling with a longboard can be very tedious, and you have to have different boards for different conditions. Did you bring more than one board?
Yeah, brought 2 boards over. Kia Longboard's the future model. It's kind of one that me and Johnny have been working on recently, and the one I rode in the heat had a narrower tail, so it's used to changing its line a lot, used to those bigger waves, trying to get some drawn out turns. So yeah, no, it's perfect for these conditions, even though it's dropped a little bit. Still some really fun sections, and yeah, it's good.
Cool. And moving into the quarterfinals, you'll be with a couple of locals. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, I'm always excited for a heat. It's completely different to a free surf, and you're just in a heat space, so yeah, can't wait.
All right, so say hi to anyone in New Zealand watching you right now.
Gotta say hi again to my mum. Hey mum, hey my brother, and hey to my girlfriend Noosa. Yeah, and thank you to my dad who was here with me actually, and yeah, he's been my second coach this whole time, so it's been awesome.
Time to grab some lunch. Back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Camille and Jack. It's great to have surfer from New Zealanders moving into the quarterfinals already.
Absolutely, Tommy there, knee paddling out. He's been using the knee paddle. Great to see. Of course, one of the great ways you can move around on a longboard. No leashing it like you'd expect him to do. So he's dropped a second score. We'll wait for that to come in. But so far, Yam getting a 3.7 and a 4.5. Kai 2.17. Waiting for scores to come for Kai, Tony, and Tommy.
You know, as the wind kicks in, it's getting trickier and trickier in the water right now. But looks like Kai is paddling super hard to get on this one. Up and riding, nice 5 to tight 5, and love the join now cup, throwing a lot of sprays there and floats that section, generating so much speed through the turns there. And then now staying patient, waiting for the section to actually stand up for him. Now he kicks out, so he didn't really like the look of it. So he kicks out, and probably he just wanted to check out his surfboard, make sure it's okay. Maybe a little bit of loosen in a fin set up now.
Yeah, I just want to check that the fin was solid. This is a great ride. Straight to the nose, 2 steps in, holds that super tight 5, accelerates out of that nose ride. Really good slashing turn, spray thrown, and then great tempo to just come naturally into that climb, just accelerating over the white water, and then back to the open face with a cutback, and then just using that kind of cross step to just transfer that weight forward to keep the board trimming into the kick out. So Kai's going to add to that opening score that he's carrying of 2.17. He needs pretty much a 6 to go up into second, but loads of time. I mean, you know, these are surfers who would be familiar with even 15-minute heats. You know,
Right.
like there's nearly 20 minutes left. You know, there's plenty of time to get 2 significant scores. So it's very early days with Tommy up and riding.
Great hang 5 and stand tall on the tight 5 there, and walks out of the 5 cleanly. Unfortunately, lost a little bit of balance through the turns. Lucky for Tommy, but beautiful footwork and beautiful engagement from Tommy on the last wave. He's already locked in 4.47. He looks sharp.
Yeah, that's going to be, not probably going to rival that top score. Wave didn't really allow it, but you can see the flavor of Tommy's surfing. It's lively, it's elegant, it's classic as well, but he wants to get involved in the wave. He wants to put the board on rail, engage that rail. Pressure now on Silvani. You know, he's carrying that 4.43, which is in the context of the scores that have been dropped. It could well be a keeper score. Everybody's other than Kai McPhillips, for whom we're still awaiting a score for, is sitting on a 4. But I think Kai's going to drop maybe one of the biggest scores when we see those numbers come through for that last ride of Kai's.
Right, definitely it'll be a key factor to get out of the 4-point range, because pretty much everyone has now 4-point range as a keeper, but whoever gets the 5-point range or 6-point range will be sent out in this heat. With 17 minutes and 50 seconds left, 4.87 for the last wave for Kai. Now, he only needs 3.27, but currently sitting in the fourth place. But, you know, it's anyone's game at the moment right now. Everyone has 4-point range. They all need a good backup score here.
Absolutely. It's completely evenly poised. We can see Andrew Esquivel there with June next to him. Andrew coming up in blue in that next heat. He's got Danny from Indo. He's got Skin Dog from the UK. And he's got Gordo, Jonathan Melendrez from Mexico. That's going to be an exciting one. He's seen our brothers Esquivel really kind of on a flare, on a fly, so he's going to be kind of absorbing, you know, some of their advice. But the conditions have changed since this morning. A lot more bumpy, tide's different, but that swell just kind of losing a little bit of size, but there's still massive variety and hugely consequential if you lock into a couple of sets.
Definitely, you know, there's still so many opportunities for all the 4 surfers out there. Even though, like you said, we have a little bit of wind kick in and a little bit of a texture on the surface, and it's tricky wave, but still, if you on the better looking waves, then there's so many sections, so many steeper walls, you actually can put a lot of variety in it.
Wow, that's very flexible. That's Gordo from Mexico. Fantastic, talented surfer there. You can just also see a very flexible surfer. Silvani now on his Luffy boards. This looks nice, Dai.
Nice turn to start with. Another nice rail engagement from Tony. Nice hang 5 to hang 10. Generating so much speed from the nose right there. Drop knee, cut back there from Tony. It's looking really sharp and great. Another 5 to tight 5 there. A little bit of soul arch on that nose ride. So a lot of variety in surfing here. It gets the finishing turn as well. It's a beautiful combination of turns and nose riding. And this is Tommy up and riding. So looks like he had a good wave there too. And this is Kai McPhillips. Non-stop actions, hang 5. Great technique from Kai McPhillips. So a lot of wave have been ridden, a lot of actions.
Yeah, game on Yam out there, not with a wave on that last set, but all 3 other surfers, red, blue and green, on what looked to be very significant scores. As you can see, Gordo just demonstrating that fitness pays off and flexibility will aid your longboarding. Here's the replay of green. So this is Kai McPhillips, really nice 5, holds that 5 back to the tail. Wow. You know, the flavor of his father, Colin, in his trademark silky roundhouse cutback, and then into a really tight 5, running out, quick 10 there, and then just going again, nice and snappy on the cutback. He's just staying really, really lively, keeping that rail engaged, setting himself up with a stool, 2 steps to 4 steps, to another 5, holding on to that nose ride, cross steps back, and then the ride's over. And this is the ride for blue. Tommy Coleman holds that 5 clean out of a second cross step nose ride 5, so he stands tall with a really cool stool, and then he just kind of flexes and then just uses a nice drop knee, comes off the bottom with a bottom turn, and then out for another 5, and again some variety using that drop knee and cross stepping back to the pocket and keeping that board in trim, going for the float and really controlled out of that floater. And now we get to see Tony's wave, which looked bigger than the other 2 surfers. It was at the first wave of the set, kicks off with a drop knee, so engaging the rail straight off the bat with 2 turns, and now is the first nose ride. Holds that 5, goes into a 10, leans over that 10, and then stays in trim, so demonstrating that he's got rail work and footwork on lock here. Goes in for another 10, soul arch, back arm up. It's really interesting, this drone clip. You can see Tommy and Kai. Kai's was the 3rd wave of the set. Tony's the 1st, Tommy's the 2nd. Tony had the size and the texture to play with. Tommy had a lot of charisma. Kai had a lot of speed. You know, they're going to be good scores, but I feel like Tony's wave had the most scoring potential just due to the size of it. But I like the way Tommy rode his wave as well. I think Kai's going to get a really strong score also.
And it looks like, you know, Tony got a better of the last exchange. 6.50 for the last wave from Tony, and 5.17 for Tommy's last wave, 4.87 from Kai's last wave. So it's like you said, evenly matched heat a beautiful surfing from all the surfers now. Now up and riding, that's Kai. Nice 10.
Unlucky.
Really unlucky for him. He was on the way to the good
Yeah.
scores, but unfortunately lost a bit of balance there. But love the hang 10, lean over the front foot so much. But this is going to be a great answer back from EM. Wisdom using his fast priority here. But unfortunately, the wave didn't really cooperate with him, didn't really allow him to get a steeper section.
Frustration for Kai because he knew that that was going to add to his last ride, which comes in at 5.4. And, you know, once he was locked in that 10, he would have been excited about the scoring potential of that ride. It was high risk, you know, leaning right over the tip there, as we can see. Ben Skinner coming up next. Ginger Kaimi riding the Skin Dog surfboards, the double scoop swallowtail. An incredibly dynamic design there with the swallowtail just there behind the fin, as we can now see Tommy Coleman on the 5 looking really smooth once again, Dai.
Wow, needing score 5-1-1. There's a little bit of out of control there, but still managed to get back on third. Beautiful drop knee turn there. And navigating really well, hang 5. And it's setting up for another one here. Quick hang 5 and another drop knee turn there. And unfortunately, he loses a bit of balance there, goes down. So he needs 5-1-1. He's done a lot of damage at the back, but he didn't get the finishing turn there.
Great footwork, 6 steps to the tip there, holds that 5, walks back to the tail. Really nice technique, demonstrating functional use of the drop knee, but great style. And then back to the 5, and look again at this use of the drop knee. It's a really interesting, you just see the way he keeps those feet over the stringer and then drops that knee in, lovely arms down poise on the tip. And he's just being active and giving this everything, and that's why he pushes that last drop knee so hard. He doesn't make that last maneuver, which may well damage the score a little bit, but Silvani's going strong on this one.
Wow, beautiful surfing from Tony. He's just trying to get rid of the 4.43, but looks like he's having a great time on this wave. Nice job, knee turn there again, and surfing all the way to the inside. He's gonna get into this bonus inside section, not quite there, kicks out. So this is another surfing from EM Wisdom, needing score of 5.77 to go into the second place. So again, a lot of waves have been ridden, and you know, I believe that there's gonna be a situation change here. Let's take another look of this last of Tony.
Straight into the 10, back from the 10, stays in trim, goes out for a 5, leans back arm up. It's not going to go in his top 2, I don't think. A 6.5 and a 4.43 his scorers so far. I think it needed more cooperation with this last section, but let's see, because he does make it back on the open face. So, you know, there is potential for it to improve on his 4.43. Now I'm getting to see the replay. I realize what else happened. This is Yam's ride. Sets himself up straight to the tip, holds the 5 through the section on the nose, starts to soul arch, brings it up for a really nice tight nose ride there, and then walks cleanly out. And now a little delicate drop knee, but staying high, and then cross steps forward, really rolls that front toe right over the nose on the 5. And then just controls this bouncy, foamy section. This is the point where the current starts to pull energy back out, and you've got a shallow section, as we get to see the replay of Kai McPhillips, nose riding through the section, smaller wave but steep, and then going on to a really nice, almost like a layback turn, but not much more after that. So probably not going to go into Kai's top 2. Tony, on reflection, my instinct at first was thinking it wouldn't go into his top 2, but possibly could improve on his 4.43, as we can see our attention on our surfer in blue coming up. That's Andrew Esquivel.
Well, younger brother of the Esquivel family there. It's last hit of the day, and we're gonna finish up for the day number 3 here. So, you know, time goes by so quick today. A lot of actions, but one more heat we're gonna have. In this heat, we have 8 minutes, 20 seconds left. So last wave for Tony comes in at 5.17, 5.13.
Fair enough.
Now he managed to improve his situation now with a 6-5 and a 5-1-3, and still waiting for the last wave for Kai and Yam. And I got a feeling that Yam's gonna improve his situation, but this is another wave from Tony. Hang 5, hold it really long time on the forming section. It's a tricky surface to surf here, but managed really well to come to this inside section. Hang 5 to hang 10, back to 5. Step back to the tail. Nice whippy turns there. Beautiful surfing again. Trying to get rid of the 5-1-3. What did you think?
That was nice. I mean, my instinct when we were watching the 5-1-3 live was that it wasn't going to go into his top 2, but as soon as we got the opportunity to study the replay, I really recognized the chance of it going into the top 2, and it did. This is the replay of Coleman absolutely sizzling on the tip with a full 10 into a moment where he was able to relax and just lift both arms above his shoulders, and then ends with that foam climb and then just keeps it cool as he kicks out. So that could be an important score for Tommy, now chasing a 5-1-1. This is the replay of Tony. Stretches that 5, soul arches, foamy section, uses the cut back there, stays high in the line. My instinct at this moment is that it doesn't go in the top 2, but the way it cleans up through this section, he gets that tight nose ride and then goes back to the tail, a sweepy turn, down carving, back up to the top and kicking out. I don't quite think there was enough in there, particularly at the start, to go into the top 2, so I don't think it's going to change the requirements for Kai, Tommy and Yam, but we're still awaiting scores for all of the surfers. We saw a really, really nice hang 10 from Tommy, as we can see the crew at Grover's there, LU right next to Surfstar, LU just cheering on the surfers. Great energy on the sand here, Dai. It's just such a fantastic place for surf comps because you're so close to the action.
Definitely, now it's a noon time here in the Philippines. Everyone trying to find shade under the buildings, but it's great to be around on the beach. But looks like we're gonna have Tommy up and riding. Nice setup for the 5. A great looking waves ahead of him. Nice drop knee turn, engaging the rail really well. Beautiful surfing, another drop knee turn there.
Wow.
Rebouncing the white water and generating a speed here and getting to this inside section. And
Amazing,
amazing surfing from Tommy.
Yeah, there was a lot of speed there. I mean, it was not as big as some of the set waves that we've seen through this heat, but the control and the speed. This guy is such a maestro. Look at the setup, straight into a lock nose ride, leaning back, soul arching, and then look at the way he just velvet slices that rail into that cutback and then uses the fin to just drive off the bottom, but elegantly and powerfully, and then all of these 60s style stalls that he does. There's such a mix of influences. It's natural, but he's studied the masters as well. He's been raised brilliantly through the coalition culture of club events in California and all of the great Southern California surfers, from Joel to the people that they studied like David Nueva, and it really is impressive to see the way he's surfing. But as it stands right now, he's chasing a score, and Kai McPhillips has just been incredible in this. He was unlucky to fall on one really good 10, but a couple of brilliant waves has created that heat score of a 10.27, and we're still waiting for that last one. Doesn't go into his top 2, so it means that Tommy is chasing a 5.11 and Yam is chasing a 4.70. It's going to be hard on a smaller wave to get the 5.11, but Tommy's surfing is right there.
Definitely, Tommy's surfing is right there. And like you said, the second last wave for Tommy comes in at 4.60, and still probably waiting for the last of Tommy and Tony. And we have 4 minutes left on the clock, but Yam just improving his situation with the last wave. 5.57 locked in. So
he's right there in the mix, isn't he? And Tommy's 4.6 was for that really nice 10. And can you believe it? Tony's wave does better his backup. It's a 5.5. So again, I wasn't fully convinced it was going to go in the top 2, but it did, and he's just improved on every ride after ride. So Silvani's put more pressure on everyone. So it's kind of at the moment a little bit more of an attainable second over first, and all 3 of those surfers could get second.
That's pretty much it. It's battling for the second place right now because the time is winding down so quickly here. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. In about 3 minutes, we're going to see the Jonathan in the water. He is running on the beach, just trying to get ready, but looks like, still waiting for the last stop. Tommy to lock in. 3 minutes to go. Tony holding on to the fast lead here, 6.5 and 5.5. And Kai is in second with 5.4 and 4.87. Yam now in his 4.70, which is not a big requirement for his skill set. And Tommy needs 5.11. So both of them are very capable of getting those scores. This is important way for Kai. Needs to get rid of the 4.87. Unfortunately, it goes down.
So this is going to give opportunities for Yam and Tommy getting higher up on the priority. Yam up and riding, chasing a score. It looks like a 4.70s after Dai.
Wow, nice 5 to start with, and just trimming down the line and setting up for the next section. Eyeing for the section. Bit of balance there, but still got 5 to 10. So he needs score 4.70.
Whoa, that was good. That was
Ooh.
really good surfing from Yam. We're still waiting for Tommy Coleman's last score. And I think it could be a good one. Replay of Silvani here. So Silvani, this is a score we haven't had tabulated, so I don't know what this is going to be. There was a 5. There was a recognition that there was not much scoring potential, so he ends the ride. But this is nice from Yam. Holds the 5. And then a little bit of shuffling to get back to the tail there. And then, unlike Yam, his footwork is always clean. As he sets himself up, this is a nice 10 though through this section. Risky, stretching for the 5 and then leaning into the 10, holding it, and then running back to the tail. So, okay, thinking about the scale of 4.70, maybe it needed some rail engagement that would just have happened with a little bit more of a longer wall ahead. But this is the replay of Tommy, still now waiting for 2 scores. Nose riding through the section, hard to do. Big cut back. Uses the foam, variety in the turns, rebounds, clean cross-stepping, gets the 10, holds the 5, back in for a 10, lifts those arms up, cross-steps out into a drop knee turn, rebound. So now we got significant rides. I think that his last ride is going to put him up in the mix in second, and then we've still got one more ride now to come for Tommy. He's just building and building, he's active, and I think the judges really studied that last ride, and it put him in second with the 5.83.
All right, important way for Kai. Start with quick 5 and a nice pivot turn there from Kai. Needing score 5.61 on this wave. Looking for the section to stand up. Nice quick 5 there. I love the lane back turn there. A lot of speed, a lot of power in the surfing. Surfing all the way to the inside. So he needs 5.61. Great combination of nose riding and turns. He ticked all the boxes, but my question is, it was enough. There's enough size on the wave, but this is another important wave for Yam, needing 5.44. Great hang 5 there. We missed the first bit of the wave, so we're not too sure what he's done at the back, but this is a clutch moment for Kai and Yam. Still waiting for all the surfers' last wave to lock in. Yeah,
I mean, we're certainly waiting for one more ride of Tommy's, possibly 2, but I think just 1. Tony's locked his rides. His last wave isn't going to go into his top 2, so he's got that heat total of 12. So he's safe. Well, he's not actually safe because there are 3 rides to come through, but we're talking of surfers needing scores in the lower 6s or high 5s to change things. So Tommy is in second. He could improve his situation, just needs a 6.18 to go to first. Kai needs a 5.61 if Tommy doesn't improve his situation and increase that requirement. And then Yam needs a 5.44. We didn't see the start of Yam's wave, so we don't really know how that will unfold. But this has been a brilliant heat, Dai. Wow. Tony was cool and he built up. Kai was incredible and fast. Tommy, for me, was just so lively, and he does drop a score at the end. It doesn't go into his top 2, but it looks like it's Tony and Tommy that make it through. Eliminated Kai, unfortunate there, and also Yam, 2 amazing surfers. I'm really pleased to see them, and I hope they continue to fly the flag as well.
Wow, what a heat, what a finish in the end. This was the round of 32, the men's heat 7. So we're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with the last heat of the day. Stay tuned.
The WSL La Union International Pro LQS 1000, presented by the Philippine Sports Commission, is proudly hosted by the province of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the Department of Tourism, Region 1.
Gumagaya na sa aking mga di ko kilala. If you wanna sneak a peek, dapat kay tumingala. You know I put the work in, hindi to himala. I don't wanna cause a scene, so wag kang magpadala. They call me most high, I'm the prophet. Busy on the uprise, don't you try to stop it. See me at the front line, everybody watching. Do it all in one try, you look exhausted. You know I'm pretty, never modest. I don't ever wanna hide. I wanna be the best. I know one never asked to step aside. I always want attention, I'm always picking fights. If I don't get what I want, better hope that you'll survive. I got on my six, they tryna copy all my tricks now. Sticking to my, that's why they think you need to sit down. I got the drip, kaya maginaw. Don't think you understand, you're in my lane, you better get out.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
Last hit of the day, number 3 of the La Union International Pro here at Mona Lisa Point. Heat 8 of round of 32 men's. We have Danny Widianto from Indonesia, Andrew Esquivel from Philippines, Ben Skina from Great British, Jonathan Melendres from Mexico. Wow, what a great heat to finish up today. And my name is Dai Wako in the booth with Jesse.
Yeah, we're back, Dai. Heat number 8 of what has been an incredibly, that kind of sounded like I was saying, yeah, we're back. Welcome back to our channel. Oh gosh, it's been a big couple of days of surfing, but what I would like to say, Dai, is I'm very excited for this heat. Danny Widianto, I've been a massive fan of his surfing through his shortboard career, now into his longboard career. Did you see the heels?
Yes.
Hang heels that we saw on this wave here. Gets to the nose here for a 5. Wow. Really solid power surfing here for our Mexican Jonathan. He must have already had 2 waves. Wow, that's really fast. And then Skin Dog Ben Skinner looking really nice. That board, super sharp. And just this precision footwork. I mean, he really is world class. It's a shame that he's going to be fighting to be back on that championship tour because he is so impressive. But a really nice way to start this heat. Bit of downtime there. But he gets up to the nose one more time. Holds it through a tricky foam section as well.
Wow.
There's a 10 through this inside. A lot of points to be had here. Strong carve back too. So looks like he's on that same model that he was on yesterday. Swallowtail, double concave on the nose. And then Danny. I'm such a fan of his surfing from Indonesia. I actually grew up competing and he was on the QS. So getting to know him on a longboard has been really fun. Nice looking 5. Did well to hang on, kind of falling out of that turn as well. And then this is that mid part. You kind of have to patiently wait here for this wave to stand back up and then start to go to work. So Danny gets to this inside, so beautifully read this wave, holds a really long 5, and then using this speed, throws it on rail again. So I'm going to feel like Danny and Ben getting the best of those two, but this wave here, Dai, this was really impressive.
Wow, it's non-stop. A quick hang 5 to start with, stay in the pocket. It's just staying patient, waiting for the section to stand up. Really quick step to the nose. Another setup here, nice hang 5 to hang 10. And a great step work from the... And then there's a heel side, hang 5 360 coming from our Mexican surfer, Jonathan. But this is a live action from Danny Widianto. All the way through to the inside, gets the nose, hang 5 to finish up. So a lot of surfing's going on here, so many. While waiting for the scores locked in, we're going to go to Down on the Glass with Camille for the post-heat interview.
Thank you, Dai. Yes, I am with a very stoked Tony who's making it to the quarterfinals in that heat where it was quite rare not to have any locals out there. So my question is, was it a little hard to position or find where to sit? Or you think, Mona Lisa Point well enough already.
So I've spent 20 days here before the contest started, and I was really focusing on like reading the wave a lot better this time. And I watched the previous heat, and I noticed that there was a lot of waves pushing through, but a lot of them were closing out. So I was wanting to make sure that I had a good opportunity to get a good score on in the beginning, but I chose a dud.
Okay. You would also notice that there has been a pattern where most surfers would get clipped by a foam ball in the middle of the wave. There is that section that not too many people can get around. So what was your plan of attack for that section coming in?
Yeah, so normally I would go up and hit it really hard, but I'm really trying to focus on the emphasis of down carving and really keeping my lines drawn a lot better where I can have more tighter nose rides. I would say that this heat, I was, up against some really good competitors, and everyone was, having a lot of suspense in the water and didn't know how it was going to turn out. And I was just trying to find the right wave. And I did find a couple of great waves, but I felt like I was safety surfing out there.
I feel like you are someone who can talk technical surfing a lot, and in terms of the point, Mona Lisa, would you say it's a tricky spot, or does it compare to any other spot in the world?
Yeah, it's really tricky. This wave reminds me a lot of domes in Puerto Rico. The wave kind of breaks up at the top, but then it reconnects in the inside, and that connection's so crucial to have, open face wave where you can have a really pocket nose ride. So we saw some really great surfing so far today, and I'm looking forward to the next round and trying to up my level of surfing.
And maybe avoid the sea urchins on your way out.
Yeah, for sure. And, thanks, Luffy. This is the one model. I'm really stoked on this board. It's a 9.4, 23 by 3. It's really good on the nose. I love it. It's got a really wide tail, a little bit more of a narrow nose, but still, he made this one a little bit wider on the nose. That's how I like it, but I'm so excited for this adventure with Luffy surfboards.
Maybe same board all the way to the finals. Good luck. And last heat of the day, back to the booth.
Thank you so much, Camille. Great post-heat interview and a great way to finish up his heat today.
It's so funny when when you talk about boards and the cameraman pans and the board just keeps going.
Right.
Keeps panning further and further down the point. Heaps went down while we were in that interview. Andrew Esquivel, unfortunately, just a quick one. It's a 193 falling. A little bit too much pressure on the nose. Nice lift for a 10 here for Danny Widianto, who's currently in the lead. This wave here, getting him a 3.57. So Danny taking this one all the way through to the inside. Actually, potentially, no, that was his 3.57, sorry. So I love just Danny's power, but look at this big wave. Unfortunately, he's not going to take this one, but check out that number for Ben Skinner. Can we expect anything less from him at the start of a heat?
Wow, 7.5 for Ben's first wave, but this is Jonathan up and riding. Locked in 4.17 already, looking to get rid of the 3.33. Beautiful hang 5 on a foamy section. It's tricky wave to surf, but managing really well. Back to the inside section here, eyeing for the next section here. Just stay patient. Doesn't rush anything here. Setting up hang 5, nice hang 5 there, and possibly another 5 to finish up. Great surfing from Jonathan. Now he's in the third place, looking for a 3.34 to go into second, but still, we are still waiting for the Ben's last wave, and if we have Ben's last wave, and definitely he's gonna go into the lead. So this is a last wave from Ben.
Gets an opening 10, massive down carve there. You can just see how incredible he is at longboarding. Just a really talented surfer. He's not going to waste time with that inside track. He's already going to get some pretty nice points on the board. Opening 5 to start this off for Jonathan. And again, he's got a really solid down carve as well. Nice use of the entire board already on this wave. Another strong turn here. And I feel like you can tell he's really locked in on figuring out this inside track, because you can see a couple of competitors sometimes go too low and then they're going to get caught up, and we see a lot of competitors start to fall. Watch this. Jonathan stays super high, gets 1 and 2 more nose rides through this inside track. And you'd think you'd have to be at the bottom, but the energy actually is still staying right at the top of the wave there. So you can see Jonathan really comfortable with this wave out here. Obviously, they were 2 quick nose rides. I do think the majority of the points were had out the back, but I just think he's showing that he's got this wave dialed.
Definitely, and he had a great read on the wave, and it looks like we have Andrew up and riding nice 5 to hang 10 and back to 5, little bit stretched 5 there. Unfortunately, he loses the balance there, but he was on the way to the great score. You know, a little unlucky for him. It was a great surfing though.
Yeah, a bit of pressure for Andrew because both of his brothers have already moved on through. So Andrew wants to be that third Esquivel that we're going to see. Taking a look at that last score for Jonathan, it's locking in. It's a 6-point ride, so he's going to go straight to the lead. I feel like Ben, he's going to lock in a pretty solid score himself. I feel like it's going to be a nice number, and he'll probably regain the lead pretty easily now.
Definitely, the last wave from Ben looked really great. It had a lot of wall. It was a shorter wave, but still he done a lot of damage at the back. So still waiting for the last of Ben's score, and pretty sure he's going to change the situation with the last ride. But there's a lot of energy in the ocean, you know, and we have Andrew up and riding again. Nice 5 to start. Love the pivot turns to stay in the pocket here, and another pivot turn there, just making sure he's in the right place. Just patient. Up, nice 5. All the way to the inside here. There's another 5 there. So unfortunately, didn't ride out of that last 5, but great surfing from Andrew. And this is another important wave from Danny, needing 5.18 to go into the lead. Eyeing for the section here inside, stretch 5 to tight 5, and now back to the tail. Nice, another 5 there. So a lot of 5 and tight 5 there from Danny Widianto, and he gets another 5 to finish off. The beautiful finish there from Danny. Needs 5.18 to go into the second, or maybe he's going to improve his situation with anything over 3.57.
Yeah, a couple of really nice rides here. Like you mentioned, this opening work from Andrew, really solid. Nice 5 into a quick 10 there as well. Bit of downtime here. You can see that board. It's looking nice under his feet. He's standing right on the tail there, keeping this momentum. Now he starts to walk up the board, gets to the nose. Little bit of water over the nose for that 5, unfortunately. Quick tap and goes down. So it was a nice ride, but I feel like he's definitely going to need more just by the standard being set by the surfers currently in first, second, and third. Danny, 2 good nose rides right out the back in a steeper part of the wave. Then does really well to navigate that foam on the face. Comes back around to the pocket and then actually gets some pretty solid inside work done here. I feel like this is going to be a nice addition. Like you mentioned, stretch 5 into that tight 5. Takes another step back, goes back to the nose for another time. And then he actually gets one more nose ride right at the end here. So plenty of 5s there, giving a lot of variety with the stretched and tight. We saw a couple of carves in there too. He's locked in a 5-point ride already. Needs a 5.18 to move into second. But like we mentioned, we thought that score for Ben was going to be pretty solid. And now a really commanding lead.
7.50 with 6.50. That is pretty much the best heat you can have in your heat. Start with 7.5 and backs it up with 6.5 in a 2 waves. That is the ideal heat situation right now that you can have in the heat.
It's perfect.
It's perfect.
This is exactly what he's chasing. But you know what? Now he's going to want to go excellent. We've seen those real top surfers today, like the Esquivel brothers earlier, JR, even June. They all got into that excellent range. We actually haven't seen too many of our surfers go excellent today. So I feel like Ben really wanting to add himself to that list of competitors. Wow.
Well, great score for Danny Widianto. Has just locked in 5.17. But the last wave from Jonathan is 6.0. Now Jonathan is in second with 6 and 4.17.
Danny needed a 5.18 and got a 5.17.
Wow, that was really, really close.
It's as close as it gets, that one there. Oh, nothing hurts more, I reckon. But Danny, he would know this. He's got years of competitive experience under his belt. right now, though, needs 0.01 more than what he did on that last wave.
Wow, look at that heat score now next to their names. 14 point for Ben Skinner, 10.17 and 10.17. They're pretty much evenly matched here in this heat. Now Danny needs 5.01 to go into second. Andrew needs 5.81. So, you know, it's a decent score, 5-point range, but they are all capable of getting those 5-point range easy. And there's still 14 minutes left on the clock. So it's exciting heats to finish off then day number 3.
Big way to finish off day number 3. And we're only going to have 10 heats left.
Wow, already.
10 heats.
10 heats. So
and we're going to find out who is going to be going to the World Longboard Tour. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. When you look at the forecast, Saturday looking a little bit smaller. There's still a bit of swell hanging around tomorrow. Really nice clean conditions in the morning. But I think we've been really blessed with how good the surf has been over the last 3 days. Obviously, we really struggled for waves with the World Juniors. It was super small. Too small to longboard even. So for these guys, they've absolutely lucked out, and we've got to see this incredible point that is Mona Lisa.
Beautiful weeks of longboarding event. You know, from the start, day 1, we had a great condition, and even yesterday we had a increasing in the wave height and a glassy morning, and actually the wind didn't really come in until like a late afternoon, and this morning it was one of the best condition we had in this competition, and it's been a great days of actions.
I've loved it. I've really enjoyed it. I feel like it's been really exciting to see this international field. Obviously this event, the first of its kind, and living up to the expectation. Everyone has been going absolutely ballistic. The surfing has been so impressive to watch, and I feel like it's only going to lift. We just had the call from Will, tomorrow's potential finals day.
Wow, potential finals day. So we're going to be seeing 2 crowning champions and 4 wildcards for the WLT Tour.
And I think as well, how cool to show that this format, it works, you know, and everyone from all around the world has come to be a part of this. We're talking 25 countries wanting to get themselves a spot onto that World Longboard Tour. This is the qualifiers. This is what everyone wants. And I just think this is the standard now, and I cannot wait to see this event grow, maybe even see more and see that WLT start to grow even further.
This is the best event. You know, it's the first time they done this WLT qualifiers. It's more like Challenger Series in a shortboard division. It's a great opportunities for all the surfers because it's a narrow spot to be qualified to the LT Tour. But looks like we have live action here. Jonathan up and riding, trying to get rid of the 4.17. Great way to start this wave, navigating really well all the way to the inside. Great hang 5 there, and it's still going. Nice stretch 5 and into a left there. Unfortunately broke the rail a little bit there, but great surfing.
Yeah, looking really sharp. He's actually given us probably the most variety. Unfortunately, though, no leggies, so he's going to lose the board. It's a swim in. He looks like he's pretty close to shore, though, so it's not going to be too far of a swim here. He's got the hat, though. It's going to make it a little bit trickier coming into this inside section, but 10.5 minutes to go. He's currently got second place, but he's tying on points with Danny Widianto, so having that 6 is keeping him edging ahead, but he needs to drop that 4.17, but yeah, look, that board, it's gone all the way into shore there, unfortunately.
All the way to the inside, so he needs to get a big swim back out the back, but you know, it's okay. They probably used to, you know, swimming all the way back to the beach.
I was going to say, the rule is, I thought that guy was going to run it out. The rule is you have to go all the way into the beach and collect your board yourself. You can't meet someone halfway, so he's going to have to make his way into shore. These guys all over it here. Oh, thanks, mate. I got my board back. But Jonathan been super impressive this heat. I'm looking forward to seeing him maybe hit a bit of a reset button. That last wave, it's not going into his top 2. It's a 3.7. So we're past the 10-minute mark here. We can have a paddle from the local boy, Andrew Esquivel.
Wow, this is going to be very important wave for Andrew. Nice hang 5 to start with. Back steps. Another hang 5 to 10. Quick 5. And he found this inside section here. A lot of lift on the nose. Hang 5 to a big finishing turn there. So he's now back into this game. He now needs 5.81, but I think it feels like it's gonna be really close to his requirement in this heat. So now Esquivel is back in the game.
Oh, paddle battle here between these two surfers. So pretty excited to see just how this last exchange is going to come out. Andrew needed that. He needed a moment to really find himself back into this heat. He's got a lot of support on the beach right now from the entire community down here. The La Union surf team has been absolutely flying the flag. If we think about the draw, those first two quarterfinals, 7 of 8 surfers Filipino right now though. Live action, Ben Skinner out the back.
Wow, on the bigger size waves, beautiful hang 5 to start with in the critical section, another 5 there. And surfing all the way to the inside. Wow, beautiful surfing from Ben Skinner.
Holds on. Through a really tricky inside section there too. Heaps of water coming across that board. Just going back to that design, having that double concave on the tail, making it really stable so that he can really trim through those sections with so much ease. He just looked like he was gliding through the foam there for Ben Skinner. So looking at better on a 6.5. I actually kind of want to steal that board and have a go of it. This is a really great wave. Gets to the nose straight away for a pretty good looking 10. Puts it on rail, and then this is where we see him start to use the entirety of the board. Gets to the nose, walks his way back down, puts it on rail for another time. A lot of foam starting to hit the face here. Gets his front foot all the way up for a 5. That tail really allowing him to glide through what is a really hard section. Heaps of water coming back down on that board there. So a lot of faith in his equipment. Going to see where that score looks in. That is only his 3rd wave this heat. So 23 minutes down. He's only had 3 waves. Doesn't feel like it's going to go into his top 2, but he's really just flexing that kind of worldly knowledge at this point.
Wow, looks like it's going to be another good score, but like you mentioned, it's not going to be his top scores. It's a 5-1-3, but still, it's a decent score. If I were him, getting those scores in about 3 waves within about 25 minutes, I'll be so psyched. I'll be so pleased.
So happy. He's actually, we saw Lucas competing in this. We unfortunately lost him out of the draw earlier today. So Ben still really trying to fight for his spot back on tour here. Just by the standards, he definitely belongs to be there. Jonathan needs an excellent score to go to the lead. 8-point ride. I'm kind of intrigued on Danny Widianto at this point. Needs a 5.01. So pretty stock standard score for someone like him to achieve.
And then now he's having this sit and wait strategies. He's holding on to the first priority now for quite a long time. So I'm hoping he's going to start open up and trying to get on the wave, because you don't really want to be waiting for a long time. Because 5.01, it's not a big score for him. He's already locked in 5.17, 5.0. He knows how to get those 5.01. So
yeah, definitely. And it feels like at this point, especially with 5 minutes 45 to go, giving yourself an opportunity to try and get that score now. Obviously, you want to hope that nothing goes wrong. But if, say, something does go wrong, you still have some time on the clock to get back out there and find another score and keep away from your competitor. Because even looking at this right now, you can tell Jonathan, he's a pretty spicy competitor. He's sitting on his inside. He's got second priority. He's going to try and sell him. And applying that pressure, you could think if Danny made a mistake, didn't get the score, and then paddled back out, Jonathan's going to follow him around like a little fly.
I love watching these priority strategies going on in the heat. But like you mentioned, I like Jonathan's position right now, just sitting close to Danny. Even Jonathan has lower priority. You can kind of apply a pressure on Danny just by sitting really close to him. So it's a great strategy there. And then we haven't seen anything like this in the longboard division, so it's great to watch.
You're right. I love it though. I feel like this is really fun. It's cool to see the competitors getting a little bit feisty out there as well. But no matter what type of equipment you're on, you've got to play offense and defense.
Right.
That, it's just the case, and I feel like it's carrying through here. You can see there's the La Union Surf Town crew, Joe Maria Bueza, you can see June Esquivel. We saw Justin Abueza in there as well. So I love just, these guys spend hours down the beach. I don't think they've left the beach today.
No, I don't think they left at all. You know, they just stayed under the shade, just chilling each other. That's how strong the community is here, and that's showcasing such a great community in La Union. Everyone just cheering for everyone, support each other, and giving this great energy on the beach. So it's great to watch them just hanging out on the beach all day.
Well, you know, Di, if you compete at home, it feels amazing. If you get a good wave, the community's cheering you on. You've got your family, all of your best friends right there. It's also this element of calming, I think, as well. I used to love competing at home, just knowing that I kind of had everyone I needed on the beach. You can see everyone loving 6-7 around the world, except if you're in Paul Evans' household, it's a straight ban. Not allowed in his household.
Beautiful energies around that beach area, and I love to see it. It goes from early in the morning. I woke up this morning at about 6:30 and just had a morning walk at about 7 o'clock, and then there's so many people just hanging out already and just giving some great energy.
Not even just at the comp site. Like, we're talking the beach further down again. People are hanging down there taking photos, setting up camp for the day from like 5 in the morning. There's always so many. There's always someone on the beachfront there. So I feel like it's a real hot spot. Obviously, it's quite a quiet town, I'd say, between Monday and Thursday morning, and then by Thursday afternoon it really starts to ramp up in La Union. Starts to get busy.
Right, and then this is Thursday, and then we're gonna have a busy sunset session probably after this. But 2 minutes and 25 seconds left in this heat. Time is winding down really quickly. So Ben Skinner holds lead here, 7-5 and 6-5. Jonathan is in second with 6-4-1-7. Danny Willianto holding on to the first priority for quite a long time now, needing 5.01. Andrew now needs 5.81 to go back into the second place. Less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, we're coming right down to the wire here. So Danny's kind of left it to one wave at this point. So that opportunity of getting a wave, trying to find another option just in case something goes wrong, it's pretty much out the door here. It all really does have to come down to this one last ride. Andrew's broken away. He's going to find an opportunity here.
All right, important wave for Andrew on the smaller size waves. Nice hang five. Hold on to it quite a long time. Down the line. Trying to come around the section, needing score of 5.84. So this wave, is it gonna offer more wall? Looks like he's gonna hold on to it, but kicks out. Needs 5.81. What do you think?
Yeah, not thinking it's gonna be that. A little bit frustrated. Ben Skinner.
Wow.
Victory lap.
Yeah, it's kind of victory lap from Ben Skinner. Beautiful. He's just showcasing his beautiful skill set, and then, you know, precise footwork there. It's a beautiful surfing, well managed heat from Ben Skinner, 7.50 and a 6.50. But he looks like he's gonna go back out again.
I love it. I really do. He's got this real incredible kind of grom approach to his competitive game. He just seems to be frothing all the time. He's definitely going to take the win here. There was a set. There was definitely a wave there that Danny Widianto could have gone. This is a big mistake, unfortunately, from our Indonesian surfer.
Right. 30 seconds. Intense moment for Danny. And Andrew, again, 20 seconds. Is there going to be another wave here? So Jonathan having a look at this one, but looks like there's one more wave for Andrew too. So this is a crucial moment for Danny, needing 5.01. Gets on this one. Nice hang five to start with. Navigating all the way to the inside, trying to get on this next peak, and he does. He gets finishing time there. So is he gonna get one more section? He's just holding on to it, but looks like he's not going to have another section. He needs 5.01, but I don't see that coming into the requirement.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I actually think that was more user error there for Danny Widianto. He had an opportunity with about 2 minutes to go, and Ben Skinner took that wave. It had a better shape to it. So I think Danny, unfortunately, is being a little bit too picky.
Wow, it was really unfortunate for Danny and Andrew. We are still waiting for the last wave for Jonathan and Danny. And it looks like Ben Skinner's last wave comes in at a 2.63. So he'll be staying in the lead. Still waiting for the last 2 waves from Jonathan and Danny to lock in. Probably it's going to be a low score for Jonathan. But it's an important wave for Danny.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit of frustration coming from Danny right now.
I feel like as well it's super easy as a competitor to get caught up with, oh, I just need a 5, and thinking you need an 8. We just got to get a 5.
Wow, it was showed 3.03 the last wave from Danny. So it is offshore. Ben Skinner and then Jonathan will move into quarterfinals. Stay tuned, and we'll be coming right back after the break for the post show.
Let's get started. Let's go.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
Wow, it's been absolutely honor to have a great days of action here today for day 3 of the La Union International Pro here at Mona Lisa Point. A lot of actions went down, and especially the last heat, Ben Skinner showcasing his world-class level of longboarding.
Oh, he was so impressive. Honestly, he won that heat in the first 5-7 minutes, and this is what we expect from him. He wants to be back on that world tour. He's got his son here. They've been here for a really long time, so he's had a chance to get to know this wave. His board looks incredible under his feet. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm stoked he's in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, now let's hear what he wants to say and find out what went down in the last heat with Camille.
Thank you, Dai. Yes, I am closing the day again with the winner of the last heat for today, Mr. Ben Skinner. We had such a great chat yesterday. I'm just so happy to be able to chat with you again. But I think by now you've stayed in the Philippines for so long. Are you starting to miss home yet?
Yeah, of course. Always miss my kids and Michelle. It's always hard to be away for so long, but also it's our job and it's what I do, and I've always done it, and they've always supported me all the way. So, you know, I've just got to do well for them.
How lucky we are that we get to live the lives that we're living, and this is actually our job. Yeah, you competitive surfing check, shaping check. What else is in store? What are your dreams at the moment?
Well, you know, I just want to continue enjoying what I'm doing. I mean, trying to make the best boards I can for both, you know, myself and my kids. And just, yeah, I just enjoy it, really. Life's really short. You know, like, I'm just really happy to be here, and yeah, just keep enjoying myself. I think that's the biggest thing.
Life is short indeed, and I'll let you enjoy the rest of your day. We're throwing it down to the highlights.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camille and Ben. Well, I'm pretty sure he had a fun in the water. He just enjoyed every moment pretty much.
I was almost in tears in that interview. I was like, that's actually the sweetest thing I've ever heard.
You know, just have a fun in a heat. That's one to
it.
go. So let's have a look at our top 5. Coming in at number 5, this is Natsumi Taoka, starting her heat really strong.
Dai, I've never seen her lose. In all the events that I've seen and commentated, I've never seen her lose. And just what a way to start off. This was the first heat of the morning. We had that bigger swell, really clean conditions. We threw the ladies out there and just they provided. Natsumi, so convincing, getting a 6.9 and a 6.67, advancing to the semi-finals here, and just being that superstar that she's really set herself to be.
Definitely, you know, probably she had a lot of pressure on her shoulder, but she's just showcasing that she doesn't look nervous at all. She's showcasing her skills. But this is the next heat number 2 of the quarterfinals, the women's side. She had a clutch moment, 99 seconds to save the heat.
Yeah, and she got the job done. Mara Lopez, the local girl, one of the 4 Lopez siblings, she did it. She got herself a spot into the semi-finals. She's still flying that Filipino flag with so much grace and style. She's one of the youngest competitors that we have here. And I think she's causing a lot of upsets in this event.
Definitely beautiful surfing. She's an incredible shoulder board as well. But yeah, she had a great moment there in the quarterfinals. This is number 3, the Battle of the Brothers. This was one of the standout heat for me.
Okay, Natsumi, never seen her lose. JR, never seen him lose. And this was a way to keep that roll going. He got an 8.33 and a 7-point ride in this round. Just showcasing this CT flair, this World Longboard Tour flair. And he's trying to get another spot for the Philippines. So the deeper he goes, potentially another spot going to one of his fellow countrymen. And I think as well, he really set the standard because from there, June came out, locked in an excellent score himself, an 8.17. And those two, they've got this incredible, just stylish approach to them. And
wow,
them and Mona Lisa, that goes hand in hand here, Dai.
Beautiful technique. You know, I love seeing June just answer back his brother because, you know, JR just dominating his heat. But why not me? You know, June just got a great heat. Like you said, 8.17 and 6.90. But this is another brother battle here. Ebueza brothers.
Yeah, the Ebueza brothers, and they were both in the same heat. So you saw JR, June go back-to-back heats. No, we saw both brothers in one heat. Justin, the younger brother, got a really nice start. That board has been a real standout board for me, looking really sharp under his feet. And the little brother got the win on Big Brother today.
How's that? You know, every time, pretty much all the brother will get the win all the time, but now it's time for younger brother. But great surfing, well-controlled surfing. Actually, Jamali was in the 4th or 3rd place at the end of the heat, but he got back.
Yeah, I mean, look at that 10. A lot of lift, a lot of levitation, so much control as well. A bit of a claim to the beach. So, yeah, love the Battle of the Brothers.
Wow, this is number 2 of Philly. Great technique, elegant surfing from her. I love how she just connect with the ocean, create great width.
Yeah, this is her first wave as well. This was the first wave we saw of this heat. She took it all the way through, and it went to be a really quiet heat. So the fact that she got the inside, found this wave, and then surfed it as beautifully as she did, it was just that technique, that flair, that class. It was the perfect combination she needed to take a really big heat win here.
Beautiful surfing, 7.83, beautiful hang 10 there, and steps back. You know, elegant surfing there, but it was all about Team Filipinos today. They were dominating.
We're going to have a Filipino in the final dive. We are guaranteed one. We've got 3 Filipinos in the first quarterfinal, 4 Filipinos in the second. Benito looking super strong on this ride here as well. Actually, this is Roger. So Roger looking really strong on this ride. And it was this total beautiful storm. We talk about the Brazilian storm. We've got the Filipino storm here.
Oh, definitely. You know, JR just set up the tone really nicely here. And this is Crisanto we're watching right now. But beautiful surfing from all of the Team Filipinos, you know. They know this place better than anyone in the heat. They know how to surf this place, and they just showcasing how it's done.
Oh, I love it. I really think they're such a dominant force in this, especially the longboard side. They are just owning it, especially in this event. And then Perry, 8 points. He went excellent here. One of the few to actually go excellent today. So it was only Perry, JR, and June who got themselves up into that 8-point range. And we can't really expect anything less. Perry has been such a standout. Look at this slow-mo 10. I mean, come on.
Wow, hang 5, tight hang 10 actually. Beautiful technique of the footwork there. I love the join out turn there. Beautiful surfing. Wow, that was what went down for the day number 3. A lot of actions from the Team Philippines.
Oh, so many. And you know what? I actually love it because we got to hear the beach erupt so many times. There's big smiles everywhere. The vibes are so high. And we're on for a potential finals day tomorrow.
Wow, potential finals day tomorrow. So let's just have a look at our highlight of the day because a lot of things going down. So let's find what went down and enjoy, and we'll see you guys in the morning.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.